there, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Hello, welcome. Today I'm going to be working on my virtual pet game. Most specifically, I'm going to be making this pet store function real nicely. It looks like something. You can see there's the same cat food everywhere. And that's what you can buy, but you actually can't buy it. I want to be able to click on it. I want to be able to, ideally we'd actually get some food that I could give to the cat. That would make me happy. We could come over here and actually feed the cat. This is a work in progress section. This whole game's a work in progress. I started making it for a game jam that I host every other month. Actually, the next game jam is starting in 2 days from this live stream. What? 2 days? Like, it felt like we just did a game jam. If you want to learn about that, link is in the description box. If you're on Twitch, links are on the panels. Links are in the chat. They're all over the place. But Game Like Jam 8 is going to start in 2 days. I do have to tell you that. It's kind of my obligation. We do have some sponsors lined up. There might be another sponsor or two still closing that deal. We'll see. But what's nice about having these sponsors is it means y'all get prizes. Y'all get prizes. And not only will y'all get prizes if you win, but you will also get a free gift just by participating. Yeah, I convinced the sponsor. I did the work. I convinced the sponsor to give a free gift to everyone who participates. So more info on that if you join the jam. So go hit that join button because you'll only get the gift if you join the jam because it's going to be sent to all of the people who join. So hit the join button so you can get the free asset pack gift. It's a whole asset pack. You're going to get it for free just by participating in the jam, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we got the sponsors. Hopefully we'll get another one or two, but we'll see. All right. So this game I made for one of the Game Like Jams where we make games like other games. The game is going to be announced for the next one soon, but not yet. And this was for my Tamagotchi, a game that was similar to Tamagotchi. And I did, that was back in what? November? This was back in November. And I just really liked it. I just enjoy it. It's fun. I don't know. It's cute. I like it. So I'm continuing to work on it. Ooh, getting a little buggy bug. I need to make sure that these can always shrink back down no matter what. We have to aggressively shrink it back down. So, there's little things to iron out, but I want to be able to actually click on these, money go down. Also, you should be able to see your money, right? Where is that going to be? Is this going to be, if you go to, Temu or something, you don't see how much money you have there all the time. Normally, we might be checking on our phones or we have a separate window open. So that's another thing too. This is supposed to be, simulating a desktop, right? A computer. Well, can we have multiple things open that have the money? And I can open separate things, sure. But that's not the same as opening two things at the same time. And then there could just be a little pop-up down here that just has the money on it. There could just be some UI elements. But it'd be cool if it was built in. I like YouTube chat too, Pon. Welcome. I wish it was, I don't know, I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm gonna think about how that works. But I would love that you can spend the money go down, and I guess you get something in your inventory. So that's the other thing. I need an inventory. That's, wow. So I gotta make that. That's something I gotta make. So I've been also designing what the game is gonna look like by just using stock images and just piecing them together because it kind of works, to help me visualize the game. Look at this, look at that. Couch, computer, cat, litter box, stairs, window. Now look at this. You see? Spitting image. So it just really helps me to just mock things up a little bit. I'm not a big fan of a super intense game dev document unless I'm working on a team where everybody needs to be on the same page. But for me, just my own little solo project, I'd rather just get like visual setup stuff. There's our computer. Oh, I guess that's what I had in mind. It would just show up there. I mean, it'd be nice if it was like more meaningful than just like a little boop boop boop. But yeah, all right, I guess that's what I see. Mock-ups, they help you just have a little inspiration. But anyway, for the inventory, the idea was when you go to the food and water bowl, there would actually be this inventory that appears down here at the bottom. And that's what you would sort of, you know, base your what you have or not on. Which I mean, if you think about it, that's not great, is it? Is it? I mean, you can only check what you have by going to the... I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I guess on some level that kind of makes sense, right? Like, why should you... I don't know, it brings up some questions. You know, should the player want to just go look at their inventory sometimes? You know, just like have a look at their inventory. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to select just that bar here. It's proving to be a game in and of itself. Okay. Whoa. I did that wrong. Highlight, unselect, 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 unselect. Oh, yeah, the big old thing selected. There we go. Okay, group that. Okay, so like this down here, I just wanted to do this. Boing, boing, boing. That is something that could just be there when you're here. Because if you think about it, you don't need to know what cat foods you've purchased unless you're feeding the cat, right? Like what other items? I mean, there's gonna be toys, right? So if you click on the cat, I want you to, you know, be playing with the cat. So, you know, we could show what toys. I guess, yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, so then do I put another, you know, little, I don't know, raises some questions. It raises some questions. Well, then there's the other thing too, where I want you to be able to like decorate, right? So you could like change the wallpaper or get a new litter box, switch out your litter box, get a different couch, switch that stuff out, decorate the cat. So I think I do really need to think about where inventory type things are gonna go. I mean, I don't have an inventory in my life, right? Like, how do I make that feel like part of the world? I have closets, I have baskets, I have drawers, but I don't have an inventory in real life. I guess you could just make like a wardrobe, like a cupboard, where everything goes. I put my cat food with my wallpaper, with my litter boxes. I mean, not everything has to be in the world. Like a bookshelf, right? Yeah, maybe a bookshelf. I'm right, because like it's kind of like a question, right? Like what is the player gonna give a crap about? You know, is the player going... I mean, certainly we're all pretty used to there being like menus, right? Like buttons and things that you click on and whatever, right? So I could just have a menu, a button that just says inventory, and you click on it and you see your items, you know? Could just do that. I don't think anyone's gonna question that. No one's gonna be like, it should have been implemented. Now, if I have a single bookshelf that contains, you know, again, cat food, litter boxes, couches. It's like, now it starts to feel like a little ridiculous. Like, wait a minute, this is, you know? So maybe just like inventory is like a good idea. Maybe I need to just do that. Yeah. I think that's probably the right way. But then I have to ask myself, where does it go? Oh, you know what? What about this? A chest, a Mary Poppins chest. Just infinite things in there. No. Okay, wait, I have an idea. What if it's on your phone? What if you had like a productivity app or something, right? Where you like keep track of all your stuff. That's a thing people do. So in theory, all the UI would just be, I mean, we already have the money on there. I mean, this is just kind of like a temporary thing. But what if you just open another app on your phone, and that's where you check what stuff you have, and it's just like a, I don't know, my stuff log I don't know, something like that. I kind of like that. Because that way it's kind of like a middle ground. It's in the world, but it's still just UI that we all accept as being a part of a game, you know? Everyone has that. I don't know, it's just like, because it's like I want it to be like visible, you know? Like, but at the same time, like, but it could be like a widget. Right? Why would you put your money on a widget? Who wants to see? Maybe like billionaires do that. They can just see like the money going up. Wardrobe app. Ooh, I like that, Relics. Ooh, a wardrobe app. That way I get the best of both worlds. We get the bookshelf idea. We get an app. We get like just like game UI. Okay, y'all, I think we are cooking here. We are cooking. Okay. All right. So like in terms of like things that I would like to get started today, or like to work on today, let's say, 10 more streams till we get subscriber streams on Twitch. Okay. Things I would like to specifically work on. One, can click on Fleck with the bits. Thank you for cheering. Let's go. Fleckermancer, the great patron, has returned. How are you doing? Can click on and buy stuff. Store UI design, you know, that kind of stuff. And then I love that. I love that. Like a item wardrobe shelf app on phone for checking inventory. Now I'm not gonna get all this done today. Okay, I refuse to get all this done today. I'm still gonna be here tomorrow working on it, but for the next 5 or 6 hours, yes, couch customization, 100% couch customization. For the next 5 or 6 hours, I'm gonna be putting my head down and doing some coding. Please co-work along with me. Work on your own project. Let me know how it's going. I love to hear about what y'all are up to. I do. I do not like to hear advice. I don't like to hear explanations. I don't like to hear corrections about what I'm doing, better ways to do what I'm doing. Backseating. I don't like that. So like, let me make a mistake. Literally Tuesday, I spent like an hour or two building out this whole system that was convoluted, a waste of time, sufferable, and just wow. Like it was awful. It was terrible. And then I just like stopped. Y'all said I should eat a donut, but I went and ate some candy, and I realized there was a simpler solution, and in about 20 minutes I had a fix that was completely replacing what I set up for the last hour or two. And you know what? I don't regret that. I wanted that. I wanted that suffering, because that suffering is how next time I'll be like, wait a minute, why am I building this super complicated system? There's an easier way. I remember this pain, right? The pain is too important. Too important. You can be in the backseat. Just don't be verbing. Don't be doing a verb of backseat. All right. I think we got the tasks. I think we know what's gonna happen. Let me check in. I love checking in with y'all. So that's part of it, okay? But the backseating, I can't tolerate it. Willow, thank you for dropping in and saying hi. Crummy day? No, not a crummy day. I'm sorry to hear that. Willow, I'm gonna think about your day. And I'm not gonna say like magically it's gonna make it better, but for anyone who believes in magic, maybe if we all believe enough, it'll make your day less crummy. Probably not. I hope your day gets better. I don't know what I just said, but I said it. Treadmill for the cat when you feed too many snacks. I mean, look, I will say, like, that is like a real thing as a pet owner, is like thinking about, am I feeding my pet too much? I don't know. I don't know. That's fun though. Like this to me, this is like, I know you're joking, but like to me, this is like maybe not. This is something that if this game is popular, right, which I don't expect it to be, but if I'm just trying to learn, you know, I'm just trying to learn game dev, get better. I'm not that great at it. I'm okay. I'm learning. You know, if this game gets finished and a lot of people are playing it and they're clamoring for more, you know, this would totally be the kind of thing to add. But I don't think that's gonna happen. You're asking for a font/sprite sheet for a 7-segment display. What does that mean? Good wonderful evening, Pawn. We must spread this wonder to Willow's Day. What is it? What is this? You love autocorrect? Oh, this was autocorrected. You're making, are you saying you're making a font sprite sheet? Oh, I see. 7-segment display. So you mean like when you have like a, I think I know what you're talking about. But isn't it usually 9? I don't know. I don't know if I know what you're talking about. Like, is that when you've got like a bar at the top and that's like one segment, and then you've got like a box over here and that's another segment, and that's a segment, and then like a background, right? Like that's what you mean, I think, right? 8, 9 is the one with diagonal bars. Am I thinking of the right, like what you're describing? Is that like what you're talking about? Like this? And then you make like the sprite sheet so it all like connects together or whatever? Something like that. You got a sponsor on your video? Let's go! You like YouTube chat a bit more? I like YouTube chat. I like YouTube chat. I do. I love all my platform children. Sounds like a cool idea. A little pet store. Yeah, little pet store. Exactly. Yours idea, and you love Lisa's building on it. Thank you, Fawn. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the longest I've like worked on a project. Like, and I mean, there was a game I worked on a while back, but that wasn't going anywhere. This is going somewhere. This feels like the most care I've put into one project. Right, like what's locked? Ooh, right. What you haven't unlocked yet? Right, like a little teaser. It's a good idea. I don't know. I feel like that would make more sense to put like in the store. You know, like the stuff that you can't buy yet. But then again, I also think about like an Animal Crossing style thing, where like, you know, in Tom Nook's store, he's got like every week there's like different things. I really want something like that, where it semi-randomizes what stuff you can buy, and so you just have to like keep showing up, because there is a time system. There's an entire time system built into this game. Look, it's real. You can't really see it because this window is blocked by this. But it is there. It is, Joseph, trust me, there is a time, and it does. Oh, there we go, and it functions. So like that says 12. It doesn't say PM or AM, but it's one of them. So it says 12. If I close the game and I open it back up, it'll continue from there. See? So we can do like checking to see how much time has passed. Now, one thing that this game does not do is keep track of time that you've spent away from the game, which I could. There's like the infrastructure for that, but what I don't like about that is it raises questions about, can your pets die? You know, can your cat die? Because if you haven't played the game in 5 years and you come back, you know, like, and your cat hasn't been fed, like it's dead, it died, okay? Like, and I don't really want dying to be a part of the game. So that's why I don't want to use OS time. I don't want to do any of that stuff, and that wouldn't work for the way I'm building this game anyway, because I want this to be functional on mobile, on web, on desktop, on you know, not like it's going to be on this, but in theory, it would work on PlayStation, Nintendo, all that stuff. It would be completely compatible. And for that to work, we can't use OS time. But there would be, there's another way. Godot has this thing called Unix time built in, where it checks this like global time, right? Like it's kind of like Greenwich Mean Time. And all we have to do is just say, well, what time was it last? What is the global time? And then just do math, and then we can determine how long it's been. So that's possible. But again, I don't really want to deal with, yeah, you know, I don't want to deal with that. Welcome board. I don't want to deal with the implications, you know. That's interesting. A cat sitter. Then, you know, that's actually kind of an interesting idea. A cat sitter. That's an interesting idea. Cause you know what I like for it? That's actually a really good idea. Because it could, because then what the penalty could be is your money, right? Like the money. Cat gets stuck. I need to make a cat getting unstuck script. If you want a cat getting unstuck script. That's a really good idea, because then the punishment, you kind of are, the punishment could just be that you lost all your money, right? So the cat sitter got automatically hired, and you just come back after a ton of time and you just have no money and you're in debt. So that's the punishment. No, but you know what I don't like about that Vortivoid is that to me it takes away the coziness, right? Like in Animal Crossing, if you don't come back, there's like some little, I can't remember, weeds you gotta pull and stuff, right? But like, you know, again, I feel like it kind of makes the game a little more intense, and it adds like pressure, which then, you know, you think about a game like Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is pretty intense. Stardew Valley is it's actually kind of surprising that that's considered a cozy game, because it's like not that cozy. Like you are constantly in peril in that game. I mean, I guess you don't have to have a functioning farm if you don't want to. But something to think about. Anyway, I'm gonna think about it. I don't know how I want to handle that, but that's a really interesting idea. Definitely heard. Kimmy says, I feel like this amazing game of yours is ever growing, and you wonder if I should ever consider updates after release to add even more. The only way I'm gonna do that, like I said, is if there's anybody actually playing it. Right? That's the only way. Or I think that I could like rebuild it and market it, but I don't think this is gonna be that marketable. Just my opinion, but that's okay. I'm not here for marketability at the end of the day. Definitely couch customization. Welcome, Derek. You ready for the next jam? You're stoked to create the next masterpiece. I know you will, Derek. 2 days. Derek's working on a little horse game for a game jam and working on some assets for a horror game jam. Derek's like, I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna make stuff and I'm going to learn. I love that, Derek. You're gonna be a pro. Oh, excuse me. What's this chat app? What is this chat app? Oh, this? StreamerBot. Seven is the standard. Got it. How are the people in my computer? The people in your computer. This person in your computer is doing well. Thanks for asking. A traveling salesman. Whoa, like that would be fun. Sounds like a lot of work though. Said deceased, it could be extra needy. That's true, right? We can bend reality. Like it's okay to bend reality. It's true. 32-bit Unix time breaks in 2038. Yeah, like on 32-bit systems. You're in debt $21,000. You ran a computer and lights for 7 years without paying your electricity bills. It's intense. It's like hard mode. Welcome, Antoine. Good to see you. How you doing? Instead of losing all your money, maybe the cat sitter is just really shoddy and your cat has fleas or something. Yeah, right. Like something kind of simple. Right. Like you hired a. Maybe like the cat sitter is just like mad at you. Like it's like your sister, your brother or something, and they're just like they just hate you. Maybe like you have like we build a whole reputation system with your family. You have a roommate, and your roommate's just mad at you. And the happier your roommate is with you, something. That's also not a bad idea. Also not a bad idea. Okay. Vortivoid cooked. When if real time is used, if away from keyboard time is used, I am the one who cooks. Roommate will cat sit if you've been away a long time. Having roommate be happy is good for something. The longer you are away, the more unhappy the roommate is. That's the punishment. Maybe you lose some money. Alright, it's noted. It has been absolutely noted. Oh, Vortivoid, why are you cooking? Oh my gosh. Gives you gifts? Oh my gosh. Having a happy roommate means you get occasional gifts. I'm like freaking out right now. Like often it's just like, okay, chat, chill. Yeah, whatever. These are some very good ideas. Wow. Wow. So wait, now why was I even thinking about having the time in the background? Pet store, shopping, real time. Oh, seasonal shopping. Right. So that way we can like rotate what's in the store. Which means store rotation inventory is more nice. Okay. That note is so deeply took. 7 years cancer turns from young to elderly, right? At that point, you know, if you've been gone for so long that the roommate would have realistically passed away, you probably passed away. The children inherit the game and they're like, this is so unrealistic. We've been gone for like 100 years and the cat's still alive. It doesn't make any sense. Hate this game. Trying to make a horse game similar to Barbie horse game for a short game jam. Oh, I love that. I would love to do a Barbie game for a game like Jam. There's some, especially the horse ones, there are some banger Barbie games. For real. Wait, why? Is the game jam like about Barbie? Alright. Anyway. It's work time. So what do I want to start with? I want to start with can click on and buy stuff, store UI. Let's do a little store UI design. Because, I mean, I need to put, like, some things in there. Well, I need to think about, like, what happens. The theme is horses. Got it. Can click on and buy stuff. Well, okay. Well, that brings us to the inventory. I think you need to make an inventory app. Okay, okay. Let's actually make a simple inventory app. Let's start with that, actually. That's actually what we should start with, it turns out. Okay. So that's gonna be on the phone. Oh, but I haven't made any phone apps. Oof. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna fix the phone. Because currently the phone, I kind of just like started it, but I didn't finish it. And you can tell because when it, so the way the phone works, the screen on the phone, it functions exactly the same as the computer screen. So when you click on this, it actually just faded in a screen for the computer. Like you can't tell that it's doing that, but it is doing that. It's fading in a screen. Because right now there's the 3D screen, and then as soon as it lands, it fades in a 2D screen that you can interact with. That's how that works. And if you don't believe me, I can actually show you this time, because I set it up correctly to be showable. We'll get it. I tried to do it the other day, and it wasn't actually ready to be shown this way. But today is the day. Anyway, the reason why I'm explaining this is because I need to set the phone up a little better to behave in this regard. Let's just shift the camera landing position over a little bit, and hopefully you'll see the effect. The illusion will be broken. See? See? So all I did was move where the camera lands over to the left. And it completely breaks the illusion, and you can see that the screen actually fades in when we arrive. But normally it's just you can't see it, which is also kind of tripping me out. Like it just works. It just looks right. So with the phone, it's pretty obvious. See? Now, on one hand, when you do make a phone active, it does brighten up often, so that can be fine. But it's not just brightening. You can see the corners of the phone just get a little like they're a little pointy, and it's not quite lined up right. So I just sort of phoned in making the phone screen appear on there just to like get it working. But it's not quite lined up where you get that like beautiful can't even tell effect. So I could fix that. Maybe I'll fix that. But I think having an app to see what we buy is going to be really important. The other question I have for myself is, do we want the phone to be visible while we're on the computer? So I want to say yes. You might notice that the phone is not there when we're on the computer. The phone stays over here, right? In fact, when we go anywhere, the phone goes away. It actually isn't staying there. It's fundamentally, I think, appearing and disappearing. So what I might want to do is when we open the shopping app, maybe the phone appears, you know, and so now you can check your phone to see the inventory, to see the money. That would be kind of nice. Early versions of games are fun. Totally. Hey, Rosa, welcome. Also, Antoine, I too love cats. Okay, wait. Before we start working on the phone, let me actually figure out what makes the phone appear and disappear. I'm actually going to start there. So that's probably on the phone selectable objects script. I would guess it's probably like a visible, something becomes show, hide, something. So this is the area that allows the phone to be clicked on. I guess not. I guess it wouldn't be there, would it? Now that I think about it, that wouldn't make sense. Where does that? I have no idea how that works at this point. Maybe there's like a phone manager? Manage phone operating system. That sounds different. Yo, how does this work? I don't remember. Phone camera, phone model, phone back, manage phone operating system. Selectable area phone, phone screen on screen, phone model for oh, maybe it's on phone. Okay, maybe there's like a phone model script. It has nothing in it. Okay. All right. Cool. Isn't there something like minigame phone? Oh, minigame phone in hand. Come on, that has to be. Put phone away. We got there. Whew. It is on the selectable script. Animate phone to center. Oh, but this is different. This isn't the same. This is what makes it go from like facing you to like being in your hand. That's what that says. I don't think this, if show phone, is that just like a parameter? Just a parameter. Because that's not affecting visibility at all. Yo, I don't know what makes the phone appear and disappear, but we're gonna find it. I mean, it's been like 3 months, 2-3 months since I did any of that. It's a while ago. It's hard to remember everything. Oh, it's right there. Activate. Okay, we call it activating the phone. Okay, I don't really like that. That's not very clear. Alright, that makes it visible or not visible. Okay, so where do we call activate phone? I know it's a public function because I've been careful to make sure that anything that doesn't have an underscore before it, so like this function, you see these have underscores. If it doesn't have an underscore, that tells me that this is a function that's accessed from elsewhere in the project. So I'm going to go search the whole project for where that gets called. A few different places. Selectable area. Phone. Minigame thirst. Minigame thirst? Oh, I see. I think for any minigame... Wait, minigame hunger? Activate phone. Why do those have those? Wait, why would they need that? I think... Wait, why would the thirst minigame have any of this? I think this is an accident. I don't think these are supposed to be here. It must implement and minigame is... Oh yeah, I don't think these are supposed to be here. I think that was just left there because I copied the script. So let's clean that mess up. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Lise, what? You do want it there. Oh, sorry. It's okay. But don't delete that. We're cleaning up things that I didn't know needed to be cleaned up. Okay, let me make sure this makes sense again. Down here. So selectable area, that's fine. Phone, yes. Minigame phone. Now, why are these both separately? What's the difference between phone and phone in hand? Minigame phone in hand. I'm not sure I understand what that's supposed to mean. Phone for tripod. Okay. So I just need to rename that. So phone, because I got confused just there, right? I don't like that. I don't like to be confused when I'm looking over things. So, you know, I have this really clear minigame phone in hand. Super, super literal, right? I need that for this. So that way when I come through here and I read this, I'm not confused. But this isn't like a minigame though. Yeah, this is something else. So we'll call it your phone.gd. Rename that to phone for a tripod. Typically, I just try to make these names match the class or... Yeah, so the class is phone for tripod. Try to make those all be the same. So that way there's just consistency and a lack of chaos. So now when we come down here, I see more clearly that the phone for tripod, which is completely different. That's a different phone. It's supposed to be the same phone in theory, but movie magic behind the scenes, they're technically two different phones. So the phone for tripod, yes, that gets activated or not. I don't like activated. I don't like that. Now I do already have show phone on the selectable area. Again, I'm just trying to keep my language consistent, which I value greatly. Show phone, really, let's say make phone, face phone forward. Face phone forward. It's pretty ridiculous. Okay, but I'm gonna call it that. Sometimes I just gotta commit to a ridiculous name. Face phone forward. Okay. Let me just make sure we don't have a show phone any. Okay, we don't. Great. This is just gonna make more sense to me. Activate phone, because that's what's happening. We're literally showing it or not. Now, in another sense, it kind of does make sense because we're not just showing it, we're also making the phone be active. So I kind of get where I was coming from with that language. How about show and activate? Show and activate phone. You know what? I'm here for it. Yeah, I'm here for it. That's what that's gonna be. Changing it to show and activate. Okay. Now, I have to make sure I update these or it's gonna be broken. Show, and I could have done replace, but I just wasn't sure that everywhere it was gonna make sense. And sometimes I like just scrubbing through each line just to like give me an extra chance to potentially be like, oh, wait a minute. Don't do that. You know, if I haven't looked at this line in 2 months, I'd kind of rather, whoa, take a look at it than not. Okay, let's make sure I haven't broken anything. We've done a lot of refactoring. Just gonna make sure everything still works. So when I click on this, it should come up to the front. It does, it goes away. We come up here, the phone appears and it activates. We are cooking. Okay, come there. Nice, phone goes away. All right, refactor successful. I'm gonna commit that. I'm also gonna show you this cat, this real life cat that does exist at this moment. He's there. Here, look, you see? There he is. Welcome, Travi. Okay, so I'm gonna do a GitHub commit, just back up the save, the changes that I've made. And we're gonna say refactored phone activation language. Is that it? Is that pretty much all that I've done? I think that's pretty much all that I've done. Maybe something else, but that's pretty much it. Okay. Nice. I wish I could get in the habit of like committing small things, you know, instead of what I typically do, which is wait a really, really long time and build up tons of changes. So this is one step in that direction. Oh yeah, Mervkins, thank you for pointing that out. Also, welcome, Mervkins. I probably already said welcome to you, but welcome back again. Thank you for being you. Mervkins makes a great point. If you're watching this on YouTube, hyper smash the thumbs up button. Hit that like button. It helps. It helps the stream grow. Thank you. And it lets me know I'm doing okay. So if you meant to and you forgot, or you realize now you want to, hit the like button, YouTube. Thank you. Rosa is discovering that her project... Right, let's go to the other chat so we can see. Rosa's discovering that her project may benefit from using a signal bus, which you have not done before. You think you understand what you're doing, but you're holding your breath on that. Well, let me know if you have questions. I used to use a signal bus a lot. You got this. You got this. When I use the replace feature, I do one replace at a time instead of replace all. Yeah. Sometimes I'll do replace all once in a while. But yeah, I prefer to scrub through it most times. Because how did Kitty Yum cat food recreate my cat scarily accurate on the label? Wait, that's your cat? These corporations, they work in mysterious ways. It's a good question. You know, I I was kind of feeling like the cat whiskers were a little too silver. Like, it looks like a robot cat. Your cat sounds beautiful, by the way. Why is he being so cute? You can't be that cute and be a little off camera like that. If you're gonna be that cute, you need to be in the center of the camera tray. Okay, so I've got the phone renamed in a way, and I know how to find when it's visible and when it's not visible. This is excellent. Good stuff. Minigame phone in hand is the main thing. So if I want to work with that, looks like one of your kitties too, named Willie. That's a cute cat name. We would want to say when the computer is active. No, not when the computer is active. When a certain application is open, the phone appears. So where I was calling this selectable area tripod. But wait, but when does it... How does it know when we're at the computer to hide it? I don't understand. On unselect... Oh? I'm actually still a little confused. Show and activate phone on unselect instance. But that's the tripod. That's the tripod. So that's different. I'm actually still confused. Maybe this isn't... Let's make a... Here, let's do this. Print fancy phone activation updated. Let me see, is that actually what's even running? And if so, we could do a backtrace to see where it's coming from. Okay, I'm gonna put in this filtered messages down here, the word activation, since I know that's gonna be in there. And then I'm gonna click on something and see if that pops up. It doesn't! But if I click on the tripod, it will. There it shows up. Phone activation false. If I come over here, phone activation true. So wait, then what's doing it? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know what's happening. I think. You know what I think is happening? I don't think the phone is disappearing at all. I think that the phone is at a fixed position in front of the camera. I think it's at a fixed position in front of the camera. And when the camera moves forward, it disappears. I think that's gotta be what's happening. There is no code controlling it, visible and not visible, which presents some concerns with making it be there. Okay, let's double check. So I'm gonna go to the computer, and now I'm going to use Godot's 3D and camera buttons here, which basically mean now I can move the camera around. Okay, maybe the... Okay, hold on. Maybe the computer was not the best thing to have open. Oh, and that's probably a good way to demonstrate the illusion. I didn't even think about that. Anyway. Okay, let's go to this. Now, I'm gonna go do that. 3D, camera, and then I can move around. And I wanna see, is the phone... There it is! The phone's still there. Okay, so the phone isn't actually disappearing. The camera is just moving past it. Wow. So when I'm deactivating it using that show and activate phone situation, I suppose that's just to, you know, just like a matter of being clean, you know, cleaning up, you know, making sure there's only actually one phone at a time. Okay, this is interesting. So I have to figure a way to move the phone. I think at one time, I had the phone as a child of the camera. Yeah, maybe we should use a remote transform. That might be the best way to do this. But the phone... Yeah, so it's actually just sitting right there, conspicuously. Conspicuously, it is sitting very near the camera, which tells me at one time, I probably had that just boop right in there. Let me just see what that's like. I mean, it's probably going to be really bad, but I just want to see. Okay, so the clicking on it isn't working. It's broken some stuff, so that's good to know. Oh, actually, I can't click on it. Oh, that's not, sorry. Just kidding. One thing, remember that thing I was doing to move the camera around? One thing about that is you gotta remember to go back to input. Otherwise, the game input won't work. I always forget that. Okay. Now that the game is functional again, that actually looks fine. No problems. And there it comes with us. You know, I mean, obviously, I don't want the phone to be there all the time, but you can just do that. Okay. This is actually kind of great. Look at it go. Look at it just move around with us. Love that. Okay. So we don't need like a remote transform. Is it like in a different place or is it just me? No, it's not. All right. Reminds you of an old Flash game you'd see on Newgrounds. Dope. Love that. Now I want that to be on top. We do have a bit of a problem here because the UI is rendering above the phone. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be pretty hard to fix, actually. I don't think I can make 3D elements appear above a 2D canvas layer. I don't think that's a thing. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong about that. Okay. Like, obviously I can try, but it just like fundamentally it just doesn't make any sense, you know? So that does bring up an issue. You know what it makes me think? Here's what I think. I think we don't have the phone in hand in the same way. I think what we do is we bring up this version of the phone, which will be on top. Kind of. Sort of. So the actual 3D model around the edges, that will not be on top. But the screen portion will. So I could create like a 2D image of the outside of the phone and then layer that on top of this overlay. I think that might be the way to go. Okay. Wow. So many little considerations. But yeah, the phone, you can't put that above the 2D canvas. It just doesn't make any sense, you know? Ads are getting weirder. It's true. This is the true legacy of Gen AI, are weird ads. I assume that must be what you mean. Unless you're talking about something else. Saw someone fly on an ascending graph. Sounds awesome, actually. So that is on the phone model, I want to say. Possibly. Maybe. Do we have phone in hand scene? Here. There. Okay, there's a phone. I'm telling you, there's no way to get it on top. But just to like put my mind at ease. So there is the thing called no depth test. Which is in transparency. So we could say depth test, no depth test, on, which in theory would render it above everything else. Which it already is on top, so it kind of doesn't, we're not even going to notice it do anything, really. We could do that with all of these. Just as an experiment. Oh, that already does have no... Yeah, the screen already does. Yeah, the cat gets stuck. I haven't fixed the cat getting stuck yet. Just haven't really cared to do it. Let's put this one on top too. One day. Yeah, so you don't even really notice it happening. But technically, this would put it as on top as it could ever get. And it's still not above that. So there's really just no way to get it to be above that layer that I know of. So we're not gonna worry about that. And I think I'm gonna make that 2D version on top. I think that's gonna make the most sense. Yeah, I think this is the way. You don't know if you'll be able to take part in the next jam? Oh no! March will be incredibly busy. Well, we do it every other month, so there will be the May jam. You're always welcome to join in that one. Barely have time to work on Steel Crypt. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you know, you don't have to be like me and put aside your last project every other month. You should, if you're happy with like something that you're working on, you should keep working on it. Rooms are just infinite hallways with stuff at the start. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Hello. Hello, Twitch peoples who have joined us today. Fudo sent us here because she thinks you're cute and sweet. Well, thank you, Fudo, for that. Jeez. My goodness, a raid and a compliment. I'm a little sweet bean. I'm a little sweet bean. That's me. Welcome. What were y'all getting up to? Oh, the other sweet bean has departed. But that's not. Wait. Every time I say departed, I think about like the word for death. Welcome. We have lots of love to give, and you're today's victim. No! We hope you have a beautiful day in stream. Thank you. I hope that for you as well. That's so nice. Buddhism is here to hack you with love and kindness. We hope you're having a delightful day in stream. The vibes here. The freaking vibes. Y'all, you be fostering a nice community. I love that. You make us spout, never stop being you. All right, fine. I won't stop being me. Okay. You got me. Okay, wait, let me check you out. What's you up to? You were looking at the stream the other night and you loved the vibes? Oh, dang! So like, you weren't even just looking on Raid Finder and like, this person. Love that. So you out here playing games. You playing games, and you still brought your people here. Well, we are not playing games, I'll tell you that right now. But we do have vibes. That is for sure. Playing Overwatch, nice. I've never played Overwatch. With that said, I feel like one day I should play it. Is Overwatch one of those games that have like a lot of anti-cheat stuff? You're a gamer! You told your community, let's learn something. Hell yeah, let's learn something. Thanks for the follow, Spicy Dumpy. So yeah, that's what I do. I come here and I struggle through trying to learn how to make games. That's my whole thing. I am not like a professional. I don't have tons and tons of experience other than coming here, showing up, and being mid and getting better along the way. So I use a game engine called Godot to help me make games. and it has a lot of like built-in tools to make things easier. Like, you know, I can change the colors of things using this nice graphical interface, and I like that. I like having a few conveniences. I just want to make games, right? I'm not necessarily interested in, you know, coding or art or music. I'm interested in how coding, art, and music all come together to make something, a game. This was a game that I made for a game jam that I host a couple months ago, and we were making games like Tamagotchi. And so it's a virtual pet game. You take care of your cat, you pet it, do good stuff like that. Yeah, we do good stuff like that. And I just liked it. I liked where it was going. It was just like cute. It was just good vibes, you know? Because like before that, I was working on like a horror game, just because the game jam I host, we were making horror games, and it didn't really feel good. It didn't make me feel good vibes. I don't know. It was fine, but I wanted to be happier when I was making stuff. And so this just sparked that joy. So yeah, I've been coming back to it after the jam and continue. No, look, and I do want to say, I'm gonna finish that horror game. I am gonna finish that horror game. But but you know, sometimes you're in more of a mood for that kind of thing, right? Like sometimes I need the good vibes. Oh, there's a cat over there, and I just felt like this was giving me the good vibes. So I've been working on it, and it's, you know, it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. You know, I'm not gonna like sell it, probably, maybe, I don't know. And what I'm specifically working on today is setting up this like shopping app. Basically, I want you to be able to buy cosmetic cat butt. Cosmetics, hello Lila. Cosmetics, cat food, cat toys, maybe a new litter box, new couch, that kind of stuff. Decorations, and so I'm setting that fundamental interface up so we can actually buy more than just one brand of cat food. And yeah. I think, honestly, I feel like that's gonna be like the main fun thing. The cat wants the chimkin. Like, so your cat is like famous on social media, is part of like the story of the game. And so you make money by like filming videos of the cat, editing the videos. It's just gonna be mini games. Like this will be like Pokemon Snap or something. And then you use that money to buy stuff. So I kind of want that to be like the main motivation. Yes, taking care of your cat, but like getting new decorations, getting new cosmetics, seeing all the fun, weird things that you can get your cat to look like and whatnot. So yeah. I think that's gonna be the fun factor, is getting to shop. So I'm finally actually putting that shop in. It's about time. And one thing that I'm realizing is I need to figure out, where do we manage the stuff that you've bought? And so I want to make a phone app. The phone is still a work in progress. I guess today we're getting a little further along on it, but I want to make an app that goes on this phone that has your inventory on it, basically. And then when we're on the computer, whoa, yeah, we got to make sure that doesn't happen. When you're that's why we don't have the phone be following the camera all the time, because it causes a whole bunch of issues. So I want the phone to be up on screen whenever we open that shopping app, and then I'll start setting up the money going down and the items getting added to the inventory, so that way you can see how much money you have left and that you're collecting your items and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm going to work on, and that's what this stream's going to be. It's going to be a lot of like this. It's going to be a lot of like code, but you're welcome to hang out. If you work on your own projects, I'd love to hear about it. Your favorite games, things like that. But again, appreciate you bringing your people here. Futo means a lot. Good vibes with y'all. So, well, in order to get this phone on screen, I need like the 2D version to be separate in a way. I need to be able to call upon that. Well, we do call upon that actually by clicking on this. That makes it appear. And so there's actually kind of like a timer, right? And it's the same, I call it an event timer. It's the same thing when I click on the couch. As soon as it arrives, see that back button that appears, that arrow? When that back button appears, that's the same trigger that makes the phone screen be 2D in front of the camera, if that makes sense. So when it goes, when it sort of appears, that moment, I need to basically isolate that one moment and separate it from it waiting for the phone to move up to the front. So if I go to the selectable area phone, get some food. Yes, of course. Rate and run, take care of yourself, all that good stuff. Thanks for being here, vibing. Appreciate you. Yeah. Let's learn some things. If you ever have questions about something, let me know. I'll do my best. So that goes to any one of yous. So, oh, thank you for, oh, you're a sweetie. Sweetie for sweetie. I love the vibes. So tween finished right here on use phone in finished. This start mini game. Oh, so we're calling it. I have this like system built in called mini games, basically, and yeah. The it's not like it is a mini game. We're calling it a mini game. It's a mini game. So this is really what we'd want to do. Okay, so let's say when the shopping app opens. So I do have a whole separate script for the program shopping app. So let me just try this. If I say, you make sure this doesn't have, it does have a ready. Okay, so we should do func ready. We have to do a super here, which basically what this says, so this script extends from another script. That is to say, there's a base class inheritance. There's like a script that exists at the bottom layer, or the top, it doesn't matter. Let's say the bottom. And then I have another script that is going to include all of these things in it, and that's like the next layer, right? This ready function is a built-in function that runs whenever the instance to which this script is attached first enters the scene tree. And so when that happens, this function will run. So on a script that inherits from this, which is what this shopping app is, the pet store app, if you will. Where is it? Here. Since this inherits from that, if I put another ready function in here, then this is going to override the behavior of the other one, the base class, which is not acceptable. Completely not acceptable. So the way that we get around that is we do this thing where we type the word super, and then we type ready. I think it's supposed to mean kind of like you do if you think about with text, like a superscript or a subscript where the text like small. I feel like it's kind of linguistically connected to that. I don't know, but basically what super is doing here is it's saying there is going to be another ready function on the base script, on the base class, and just add this in addition to the other ready function. Don't override the original ready function. Just add this as like a superscript or something. So we're gonna put that in there. And then what I'm gonna test is, what if I just run start the phone in hand mini game? Like, what's gonna happen? I don't know. But it might be almost exactly what I need, but some tweaks, of course. Okay, so I'm gonna open the app. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Which, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Let's get a little print. Make sure this is happening. Shopping app initiated. I'm gonna type in my search. So this is like a console log, basically. It's gonna print everything here that I need to know. I'm gonna type in the word initiated so we can see, make sure that function is actually running. So we click on this. Yep, shopping app initiated. So it is running that. So it's not enough to just start the mini game. That is not enough. We have to do more than just start it. So what does starting the mini game do? Starting the mini game will run start minigame instance. And what will start minigame instance do? Oh, we have to go to the phone. I see. Phone minigame. Because we were looking at like the base class. Minigame phone in hand. Okay. Nothing. Okay, so it doesn't do anything. We're just running it in theory, in case I did want to do something. Alright. Alright, that seems kind of weird. So... Okay. Where do we run show and activate phone? I mean, at that point, I might as well just put that in here. Like, I might as well do show and activate phone. Well, let's not do that, actually. Let's make a new function. Yeah. We're gonna make a new function. What if we put a special parameter in here? And this is going to be show and activate phone. I'm gonna make a Boolean parameter with computer. And then I'm gonna make this have a default value of false, so I don't have to actually use that parameter. But if I do want to use it, stuff will happen. And what will happen? We'll say if with computer show and activate phone on with computer. It's a long function. This is a very long function name. A lot of people would say don't make your functions that long name wise, but I don't really care. I haven't yet run into a situation where having a long function name has been a problem. It has only helped me understand what it does. So we're gonna go with that. But I actually would want this to happen instead. So I'm actually gonna say if not with computer, or yeah, if with computer, do that, and then we're gonna do return. What return will do is it's gonna end this function. So this function will no longer be running. That is to say, if we make that Boolean true, then it won't make it visible using this logic anymore. We should pass in this, however. This is just the indeed make it visible or not. So I wrote a little notes when I program. Not really. A lot of people comment their code more than I do. Like once in a while, I'll put a comment. But my ambition, and again, this is me just like trying out things. Like not being sure what I believe in as what I'm always gonna do forever. And so what I am trying out is trying to make my code evident what it means. So again, having maybe a quite verbose function name. So that way I don't need something that says this shows and activates the phone when the computer is active. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I see that clearly. So I guess I try to just make my code as readable on its own as possible. And then really I find out how readable it is for me when I come back months later and can I parse it? Do I understand it? And if so, okay, great. If not, I try to figure out how I can tweak it. And if all else fails, if there's just no way I can figure out how to make it comprehensible to me, then I'll add in comments to make it make more sense. You know what I mean? Oh, it's Mew. Mew is an underrated Pokemon. I'm just gonna say it. Okay. Well, you'd think it wasn't. Like, I'm a millennial, obviously, right? So, for me, Mew is kind of a big deal. Mew was like the biggest, most secret, most powerful, most mystical Pokemon ever. That's not true anymore. Which Mew makes me a little sad. Alright, so show and activate phone with computer. So we want to do the same kind of thing. Oh, Absol is a cute Pokemon. That is a very cute Pokemon. I will say, if I had like a favorite, it would be a later Pokemon. It would be Sableye. I do like Sableye a lot. Absol is very cute. That's the monkey with the hand, right? Am I right about that? Nope. What was I thinking? What's the monkey with the hand? Okay, see, I don't know anything. So this is, I don't even know what the hell this is. See, I don't know nothing. What is this thing? It looks cool. It looks awesome. I love the, like, asymmetrical, like, little whoosh. It's, you know, it's kind of like giving, like, an Eevee evolution, but way more badass. Primate or Mankey? No, that's not what I was thinking of. Pokemon Monkey Tail Hand. Maybe it's not even a Pokemon I was thinking of. Yeah, this thing. That's what I thought you were talking about. Apom. Okay, in my defense, Absol and Apom, those have some letter similarities. Okay, those have some letter similarities. AIPOM ABSOL. They both have 5 letters. They both begin with the letter A. And they both have an O in the second to last position. And P is basically an upside down B. So in my defense, they kind of sound similar. Isn't this cute? Yeah, it's a pretty forgettable Pokemon. Apparently I remembered it though. But like in terms of like cute Pokemon that I think are fun to use, depending on the rules of a tournament, I really like Sableye. It's just like such a cute, look at its cute little, look at this little, oh no, it's such a cute little thing. And it's like a twitchy, it's like got like twitchy animations too. It's just like a weird little freak. I like it. Anyway. A few years ago, Rosa says, one of my friends commissioned me to do some Pokemon fan art for them. They got it printed on one of those large mouse pads. Whoa, that sounds awesome. What? That sounds cool. Oh, this is good. Wow. Damn. Wait, you got some serious art skills. I knew you did because of your emotes, but this is like, this is a level of art that I was not aware that you were doing. It's so good. And you said that was a few years ago too. Wow, and that's a mouse pad. I see like the texture. I see the mouse pad texture. That is so cool. Yeah, that looks really, really, really good. And it's got Mew on it. Maybe Mew isn't as underrated as I thought. I don't know who that is. I kind of do. Like, I've seen that Pokemon. Also, is that Pokemon? Is that Pokemon doing what I think it's doing? Good for it. Absol's Gen 3. You find them near Winona's Bird Lady Gym. Yeah, I'm a pretty big first genner. Although I played obviously first generation. I started second generation, but I was just I feel like I was just like starting high school or something, and I was getting like a little overwhelmed with all of the Pokemon. I was like, man, 150 more? Like I already know 150, and now there's a whole 100 something more. Oh man, that's a lot more Pokemon. I don't know if I can keep up with this. I gotta like do my homework. And then, and then I did pick up, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon years later. I played a little X and Y, but barely. But Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I played the crap out of those games as an adult later on. I feel like those are pretty much the 2 Pokemon generations that I'm familiar with. Is Moon, Sun and Moon, and the first generation. And everything else is a blur. I don't know anything. How am I gonna know all of them? Does everybody know all of them? I mean, really. Remember going to the gas station and seeing Spice Girl candies all over the place? Nice. Spice Girls are amazing. Good for them. Honestly, good for them. You know? Well, I want to do the same thing where we make it visible. I could not put this here, but what if I want it to behave differently? Like I want the timing different? Well, you know what you could do, Lise? What? Make a separate function for show phone. Oh, I like that. So just have simply show phone. Just that way I'm not repeating code that really doesn't need to be repeated. Sometimes repeating code is okay. I don't subscribe to the idea that you should never, ever repeat any code ever. But in this case, it's pretty unnecessary. So what we'll do is we'll just say show phone here and pass on the Boolean, and then we'll do that here as well. Now, I might want the timing to be different so that way we can make sure it's in the right place. But okay, so now what I need to do is I need to actually call this function. So I'm gonna go back to my program shopping app, and instead of doing this start minigame situation, what I actually want to do is do show and activate phone true. So indeed yes, and then as far as with computer goes, yes. So it's really gonna do the same thing, but what I should hopefully see happen is that appears on screen when I click on the shopping app, and it, okay, didn't. That's, you know what? Okay. You know what? It's fine. Why not? Why didn't it? What did happen? Shopping app initiated. And then this ran for sure. Print activating or showing an phone activation with computer. And then we'll just put that activation. Just want to make sure like that's happening. Okay, click on this. Click on that. Yeah, it's running it, but it's still not enough. Okay. So what else makes it visible? Where is this? I need to examine where the hell this is. Like, what is this attached to? I actually just don't know what node this is attached to. I wish it were easier to see what node scripts were attached to, but maybe resource path? No. But that would be nice. If anyone knows a way to do that, but I don't know if there is a way to do that. You can tell me. Thank you, Brett. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's starting soon. Couple more days. I'm really excited. I have like a very specific, a highly specific game idea. I'm nervous about it, but also very excited. Damn. Okay. Well, I would hope that it would be on this scene. But that's a 3D thing. So yeah, you can make it visible all day. But that's not helping me. So all that's doing is this, which is literally nothing. It's actually nothing. I actually have no need for that. What I'm supposed to be doing is phone screen on screen. Now here's my question. Why isn't there a visible here? That seems like an oversight. Tween screen in or out? But where does it become visible? What is it tween? Is it modulating it in and out? Is that what's happening? It is. Okay, okay, all right. I see what's happening. I see what's happening now. What's happening is the screen is actually there all the time. It is always there on screen. It's just not visible. It's made invisible. And then whenever we click on this, it fades it in. So for example, if I come down here to, I gotta make this more clear. So this is something where it's like in the future, I would like, whether it's a note, I don't want to make a note to myself. I would want to make it more evident, right? I would want to somehow add a function or something that makes it way more clear that that's what's happening, so I don't get confused again. But, so this alpha down here, if I make that totally visible and click there, bam, it appears. Because it's just always invisible unless that function runs. So, that tween runs. So, I would like to make this a little more obvious to myself in the future before I proceed. This is on screen. Wait, what is screen on screen? Oh, this is a base class. Wow. So I think this is shared by both the computer screen and the phone screen. That's smart. I like that. That's a good idea, but still confusing. Okay, and what extends screen on screen? Phone and desktop. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay, but wait, what is this? It's just another, there's nothing here. Wow. And where do we reference this? When we tween it in and out. Wow. So here's what I think. I think I'm going to move this to not be there. Hopefully that's not too difficult though. Actually might be. And then where's tween screen in? Oh, I don't know. On use phone finished. I'm gonna move where this gets called. So like obviously, I was looking on the phone screen in hand. That's where I was drawn to go look. Was here, and I started setting up all this other stuff. So that's where I want to put the function that makes the screen appear, because that's where I'm gonna look, so that makes sense. So for show phone, not only do I want to make this is really the 3D model. I could even be more specific here. This is show phone model, phone in hand model, to be even more specific, or phone model in hand. Just to reduce my confusion, in theory, in the future. Show phone model in hand. That's what this does. Now we can do something else. Now I could do a function. I don't know that I need to. I think what I can still do is phone screen on screen dot ref dot tween screen in or out. I think we can still pop that there. But I just have to make sure that that timing is actually the same as the way we use it here. So here, this waits until the phone has arrived. So that kind of makes that a little tricky, doesn't it? So I am going to need a function. So we'll say minigame. Oh, what, dude, you look right there. Start minigame. Girl. Oh, ho, ho. There we go. See, remember earlier, I was like, well, where's the instance? There's nothing there. It's just a pass. No, not anymore. Now we make it do something. Here, start minigame instance. Bam. That's where that goes. It tweens the screen in when the minigame begins. That is 100% what should happen. Then we don't need that here. As for tween screen out, that seems to happen in 2 different places? Nope, 1 place. Okay. And that happens when we animate the phone to center false, or we're moving it away. So that is to say, when it's up here and it goes away, that makes the tween screen out occur. So how do I want to do that? Because it's not going to be running. Well, there's probably an end. Is there an end minigame? I'm not actually sure. I don't know if that runs. Let's find out though. End minigame instance, put phone away. Let me see. Print, fancy, phone in hand, minigame instance ended. Alright, once again, I'm going to filter out the console log to make that clear. We're just going to type in instance ended. Okay, now I just want to see if that actually happens at that same moment. So click on this, press back. Yes. All right, so that's totally a valid place to put it. Makes sense. That's what these are for. That's what these helper functions are for, or these abstract functions are for, is to be a place where these moments can go that I will look to see what's happening. So this is the right place. Okay, so not only do we put the phone away, but we also want to tween the screen out. And then back on the selectable phone. It's interesting that we put it away, but that's okay. Make sure we get rid of tween screen out. And then I'm just gonna double check to make sure we're not calling this in like multiple places or something. We kind of are, so don't. Yeah, don't actually put that there. We want that to be when the minigame instance starts. Let's do the search again. Okay, 2 places. All right, let's see if this is functioning correctly. So I put that up, it appears, and it goes away. Perfect. Okay, now that all that's in place, go back to the shopping app. And show and activate phone. So true, right. So when it's with the computer, we now have a unique thing that's going to happen. Not only do we show the phone model in hand, but we're going to run that phone screen on screen. Well, you start the minigame. Now you can start the minigame. Because starting the minigame will make it tween in. Here. Okay, start the phone in hand minigame. Let's see. So when I open the pet store, what I want to see. Nice. All right. Now it's in the back. Obviously we want it on top, but it's appearing. Very good. So if I want it to be on the top, what I will do is adjust its order somehow. Ordering Z-index. I'm gonna put this 1500. I think that'll be above. It wasn't. Okay. That didn't work. Well, this ordering is probably on the canvas layer. I think you want to do the canvas layer here. Layer 75. What if I do the biggest? Okay. Apparently 75 was too low. Wait, but now it's... Okay, there it goes. 100? Okay, that does it. Whatever. Layer 100. Great. Now it's above. Perfect. Now, obviously, I want it to be, like, in the corner. I don't want it to be positioned there, but at least now it appears. One more thing. I want it to disappear when we exit the computer. That's important. That's very important. So we'll say if we are shown activating it, start the minigame. If we're not shown activating it, that is to say this indeed is false, in theory, we should just do end minigame. Oh. It has an underscore, which means I'm not actually supposed to call it. That's interesting. Why not? How do we call things? Oh, okay, yeah, that's this new one. Wait, so how do we end mini games? I don't know. Wait, how does that mini game end anyway? Well, now I don't know. I'm gonna make this kind of simple on myself though, and we're just gonna put a backtrace in here, which will show me all of the functions that led to this moment occurring. We're gonna not do this for now. And what I'm gonna do is pull this up, push that back, and then find the backtrace. Okay, there's the backtrace, but I have to make sure I can find it in here. Can we just do it again? Okay, there's a backtrace. Right there. On pressed, back button. When the back button is pressed, it handles the exit of the current object. Oh, the back button normally is what ends the minigame. And how does it, but what does it call? On object exited. Oh, it checks to see which object has been exited. And I'm guessing it does that by emitting a signal, probably. Handle exit of current object. It probably emits an object was exited, and then the manage minigame says, oh look, something was exited. What thing? I see that it was the phone in hand. Got it. So I'm gonna end that. This is a bit of a different scenario. I think it would be cleaner if we just make it a public function. But I see why. The reason why I didn't make it a public function wasn't because I think fundamentally it shouldn't be a public function. That is to say, with the underscore removed or not. With the underscore, we're saying it's private. That is to say, it's only called from within its own script. If it doesn't have the underscore, I'm saying it can be called from anywhere out there. The reason why I had it not be public like I do with the start minigame is because I wasn't using it publicly. So I don't want to just be like, well, in theory, I might want to use it publicly or that is to say, access that function from some other place. I might want to do that someday, so I'll go ahead and make it not have the underscore. I don't want to do that because that removes information. And again, like GLNO, you were asking about taking notes. This means I don't have to take for myself an extra note because I can trust myself. If there is no underscore, then I know something is calling it outside of itself. I can know that. If there's an underscore, then I can trust myself that it's not being called from outside of its own script. So yeah, so that's why that was there. Not because it's like, ooh, we shouldn't make that be public, but rather I didn't have a reason yet. Now I have a reason, and I think it's gonna make more sense to do that. So now that means I have to do a little refactoring. So what I'll do is, yeah, it's a troubleshooting tool. Yeah, and this is just the way I'm like approaching. Again, I haven't read this in a book. Nobody told me to do this. Maybe someone would say don't do it. I don't know. But it's what I have just started doing to help myself have a better time building stuff. So I'm gonna do Control-Shift-F, yeah, troubleshooting tool. Almost like a pre-troubleshooting, because I don't even have to start troubleshooting sometimes. I'm gonna do Control-Shift-F on end minigame with the underscore. Actually, let's do a replace. Let's do a replace. We're gonna go for it. And all I'm gonna do is make sure that every reference to it is end minigame without the underscore. Now, I can't do this with every single thing in this list, because this one, end minigame instance, that's a different function. So I do not want to make that public. That would be not good. Same thing here, but if it's just end minigame, then I do want to refactor that. Don't refactor this or this or this. So this is one of the times I'm okay with using the replace for whatever reason. Okay, so that's it. Literally only in these places, 2 places, am I refactoring that. Okay. So I'm gonna replace it. And now, let me just load it real quick so it saves it for me. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the minigame phone in hand. And this should be a function that exists now. Okay. See if it works. Did we put anything in the end minigame instance? The tween out? Yeah, we did. We did that. That was like a very important thing. Wait, why can't I click on this? Do you have to do the ref? Wait, what? Minigame phone in hand. Oh, that's the script we're on. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Oh, damn. Wait, that's the script I'm on. I have to do all that reference crap. Because this is where we're at. Okay, there you go. And the reason why that's there is because it extends from the minigame script. And why I was a little confused for a second there. Because I was like, well, those functions aren't there. Well, that's because, well, they are there, but it's on the base class. Okay. Now let's try it. Now I will say, I am a little concerned. Let me tell you why I'm concerned. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. We have a problem. I just realized. Here's what the problem is. The minigame system is designed for one minigame to be running at a time, I think. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. Did I change that? Actually, maybe I changed that. Because, so for example, for the food bowl, there's two. There's thirst and hunger, because it's going to be water and food. I might have actually refactored the mini games where you can have two, but I don't actually know. Anyway, the reason why I say this could be a problem is because if now there are two started mini games, well, what happens when I press the back button? Which mini game is it going to close? Both of them or just the last one? So this is actually potentially a bit of a mess. I hope I actually have refactored that into an array. Okay, looks like not, because that is a string. So it is only going to store one thing at a time. That's not good. And let's actually prove out that it's going to be a problem. Okay, so we're going to open the shopping app. I'm going to try to open the shopping app. I don't know why I couldn't click on it. What? Hey, I can't click on it. Oh, you know why I can't click on anything? I can't click on anything because remember when I put that phone layer up on 100? It's above this. So now I can't click through it. Ah! Ah! Everything be affecting everything else. Oh gosh. All right, I need a bite of food for this. Oh man. This is the thing. As games get more complicated, things get tangled. Oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. I can't even believe this. Alright, anyway. Sorry I missed all these messages. I thought I was cooking. But apparently I was running towards a potential disaster. We'll get there. Rosa says, I remember in 5th grade, I moved to a new school, and the art program was actually good. Nice. One of the projects we did was paper mache, and I was making a Pikachu. I was so happy with how it was coming out, and really feeling very proud of myself, because proportions were portioning. I left in the art closet I left it in the art closet. I can say words. I left it in the art closet to dry, and the next class, it was destroyed? What happened? Who Who did this? Chilano is laughing at pain. How did it get destroyed? Was it just like you use like a bad chemical on it, or somebody like literally sabotaged it? That sucks. I bet it was so cute. You would have probably still had it to this day. Someone punched it? Who punches a paper mache Pikachu? I hate that. I hate that. And tore off its tail and ears. Psychopath. That is psychopath behavior. That person hurts people. That is like pull its ears and tail off? That person is an absolute psychopath, 100%. I'm diagnosing as a non-doctor. I choose to diagnose. It is a crime against art. Yeah. Against inhumanity. Exactly. Vin says my favorite food is mashed potatoes. My brain mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes is good food. Vandalism. True. It is vandalism. Love that. Hey, Brett. What am I working on today? I am working on... I guess I didn't answer that. That was 30 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. I am working on my in-game pet store. So you can buy stuff for your cat. You can also buy stuff for the house. So I don't know if it's really a pet store. I guess it's kind of like a Jojo Mart or whatever, the Stardew Valley game. It's like it's going to be an all-purpose store. But I'm setting that up. But the only way I can really make that work is if we can check our inventory and how much money we have. And the way I've decided I'm going to do that is by having the player be able to look at their phone while they're shopping. And on the phone, there will be an app for their inventory and an app for their money. So I'm trying to rearrange my project a bit to allow for something which apparently it was not designed for, which is 2 minigames running simultaneously. Number 1, the phone minigame, and number 2, the computer minigame. If I want them both to coexist, well, I'm gonna have to do some stuff that I did not know I was gonna have to do today. But here we are. Here we are doing it. I need a crunchy snack for that. I'm gonna eat my seasoned shredded wheat. Oh, it's so good. I know. Well, hopefully, man, I do hope that it's like not a hard refactor. Yeah, because everything has just been set up for only one minigame being active at a time. Which indeed is part of the advantage of the way the system is. To make sure I can't accidentally run 2 simultaneously. Just so happens, though, that now I do want to run 2. So how do I want to deal with that? Well, hopefully, it actually won't be a big deal. We're going to find out. Hopefully, I just store an array of every open minigame, and then when we go to close it, we just iterate through that array. That sounds logical. In practice, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to turn out to be something that depends on there only being one. But, and you know, so I'm very meticulous with type checking. So a lot of things aren't looking for an array. So I'm gonna have to like refactor. Yeah, there's a little refactor. There's just gonna be some refactor. I can do it. I can do it. You're right. I can do it. Thank you, Rosa. I can do it. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Yes. Yes. The teacher did nothing about the Pikachu incident. You had to start all over making something else. Scumbag teacher. Psycho teacher, psycho student. Okay, yes. All right, you know, I believe in me too. I believe in me too. Oh, didn't you achieve something earlier, by the way? Do I believe in myself to achieve it? Let me put it this way. You know what, where my doubt is? My doubt is that I'll get it done within the time frame I was hoping to get tasks done. But what I actually need to do is I need to accept that the task changed. That's what I have to accept. Signal bus is fantastic. Oh, there it was. You're on the signal bus. Let's go. Beep, beep. It's because you're on the... Let's go. Yeah, it's convenient, right? Love that. And I don't know if you're dealing with... I don't know if you have warnings turned on. Anyway, I'm not gonna... You know what? Don't worry about it. We're not gonna backseat. Don't backseat. You don't like it, don't do it. Anyway. I get it. Okay? I get it. I will practice what I preach. Yes, radical acceptance. Yes, radical acceptance. Let's go. I gotta actually read that book one of these days. Hell yes, Rosa. I love this community. Radical acceptance. Let's freaking go. Oh yeah. The phone is on top. Well, if I move it to a different position, no, it does matter. Because it's on top of everything. I guess it's not. No, I guess it's not. Yeah, it's not. So if I move it out of the way, here, I'll show you why this is a problem. Okay, look. See? That's where it is. And I can click on stuff over here. But watch this. I'm going to put this halfway there. Notice I can't hover over it until we're halfway. So that's blocking it. It's invisible, but it's there. But, you know, if I'm going to load it off down here anyway, it kind of doesn't matter. It actually does matter, Lise. Wait, why? Because it's still going to be there. Oh, you're right. So this is actually like something I need to figure out. It's something I haven't told you all. Well, actually, some of you know. Some of you remember. There's a little bug that exists right now. And that bug... Wait, where's the visibility here? That bug is that the computer is technically interactable all the time. It's always there. So, I don't know if you can tell. See if I can... Let's do the start menu. Okay, so now, right now, I'm technically hovering over the start menu. Watch the computer. Okay, it's all the way over there in the back. You saw it? If I click the start menu, I can open and close it. Even though... Oh, geez. Apparently it didn't like that. Even though I'm not on the computer, it's always there all the time, the overlay. So see a little bit down there in the computer, the start menu opening and closing? It's not supposed to... You can see the highlighting. Yeah, nice. That's not supposed to happen. So this is actually a bug I've been procrastinating. Not because it's like... It's kind of funny. Not because it's hard to fix. Actually, because it isn't hard. I'm like, it's an easy fix. It barely gets in my way. I'm not going to deal with it. Now I need to deal with it. Because it's exactly the same reason why the phone screen is blocking my input. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do, my experiment is going to be well, somehow I need to deactivate that canvas layer. So that's what it is. This is a canvas layer right here. And this is what has holds the phone screen on it. And it's the same way that the computer screen is set up. So I can bring the layer down to 0. That will put it underneath, but it won't make it uninteractable. Unless I had some like other invisible layer that was like a blocker above it. I don't know if I like that. That seems a little hacky. And like hard to remember. That's how it works. So I just need to find some other way. This visible is kind of interesting. Signal? Oh, I don't know. No, I understand. I don't know. I mean, a signal. I don't know that this, for me, this isn't a job for a signal. There are two situations I like to use signals. Number one, built-in signals to nodes. So if I look at a node and I see that there's, yeah, I know, that makes sense. I actually figured that. I don't think a signal couldn't be used here. I just don't think it needs to be used here. So these are like built-in signals to nodes. Very useful. Would absolutely use these, no problem. But I believe you're talking about custom signals. The only situation that I've found for custom signals that I consistently do anymore is when I need to communicate with multiple instances of something. So with the back button, for example, with that, whenever the back button is pressed, it sends out a signal, a custom signal. And the signal says, I just got pressed. And so every object that can be gone back from gets a ping that says, oh hey, back button just got pressed. Am I the thing that just got backed out of? And if I am the thing that got backed out of, I'm gonna do the going back stuff. In this case, the litter box lid is gonna close, right? So that's pretty much the only situation I use custom signals for anymore. It's not really the only, but it kind of is. I mean, I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, I think that is actually the only. Whenever it's communicating with a bunch of different instances that I need to all be on the same page. So this isn't really fitting into that situation. So that's why I'm not going to use a signal probably. Even though there are like multiple screens, you could say like which screen is one that's supposed to be active. I would rather handle it on an individual basis, so that way I can. I don't know. There's only this one situation where there's multiple, and it's only 2, so it feels like it's better handled separately. But I don't know. I'm curious, what does this visible do? Isn't propagated to underlying layers. I guess I'm just kind of curious if that like blocks it. Let me just make this a little easier on myself for now. First of all, I'm gonna go to the computer overlay, not the phone, because it's just gonna be kind of easier to work with, I think. Okay, so there's the computer version. Again, it just has the same thing at the top. And I'm gonna make it visible just so we can see. So there it is. Interactable just all the time. Oh, it got hidden. Cool. Okay, we can't be pressing back buttons. Alright. If I make this not visible, does that also break the interactivity? It does! Nice! Now I can't click on it. So again, I don't know if you can see, but if we look at the PC all the way in the back there, no longer is the start button being hovered. So all I have to do is turn off this top layer's visibility. And then it will be deactivated. Pretty simple. Love that. That was even easier than I thought it would be. I love when that happens. Hell yeah. I'm gonna take a crunchy bite of deliciousness for that. Vince is worried Bandai is gonna mess up the new dot hack. You like the new Digimon game, but they put in microtransaction. Ooh. What is dot hack? A game, I assume. Bandai. Didn't the Nintendo CEO or president just become the president of Bandai? The Bowser guy? I never trusted him. Something said for taking it easy and not panicking. I should have made a bet, because you would have won. Oh, about how easy this was? Well, yeah, this was easy. Or are you talking about something else? What I am a little concerned about is the multiple minigame problem. But this problem, yeah, this problem worked out really well. This one worked out well, which is good. But we're not out of the woods yet. So I need to be able to access this visible property. Yeah, I probably got it. We'll see, we'll see. Currently, there's not a script on these full 2D overlays. And in fact, it's their children that has scripts. So, raises some questions. How do I want to access that visible property? Now, an obvious answer would be, well, we can just say we know that its parent is going to be a canvas layer, so go find its parent and make it not visible. I don't like that. I don't like that much. I don't like the idea of assuming a parent. So I could also make it like an export variable and like drag it and drop it on. That's not a bad idea. I could give it its own script, and we access that separately in order to tell it what to do. Or I could even on-ready it. I don't know how that would work. Maybe that would work. So there's a few different ways I could approach this. I think I am going to can I just try? What's it like to... Yeah, I mean, it's basically assigning the parent. But at least it's not just like doing like get parent or something, which I feel like is more mysterious when you use something like get parent. It's a little more mysterious. Where at least this will fail immediately. Like as soon as I boot up the game, if canvas layer does not exist as a top level, it's gonna give me an error. In fact, could even go to this screen on screen base class and on-ready it there. Again, just to like, so now both of them, both the phone screen and the desktop screen, should be setting up a reference to their parent, assuming it exists. So hopefully we don't get an error for that. We don't. Then on screen, we could just add like a function. Because I have to decide when we run that function. I almost think maybe like a finished. Are swear words allowed? Swear words are like just like don't don't be like maybe. Let's say maybe. F around and find out. But like safe for work. Be safe for work. Right. And like You know, once in a while. Okay. Oh, well, that was YouTube. I didn't even do that. YouTube would have handled that on its own. So, I would say that's a question for YouTube, not me. Thanks, YouTube. Oh, you know what? I actually do have filtering on. So yeah, probably. I give up. You want a trauma dump? I give up is gonna trauma dump. Well, look, I want you to share things that are important to you. I do. I do. But you know, also, I don't want to get abused by your abusive mother too. You know what I mean? Are you okay? You dealing with some bull crap? I hate your suit, Mom. I understand that. Having family that is super annoying? Unfortunately, relatable. Sorry you're dealing with that. Okay, so that reference worked fine. So what I'm gonna do... Oh, sorry, I missed the message. You wanted me to summarize what I'm doing? Yeah. So this is a virtual pet game. Sort of like Tamagotchi. You're taking care of a cat. You just do that kind of stuff. Oops, let me make that real quick, not be visible. You're taking care of a cat. Scoop its poop. Give it food. You got an ad? Okay. It's YouTube. It'll be short. This isn't Twitch. Come on now. It's so funny. Like on YouTube, people are like, "How dare you give me an ad?" On Twitch, they're like, "Ugh, another ad." Thank you. It's not me. It's you for sure. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's why I keep working on it. I just enjoy working on it. You know what else I like? Live streams. Do you like live streams? Hit the like button. Press the thumbs up. Hyper smash it. It helps. Thank you for doing it. It means a lot, YouTube. So yeah, you take care of a cat, feed it, pet it, that kind of stuff. You make money by posting about your cat on social media. It's like you'll be recording videos and editing them and things like that. And then you use that money to buy cosmetics, decorations, new stuff. Hyper smash the like. That's pretty much it. And then today I am trying to make the shopping more functional. So all I've got shopping wise, well, I'm actually in the middle of making this more functional. It's currently not as functional as I would like it to be because sometimes we have to break things to make them work again. But I've got like the app kind of set up. Hey Frank, thank you for the thumbs up, Frank. And you know, you can hover over items. The items are there. I wanted to populate it with like random stuff. I want you to be able to spend money, get an inventory. So I'm setting up a phone app where you can check how much money you have. And super functional. It's getting there. You can set up how much money you have, or you can check how much money you have and how much what stuff you own. So there's just some logistics, you know, to get those systems to be functional within the project, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. So okay. Let's go to screen on screen, that base class. When do we want the screen to be visible? Well, we would want it to be literally as soon as we start tweeting the screen in, I would think. So I'm gonna make a function for screen canvas visibility. And I'm just gonna have that just have like a little basic Boolean, true and false. If it's becoming visible, then the full 2D overlay, well, literally, we don't even need to do an if. We can just say, well, I will say, so that's kind of a weird thing. Also, put the underscore. I could make the code really consolidated, right? And I could just write here, full 2D overlay visible equals indeed, which means that when I pass true in here, this becomes visible. When I pass false in here, it becomes hidden. So I don't have to write a bunch of stuff. But I have found for myself that it's less readable this way. Often when I'm trying to figure out, like, where do things become visible? Where do they become hidden? Where's that happening? I'm looking for, like, a true and false. I'm looking for, sometimes I'll even search for, like, visible equals true or something, you know, just to find that. And it's just been a consistent thing that this has just been something I'll overlook, and I'll spend 30 seconds to 3 minutes trying to find it when it was right there all along. So even though it's written out more, I prefer doing like an if statement and then just handling each individual thing. And ultimately, often I'll want different things to happen if it's true or false anyway. And so it can be useful. But mostly it's like a visual readability thing. I just find this to be a lot easier to find and understand. So I'm gonna do it like that. And then we'll say when we tween the screen in, I would like to say screen canvas visibility true, because that's not gonna make the whole modulation visible or not. Now for tween screen out, I'm actually gonna need a signal to know when that tween has completed. So we're gonna say tween screen finished, and we'll connect it. So this is me using a signal that's part of a built-in node, or a built-in signal on a node. Connect on tween screen out finished. Okay, then I'll make that function, and that's where we're going to call the screen canvas visibility. Func on tween screen out finished returns absolutely nothing, but it will hide the screen canvas. So now what should occur, if I've done things correctly, which I might have missed something, but what should occur? Oh, one more thing. Actually, we want to make sure by default they're not visible. Right, yeah, we do want to make sure they're not visible by default. So we can hide it. I don't really need it to be visible. Sometimes it's easier to work with it. Let me actually do something real fast to make my life a little easier. I'm gonna set up a ready function. Before I do that, let me make sure I don't have a ready on the children. Okay, I don't. Oh, I do, right there. Ooh. Okay, we gotta be careful about that. We're gonna say super ready. That way it's not gonna override what I'm about to create. Oh, that's manage desktop. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's not what I thought. Oh, never mind. Wait. Phone screen. Oh, my bad. Yeah. Desktop screen on screen. Phone screen on screen. Desktop. Oh, there we go. Here. Okay, this. Okay. Okay, no, there's not. Okay, there's not. Great. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna be overriding this. So we're gonna do func ready. We weren't. And I'm gonna actually say that right at the beginning when the project starts, I'm gonna make a ready visibility I like to just, and again, this is just another like readability thing that I've started doing, is I like to make extra ready functions within here, because I find that ready can just end up be this wild mishmash of tons of different tasks, and it really stresses me out. So I like to break it out into more functions, so that way I know what they're doing. And then I like a prepending ready, just so I know, I get like a clue, like, okay, this is something that's going to happen at the beginning, specifically. So for that, I will now do screen canvas visibility false. So we're gonna hide it there. Not only that, but I want to actually make the modulation go down. I'm gonna just say modulate A equals 0. So that way it's just invisible. Now the reason I'm doing that is so I can actually see the damn thing while I'm here working. So now I can actually make that be visible in the editor, and I can do the same thing with the desktop screen on screen as well. Now, is just have it be visible all the time, so I don't have to keep coming in here and changing it when I want to work on it. Okay, let's make sure I did that correctly. So they should be invisible. Oh! Okay. That was wrong of me. Okay. So problem. The same thing is being used on both the 3D and the 2D versions. Wow, and then it stays there. And is that the modulate, or is that the canvas layer causing that? Okay, that's the no, it's not, it's the modulate. So now it should be modulated. Wait, it's not? Wait, what is it? Wait, that's a little confusing. Because in the remote, it's saying that this is hidden, and the modulate is 0. Well, because I'm confused. I'm a little confused. Wait, what's happening? Why? See, once again, that's not visible. And if I come down here to check the modulate, it's also set to 0. If I click on the phone, the modulate became visible, so now that's full blast. And this is visible. Okay. If I go back, it went hidden, but it's still there. Oh, but it's not updating. It's stale. Because what should have just happened, I think, when I just did that, that money should have gone down. There it goes. Okay. Okay, that is a bit of an issue. It would seem I cannot just make that canvas layer not visible. This is not the solution. Because if I do that, it's going to ruin the updating screens. So that actually was not the right solution. All right. Well, the modulate thing we can still keep there. That was fine. But what I can't do is have this screen canvas visibility thing. This is actually not the way. All right. Well, there we go. So we're gonna get rid of that. I'll pass this for now. It's okay. Just gonna come up with something else. And we get rid of this too. So I don't actually want to mess with that stuff at all, because otherwise just everything's going to be broken. That's okay. So now, yeah, so now it'll be fine, and we can still update. So if I press this shopping, that should make the money go down. Yeah, okay. The modulate, we're fine with handling that way, but not the case. So I need to find a different way to make it so I can now click on things here again, and we're not interacting with the screen where we shouldn't be. Okay. All right, no problem. You know what? Fine. So what's the next idea to make sure? Well, I would say the next approach would be mouse here, the filter. If we change the mouse filter to ignore, that'll also work. So what mouse filter does is for 2D elements, it tells the 2D element how does the mouse interact with this. And if it's pass or stop, then the mouse can interact with it. If it's ignore, the mouse cannot interact with it. So all I need to do is, instead of that screen visibility thing, literally use keep everything else the same. The only thing I'll change is, instead of it making the canvas layer visible or not, it's just going to change this mouse property to one way or the other. Not a problem. Just something else to do. So I'm actually gonna, why don't I bring everything back and we'll just refactor it a little. So I don't actually need to keep track of the canvas layer on top. Instead of screen canvas visibility, we will say screen sub viewport, screen container interactability. That's what we're gonna call that. Okay. And this is actually on itself, so I don't have to do like a different reference. It's just right here. So we say mouse filter. If it is interactable, I don't actually know how to set this mouse filter. Okay, so we'll just do equals. Mouse filter equals, if it is interactable, pass. Otherwise, we make it equal ignore. Okay. Now, we should see this stuff visibly, but I should no longer be able to interact with the screen while it's on screen. So now I should be able to click on this stuff. Let's go. If I spam this, we'll see that that updates. All right, we're good. We're in good shape now. At last. We got there. Okay. It wants to be a little laggy. Okay, Godot editor, I know you're a little laggy. It happens. I'm mad at you. Okay, so finally that bug is fixed. Let's make a commit. A lot of things have happened here. A bit much, really. Oh, it doesn't look like that much now. What have I done? I have... phone screen appears during shopping app. Let's actually say screens on screens now only interactable when active. Okay. And then the rest of it. Not bad. We got there. Ad start in 10 seconds. I was about to look at chat. Hold on. That's such a funny statement. I should have made a bet because I would have won. Hey, what's up, Coffee? It's hard to believe we've been semi-distant acquaintances for over 5 years, but Twitch has no reason to lie. It has been that long. It has been that long. I know, that's when I started streaming. That's when I started using Dreams. Isn't that wild? I know. I mean, and you know, because that was during height of COVID pandemic. So that means the height of the COVID pandemic was over 5 years ago. Which is also weird to think about. Might have to sacrifice quality of your jam submission for Godot onboarding. How do you change the tween type? Oh, sorry, I missed that. It's okay, it was only 10 minutes ago. For me, that's pretty good. Pandemic over 5 years goes. I know it is, right? Like if somebody was in high school when the COVID pandemic began, then they would be out of high school by now. It's just weird. Come from an event block style engine, but you want to move over to GTScript sooner than later. Random one, you know. Oh yeah, no problem, Papa Dom. Okay, so how do you change the tween type? So I don't know what you mean by tween type. What is tween type? I don't know that there are types of tweens in Godot. There are tweens. There are tweens that operate on properties versus tweens that operate on methods. So if that's what you mean, that's a thing. But other than that, there's one single tween, and it is tween. But here's the other thing too, Godot has amazing documentation. Super, super, super good documentation. So you might find it interesting. You know, if you're already using a game engine, you might really enjoy looking at its documentation. But yeah, maybe you could describe more what you mean by tween type, and I can try to figure out what the version of that is in Godot. But the only thing I can really think of are these different like tweeners. So you can tween a method. It's funny. I mean, that happens every single time I do anything with tweens. I think there's something about that word in particular, more so than any other word that I say on stream. There's something about that word. Because this is like barely even the most I've said it before. I think it's just a weird word. How to change scale versus opacity between same process. Yeah, same process. So I'm trying to think an example. Maybe on the selectable film. Okay. Oh, let's do the camera. Camera's probably a good, hopefully, example. Well, I do have this written pretty clean codey, so it can get a little confusing. Might not make it the best thing to explain. Yeah, because we're using probably tween method here, huh? Yeah. Let's see, what's another example of something that's using multiple? I'm trying to find something to show you. Oh, this is fine. I don't know why I missed it. This is right here. Sorry. Great, yes. So, what you see here is we have two different tweens running simultaneously. What this does is when I click on the phone, it moves the phone to be facing there. So it starts here and it tweens it to be like that. So there's two properties that it's modifying simultaneously. Property one is the position, right? So that's just simply moving the phone from here to there. And then the rotation, which is making it actually twist along the way. So two properties and then one moment. So the object is this minigame phone in hand, right? That's the object that we're applying it to. And both of them, you can see we're applying that to. And then the second parameter asks for the property that we want to tween. So here I'm tweening the position, and there I'm tweening the rotation. That's it. So like if I, and then tween parallel, all tween parallel does is it ensures that they run simultaneously. So there's not like a weird timing issue. But yeah, so when you start typing out, so let's say we have my tween, which is referenced right there, and I type out tween property, we get all these parameters listed. So first it wants to know, what are you tweening, right? So in this case, I'm tweening the minigame phone in hand. Then the next thing it's gonna ask is a property. So for that, it wants a path. Which can be a little weird and confusing, you know. So let's say I wanted to find, you said opacity. For objects in Godot, that's modulate. So, you know, if I wasn't sure what that is, I just have to kind of learn and practice and find out. But we could just look at the phone here and I could just start typing out properties. So if I type out, okay, modulate didn't work there, did it? Global position is there. Okay, this doesn't have, sorry, that's for 2D elements. Modulate is for 2D elements. So we don't actually have an opacity on this 3D element. That's not true, actually. It is and it isn't true. Where I would actually handle that is a little bit more complicated, because that would be on a texture on here. So I would then have to get the like surface, the like matte, oh, what is this type? I don't even know what this type is. Node 3D. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, opacity is a bad example. We're not going to do opacity. So let's say it's scale, right? But this is good. This is a way to find, you know, what property needs to go in here, right? It's just to like use autocomplete to your advantage and just see what. So there, I just found, okay, I can't change the opacity. It kind of helped me like actually puzzle that out a bit, which is kind of nice. Okay, but I see scale exists. So, you know, I could come in here and I could type in the next parameter scale, but you don't just want to do that. You have to put it in as a string, and that's just kind of the way that Godot works. So another way you can find those properties is by actually coming over to the inspector, hovering over one of these properties in this list, and then dragging it and dropping it in here, and see how it brings it in there as a node path or as a string. So if you ever are like, well, how do I update the custom minimum size on this node? You can just find the property in the inspector, drag it and drop it, and now you know what it's called. Now, if it's a little bit like deeper, that can be a bit of a different process, because it might be like mouse filters slash that. And so then it would look, if that was the case, it would be something like this, if it's like a nested property. So anyway, all that to say, it clears it out, let's go. All that to say, the way that you tween different things in Godot is by defining what you're tweening, what the property that you're tweening, and then you can say, what are you tweening it to, and how fast are you tweening there. And that's how you do that. I did it. I taught you. I taught you. I teach. Oops. Clears things up for you, honestly. The stuff I've said so far makes sense based on what you already know. Let's go. Yeah, you're welcome. Coffee says, if I were to build a game engine or animation studio, tweens would be called Twixts. How Between won the verbal popularity contest against Betwixt? I'll never know. Twixts. I think I hate that more. I don't know, like I feel like if I'm like, okay, so you take the Twixt and then you make the Twixt do this and the Twixt does that and the Twixt does it. I feel like once again we deja vu the exact same conversation and you'd be like, Twixt is starting to lose all its meaning. Hi, Sean, welcome. Alright, I'm gonna stop snacking. The snacks are so good. How can I stop? I can't speak for everybody, but I am doing well. Hope you are too, Sean. Welcome. I feel like I should call you Alvaretum. I know YouTube changed the name on you. But you're kind of rocking with Alvaretum. And I say Sean, no one knows who I'm talking to. Alright. So where am I at? I am at the issue of having two minigames running at the same time. So we should see the problem when I press the back button. The issue is going... So there's two minigames, by the way. That's the phone that you see, and then the desktop computer app. Those are technically, in my game, considered minigames. But my game was designed to have one minigame at a time. But I'm trying to now run both the phone and the computer at the same time. So if I press this back button, you'll see we exited the computer, but we did not exit the phone. So now the phone is just up there, and it's just gonna stay up there because nothing is telling it to go away, because it didn't know to go away. I'm actually surprised that the desktop app won. I guess that just registered first. It won the race. And so the back button found the desktop app first. Huh. All right. No, whatever. In a prior stream, you were zoning and owed other viewers a lap. And I think a breath. Did you fulfill those conditions? Yeah? I don't even know. Probably? I would imagine, yes. Who knows when that was, Coffee Snake? Probably? Alfred was just thinking, it's so sweet and kind that you remember my name, although YouTube jacked the username thing out. Yeah, of course. I mean, you've been here a minute, and you've been Sean a minute, and you've been like an amazing supporter of the channel. All of those three things together mean I'm gonna remember. But, you know, then nobody else knows who I'm talking about. Everyone else says, okay, I saw Alvaretum. Who the hell is Sean? Does YouTube even let you change it now? YouTube is so weird. All right, anyway. So I need to make it know that there's two things open here. So my idea for that, which I'm afraid of because things are going to have to get real different. I think I have breathed since the last stream with Streamer. Good observation. It's gonna be weird. Alva. We'll get used to it. We'll get through this. Right now, whenever a minigame is opened, the back button logs what it's supposed to go back from. So if I go to the litter box, that starts the poop scoop minigame. And so what to go back from is going to become litter box. So that when I press that back button, it says everywhere that it's looking for what we're supposed to go back from, it's going to match with the words litter box. Now, if I have two things up there, that means I'm going to need it to be an array. So let's try making this an array of strings. And that's going to mess up this because of the type checking. That's expecting a string, but now it's an array. So whenever we get what needs going, see, that's where it's going to get really messy. Because this is being accessed from elsewhere. Two different places. Selectable area object, which if you click on the litter box or something, this runs. What needs going back? If it exists. Oh, it just checks if it exists? Love that. That is very simple. Still have to, you know, make a change, but at least we're not parsing what it is. Because we're not actually passing it anywhere, right? Yeah. Okay. So then that's going to be an array of strings. This is going to return an array of strings. So you have to make sure it gets emptied. I believe we just change it to, yeah, that. So this will now need to become an empty array. That's what empties it out. And then it will be falsy. Or truthy. Here. It's a little, you know, it's okay. We can do these hard things. Okay, that's good now. But what about the other situation? On the minigame litter scoop. It's probably looking for if itself is the object to go back from, if I were to guess. So what this is kind of a wild little way to write things. I believe you call this a ternary. Anyway, what this is saying is, it's kind of like an if statement. Basically what that translates to is if object to go back from is set to litter box. This always freaks people out, so I have to explain it. If object to go back from is litter box, is active becomes true. Otherwise, is active becomes false. That's what this is doing. This is the exact same thing as this, but written a little differently. So you can think of it as the if statement, the if else is right here. On the left of that is what happens if it's true, and on the right of it is what happens if it's false. And specifically, what on the left and right gets applied to is what's on the other side of this equal sign. So it's checking to make sure that it's, so basically, is active will be true if object to go back from is litter box. Is active will be false if object to go back from is not litter box. So instead of object to go back from being set to that, this needs to become an array of strings. And quite simply, we will say, if object to go back from has litter box, now it will work. So we just have to like try to change the way that it interprets this information. This might be an easy one. Rosa, you might have won this bet. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. Luckily, it's not too dependent on this being a string. That is lucky. Now, I did actually refactor a lot of this a couple weeks ago, and I think that might have made this be easier now, which is good. Sean. Oh, Sean! You have a new name! Sean is Sean! I like that Sean says hi. Wait, that's so delightful. I like that. Hi, Sean. I was gonna say, if YouTube wasn't gonna let you do it, that's messed up. You hold your breath betwixt Lisa's streams? Hence your many personality disorders? Holding your breath gives you personality disorders? I don't think that's how that works. You're you again! A different you. A better you. All right, so we got to fix a couple other references here. What to get, it's looking for a string, but in fact, this is an array of strings, and we do want to return it. As for setting what needs to go back, we now will append whatever comes in instead of just straight up assigning, so it's going to get added to that array. Kind of would be nice just to like put a guard here and just make sure that it will only add it if it's not already there. So I'm going to say if not what to go back from has what, then append it. Okay, that looks good. This is making sure it's not empty. This will report everything it's trying to go back from. Now that's going to emit an array. So this is something that really bothers me about signals and why I don't like them very much. Custom signals. They don't have type checking. I hate this with all of my heart. I deeply, deeply am disturbed by this. So it's not even telling me that it's a problem that I'm putting this in here, because this was a string and now it's an array, but it doesn't care because it doesn't have type checking. It doesn't go to look to see what does object exited want. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, that looks pretty damn typed to me. Guess what? This means nothing. You don't even have to do this. You don't have to put anything in. You can just leave it like that. There's no need to define what parameters a signal has. You just emit it with parameters or not. The only reason why I add this here is so I don't go nuts, because I don't have a clear idea of what that's supposed to be. And it does have one purpose, and only one purpose, and that purpose is in like hints. So if I hover over this, hopefully you can see that it will say what to go back from string. This is the only context that setting and typing a parameter for a signal matters. Is literally just so you can hover it and see what it's in theory supposed to be. But I could have that be, you know, I could make up anything I want here and put any type in there, and it would not complain. It wouldn't care. It has no care in the world. No issues would arise. I don't know why, but for whatever reason in Godot, there is no type checking for signals. I hate that. So, again, this is why I try to minimize my use of signals, because it can just lead to a lot of accidents and oopsies, and it can be hard to track down as well. Luckily, I caught it, so we can fix it. I'm not always so lucky. So where does this go? We got to look at everywhere this is connected. So I'm going to search up object exited connect. So now we can see everywhere that signal is being interpreted. So it's being interpreted on selectable area object and on manage minigames. So let's go look at their implementation. So that's going to run on object exited, and when it does, you better believe it's looking for a string. So we would have had an issue there. That would have, now this does have type checking because this is just a function. So the function will throw an error. It'll be like, don't know what that is. That's not a string. We just don't get the satisfaction of, or the convenience of finding out it was an error before I even hit run. That's okay. It's fine. So on object, and this is on the selectable object, we need to say this is an array of strings. If object name is set to that, Okay, so once again, we'll just say if which object has object name, then we make sure that this object has its event state set to running. Not too bad. Finally, here. Okay, there's object exited on object exited. Again, it's looking for a string, which is wrong now. It's actually going to be looking for an array of strings. What is this? This is on manage minigames, okay? All right, so this is where we feel it whenever I go back from the computer and only the computer closes, but the phone doesn't. This is why. So we're gonna try to make that not be a problem. On object exited, exited object. Really, this would be objects for being accurate here. Get minigames from object. Okay. I guess objects now. Object name, so see, it gets a little more complicated here. This is where I was just a little more concerned because I just knew it would be like more steps. It's fine, it's just more steps. Okay, we're saying objects just to make it more literally explaining what it does correctly. Object minigames equals, is an array. It equals object minigame. What the hell is going on? Oh, so we're fetching the minigames that are associated with the object. Okay. That's a little worrisome. So I need to do a little bit of effort here. It's not as simple as everything else. We can't just directly fetch this. We have to do a for loop. So I'm gonna make this be just an empty array for now. And let's just put this aside. And I'm going to have to say for object string or object name string in object names. Then we do this. And we're going to make that a variable. Minigame array. That's going to be typed to an array of minigames. And it is going to equal that. But we're not out of the woods yet. Because now I have this array of minigames that it found, but I need to separately move all of those into this before returning it. Well, I guess you could do that. I guess you could just say, I guess I don't need to do this. Yeah, I guess we can just say object minigames append each one. Well, no, not append. Object minigames append array. But for each, yeah, for each, but then that's confusing because it concerns me. This concerns me a little bit. Oh, okay, oops, I made a mistake. Append array. Hey, what's up, Kodakula? Welcome back. How you been? Good to see you. Append array. Object minigame data not declared in the current scope. There we go. Okay, this concerns me a little bit, but in theory, it might work. So we're fetching all of the mini games that could be associated with each object that is in the string array. And then we're returning that when requested. Hopefully that's fine. The test will be the water and food dish, because that's why there is an array of mini games, because before there was only ever one mini game, but then I made the water and food dish, which has two, and so it got a little weird. So that's why there's two. So hopefully that will function correctly. But we're not going to start with that. We're going to start with other stuff. Okay, that looks good. Go to the computer, open up the shopping app, go back. Okay, so immediately it's not quite working, because if this was set up correctly, this would be closing both of those. So we do have a bit of an issue there. So that's going to have to be dealt with. Unless, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's check the food bowl, water bowl. Make sure that's good. That looked okay. That looked fine. Okay. So really just nothing has changed, which I'm a little surprised about. Actually. Well, you have a string array here, but you're not iterating through each exited object, right? That's the mistake here. So you're getting the minigames from objects and setting that to object minigames, but you have to say for exited object string in exited objects. Thanks for the follow, Breathless. Breathless Gust. That is beautiful. Jim ate a Papadom, or the chatter Papadom. Oh wait, you changed your name. I see. Oh man, I should try to make a flavor dust for Papadoms. I have a weird thing, a weird quirk. Okay, I like to buy plain shredded wheat, no sugar, just plain little shredded wheats, and then I season them with different flavor dust. This flavor dust is very Cheetos or maybe Doritos. Typically my flavor dustings are Doritos coated. But it's nice because it gives me a little nutrition and it's got amazing flavor. And it's got crunch. It's so good. Honestly, I don't know why this isn't what everybody in the world does. But hey, to each their own. But you know what would be nice? Papadom flavor dust. Something that had like some nice cumin, whole cumin, ground cumin seeds. I hope not, Jim. I guess we'd want that chickpea flavor though. Chickpea dust? Get some chickpea flour in there? Ooh. Anyway. Papadom is gone now. Get over it. You're just making me, you were making me hungry. I'll never be hungry again when you come through. It's over. Coffee Stain said, your streams are often more than 15 minutes apart. That's not good for the old gray matter. Really? Damn. Damn, I had no idea. Sorry about that. For exit object string and exit objects. Then we need to look through. But this is weird. This doesn't make sense. This is very confusing. It's good to find the flavors we like, you know? It's good to find the flavors we like. And it's nice to try new things if we want. Those are solid flavors, though. Okay, I'm a little confused. So when we press the back button, it is going to tell us all of the things that are currently open that we're exiting. We are then going to so no, you need to put the for loop sooner. For loop needs to go back here. For every exited object, we need to get that object's minigame. Well, but Lise, but then you made this be, remember? Oh, damn, that's confusing. Oh, right. Okay, oh my god, wait a minute. Okay, wait. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have to do this at all. Wait. So in theory, this should return both minigames, if I've done this correctly, which I may not have. In theory, we're just passing all of the exited objects in here. Okay, I'm gonna need to see what's going on here. I'm a little confused. So I'm going to set a breakpoint. And we're gonna do a little examination because I'm not really sure how this is behaving. And a breakpoint is gonna help me do that. So this will just stop the code at that line and give me all kinds of information about what's happening while that's happening. So I'm gonna open both these up and we're gonna press back, and now we're gonna hit that breakpoint. So now there's gonna be all kinds of info about what's going on. So I'd like to see what exit objects is. It's an array size 1. No, it should be 2. There should be 2 things in there. So that's wrong. So that it's not even all this necessarily. It should already know that there's 2 things in there, but it doesn't. So the question then becomes, why isn't that minigame being considered as opened? Yeah, cheat on the shredded wheats. Exactly. But I get to have some fiber, you know? If I had just Cheetos, I wouldn't get all that fiber. No shade against Cheetos, they're amazing. But I got some sensitive plumbing. And the Cheetos, as an old woman, do not agree so well anymore. I kind of think they never did. I was just more resilient when I was a kid. So this will get where did I need to look at where this gets assigned. Where to get the Cheeto flavor? Well, I will say I don't usually go for Cheeto flavor. My snacks are usually Dorito style. That tends to be the flavor that I go for. But if I were to start to try to create a Cheeto flavor, which now I'm thinking I probably should, I would look at like popcorn seasoning. There's all kinds of cheese powder for popcorn. That's where I'd start. It's probably like called like cheese solids or something. I don't know. Yeah, cheesy popcorn dust. I would experiment with different flavors of those. And what else makes a Cheeto Cheeto? I would probably use some of the same stuff I do here. Yeah, nutritional yeast has a cheesy snack flavor. That's true. Too much of it, it can start to taste a little yeasty. I find like it does. I'm like, okay, that's yeast, but it's good. You know what? You know what else I'll say against nutritional yeast? I find it doesn't stick very well to my shreds because I don't use oil or anything, which I think is part of what makes a lot of those treats like Cheetos and Doritos not sit well with me, is the fact that they put like oils in there to make the seasoning bind. Well, what's nice about the shreds is they have like this texture, right? And so the dust can get all trapped and stuck in that like those tightly bound, you know, things. And the nutritional yeast doesn't really fit in between these gaps. With that said, nutritional yeast definitely is a great thing to include in there. I just wish that the flakes were small. I wish it was more powdery. That's all. Maybe I'm just buying the wrong nutritional yeast. Yeah, right. Yeah. Then I'd say yes. Maybe some nutritional yeast, some popcorn cheese dust, and then I wouldn't be surprised if a little smoked paprika would give it like, just kind of round it out, trying to get like that Cheeto flavor. But I just like smoked paprika, so. I've been using I've been using this seasoning. It's got like tomato solids in it, which is really nice. There's some seasonings that have like buttermilk solids in them. That's really good. Oh yeah. You know, I didn't like the mushroom powder, Rosa. I didn't like it. I like mushrooms and I like powder. But I found the mushroom powder, it just made things taste weird. But maybe I just bought a bad one. I don't know. It wasn't hitting. I can't really explain it. I will say, I think it would actually be effective for a Cheetos flavor because it had like a weird like cheesy flavor, but it was weird. Yeah, I probably just got like a bad brand. I probably just got a bad brand. That might be good too, the Cheeto flavor. I don't know. You just have to experiment, you know, to get Cheetos flavor. Go to the spices aisle in your local grocery store and just pick a couple and start using it. See what you think. It's an art form. A flavor art form. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. They're like those umami seasonings. I think I was scarred from the one that I got. And I've been too afraid to get another one. But you've given me confidence to maybe try it again. Also, Noya, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Right, back button. So the back button should be receiving information here. So let's make sure, let's go, we have the back button set to handle. Ooh, mommy. I know. Set to handle, let's type in the word handle. If I click on the litter box, we'll see back button is set to handle litter box. Very good. If I click on the tripod, back button is set to handle tripod. Great. If I click on the couch, back button is set to handle couch. If I click on the computer, back button is set to handle computer station. Now I'm going to click on the shopping app. So what we should see there is back button is set to handle the phone, but it didn't do that. So we had to fix that. The app I was using for chat, StreamerBot. Streamer.bot. StreamerBot. Okay. So let me actually pull up the phone. Yeah, so that's what it should say. Back button is set to handle phone. We should see that. So I need to figure out why it isn't saying that. I'm actually just gonna search for phone. Oh, okay. Right. Because it's, you know what, it's pulling that. You probably want to go to object name. It's pulling that from the name of the node. Selectable area object. Yeah, so that's probably going to be on our phone. In hand script. And so there should be an export variable on here. Selectable area phone. There's an export variable on each selectable object called object mesh, and I think that's where it gets the name from. Which I know is a little horrifying, but it's how we do things around here. No, it's not. Wait, how do we get the object name? Wait, where do we get that from again? Equals... Oh, yeah. Wait. Object name equals name. The name of the selectable area object. Oh, the area. That's where it gets it from. So that means that the phone, its node is called selectable area phone, right? And then this trims it and it cuts it down to phone. Okay. So let me keep looking for object name because I have a feeling somewhere in here. Here we go. Set what needs on select any. So that's not happening. That doesn't happen because we're not clicking on the phone. It doesn't set what needs going back from the minigame script. It sets what needs going back from the selectable object script. So this is to say, if I click on the litter box, it tells the back button what it needs to go back from. If I click on the computer, then it says it. But if I click on the shopping app, that doesn't count as a selectable object because it's not an object, it's an app. So it's just different. It's handled differently. So a couple different options. Number one, I separately call this when the shopping app opens. That is a viable path. But I'm going to explore what I would prefer, which is I don't have to set up an exception. That is to say, the norm is that when a selectable object is pressed, it sets what the back button will handle. That's the norm. Now, the exception would be that I go to the shopping app and say, well, we also set what needs going back when the shopping app is pressed. I like to avoid these exceptions where possible, because again, it just makes things less readable. Looking at this, I'm not gonna know that, so maybe I end up adding something in here. Also gets called on the shopping app, and that just gets a little annoying. Now I'm not seeing all the paths to everywhere, which I don't love. So ideally, when any minigame starts, it automatically runs this. But it's possible that the timing of it being here is important. I kind of don't think it is, but it might be. Yeah, because when the minigame starts, no, actually, no, this should work. No, because the back button only appears once the minigame starts. You know what? I think we can move this. So that way I don't need an exception, because whether the shopping app is opened, whether the litter box is clicked on, whether the couch is clicked on, no matter what, in theory, it would always set up the back button without needing any exceptions. And if I were to guess what that point would be, I would guess that point is on the minigame script whenever we start a minigame. That would be my guess. Only problem is, here's where it gets complicated. The complicated problem is, well, how does minigame know what the object name is? The selectable object is currently where it gets the name from. So unless I'm storing these names somewhere and I can associate it with a minigame, it's not gonna work out. Yeah. Might need to just do an exception. Now there is this minigames list here, which I have ensured matches, I think, what all the object names should be. So we could go there, but we still have to know that when it's pressed, it still has to know which one it is. I guess it does know what my minigame name is. We can try. I can try it, but I'm a little worried. But you know what? No, it will work because that's what it. Of course, actually, this might work. I'm nervous, but let's just try it. Well, you have to change the string a little bit because it's all caps and we need it to be lowercase. My minigame enum. Do we have anything on here that fetches it? Log object minigame. Let's let's, do I want to put that? Let's put that on the minigame itself. Let's put it on the minigame itself. I'm gonna put a function on here called get my minigame name. Okay. And what this is gonna return is a string. And we're gonna say variable enum string, and we'll say my minigame enum. So find key. Okay. Manage minigames dot minigames. We're basically trying to. This is an enum, right? Minigames, and this enum has these keys in it. And I want to fetch these as strings. The way to do that is by using the find key method. So, because it's basically a dictionary. So of these mini games, specifically find the key that corresponds to my minigame enum, which is going to return one of those keys. So now we've converted that to a string. And then we're gonna say lowercase string, and then simply we'll just do enum string to lower, which will make it lowercase, and then we'll return lowercase string. I'm not fully sure that this is going to work. It'll work if I've made sure that all of my naming conventions are perfect. So we'll see. And if not, I guess I can correct them. So now let's actually make a handle back button, or set up prepare back button or something. Func prepare back button. Ultimately, we'll run this. So variable minigame name string equals get my minigame name, and then we just plunk that right into here. Minigame name. All right. I don't know if this is gonna work, so we're just gonna find out what should happen if everything does work. If I click on any of these objects, then the back button should be set up to handle that object. And when I press the back button, we should exit it. Okay, so I'm gonna keep an eye on the console log here. And let's click on the couch, and it should say back button is set up to handle couch, if everything is correct, which it might not be. Okay, back button is set to handle couch. This is good. Now if I press the back button, does it go back? It does! Okay, so far so good. Let's try the food and water bowl. Okay, so a bit of a concern because it didn't say back button is set to handle. So that's concerning. And indeed, when I go back, nothing happens. Okay. Did not work out on that one. So we'll have to, we'll remember that that one's not working right. Okay, let's try the litter box. The litter box, no, yes! Okay, back button is set up to handle litter box, it worked. Okay, we can go back from there. Let's try tripod. Tripod works. We can go back from there. Computer station does not work. Computer station did not appear. That one did not work. What's next? I think that's it right now. Oh, the phone. The phone is set up correctly. Okay, so the ones that aren't working are the food and water bowl and the computer station. Those are not correctly set up. And you know what? It makes sense. Because this is one single object. If I send along thirst and hunger, it doesn't know that that means water bowl and food bowl. Computer station probably just has like a different name. Somehow, somewhere. I don't really know how. So not really potentially going to work because there's two separate things here. So that sucks. And I don't think this is going to be the way. Unfortunately. Now something I could do, which is starting to feel a little wacky, but it at least still keeps, it does create exceptions, but at least it creates like centralized exceptions. But I have to ask myself, is that worth it? Okay, so what I could do is I could say, if the mini game is thirst or hunger, log a different name. Don't log thirst and hunger, rather log food bowl or whatever. And then I gotta figure out what's going on with the computer station. I could do that. Or I could just say, screw it, let's just have the shopping app tell the back button to handle it. I can also just do that, which might be easier. But I don't know. I mean, to me, they're both suboptimal. But which one is less suboptimal? The pinned message is messed up again? Why? Why does this keep happening? Oh my gosh. What would I do without you, Krillionaire? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is that true in both YouTube and Twitch? Damn. Nobody told me. You guys, you have to help me. Krillionaire, I trust you. Hey, what's up? Raiders, welcome. Small Block Boy, thank you for the raid. It's a small raid. Good to see you. I just found out my, I've messed this up deeply. Believing you're broke, Eric, with a new job, though? Oh, you said you had a job interview? Nice. Good luck, indeed. Can't sleep? I understand that. Probably will be good to sleep, though. Thanks for the follow, Wardstone. What were you getting up to, Small Block Boy? Yeah, it's broke everywhere. I know. I did it bad. I did it bad. I guess that goes to show nobody ever clicks those. I can't blame you. Or they did click it and they were just like, eh. At least it says jam when you click it. That's okay. That's alright. That's actually great. That's awesome. I love that. Doesn't player inventory UI rework and feeling a bit better about the whole thing? Yes! Love that. Love that. Okay, let me fix this, then we'll check out what you got up to. Pin. Okay. Game Like Jam is starting. Let me just look. If no one's looking at the pin message, let me just point that out there. Game Like Jam is starting in 2 days. We got prizes. Not only do we have prizes, by the way. Okay, so you can scroll down to the sponsor section and find the prizes. Not only do we have prizes, but if you hit that join button, you're gonna get a free asset pack. One of the sponsors very generously agreed to give every person who participates a free asset pack. So if you want a free asset pack, go to the jam, join it, and you will be entitled to it. Kind of a nice thing. You don't want free assets that you can use in your games? Okay, all right, that's fine. No, I respect it. You know, whatever, it's up to you. Welcome. Good to see you, Insane. Alright, what were you getting up to, Small Block Boy? Shout out to Small Block Boy. Did you have a YouTube channel? I can shout you out on YouTube if you do. Take a short lap. Alright. Well, I'll take a short lap while we observe what Small Block Boy got up to today. Inventory stuff. Naturally. Evidently. Game dev. Alright, that's Small Block Boy stream. That's what it is. That's what it is. I can't make it. Okay, why am I pacing? So I'm pacing because I was told to. But what am I thinking about? Thinking about how I'm gonna handle either I'm just going to tell the back button when we open the shopping app that the phone is open, or I'm gonna set up some complicated system. You know what? I think that answers my question. I'm not gonna set up some complicated system. Just make it simple. Yes, I wanted there to be a single point. That would have been great. But it's too hard. This is not the situation for them. So just do what's easier. Yeah, it's abstracted. Yeah, it's an exception, but it's gonna get the job done, and it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It could be worse. Alright, so we're gonna do. We got this. Small Block Boy, have I checked out the game that you're working on? I feel like I need to do that. It's you! I feel like we need to do that. This art is very cute. This art is fully cute. If you want a link, I don't know if you've got like Steam or Itch or something. Feel free to drop the links. Link us up if you want. Steam curator page, that's different. Itch.io arcade. This seems like the place. That's what you're working on? Or that was just in the corner? That was in the corner. Small survivors. I love the like sticking with the small stuff. Thanks for the follow, Netvor. Oh, I want to play the small block platformer. Oh, it's a download. Okay, I'm not gonna play that. That looks really fun. Look how fun that looks. Yo, this looks great. Look at those controls. Is this Godot too? It's good to hear people hype up Small after he tries so hard to not say he's cool. Embrace your coolness, friend. Okay, let's play this Small Survivors. Look, if we get rated by game devs, and you've got a game I can easily pick up and play, I would like to do so. Is this music made by you, or is it like something that you got from somewhere else? You don't have to answer, but if you do, I'll unmute it. Oh, look at that! You can turn the music down. Let's go! Okay. I love Vampire Survivors, by the way. It's one of my favorite games. Miss you saying it's supposed to be a victory lap? Okay. Yay, victory. What victory? What victory? We got sound, right? Yes. Crank it up. Crank it up. Block platform reminds you of our sun friend. I was thinking that Krillionaire. For a second there, I was like, wait, is that person? Small. 10 hearts. Yo, you even got like the character select? Nice. It's like half the fun of Vampire Survivors. 10 hearts. 200 bird. Weapon is a circle. Is that a bird? Is that a bean? Unbound decided to pivot to an AI slop engine. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Oh, that hurts. That sucks. Come on. Andre, what are you doing? What? Florian, what are you guys doing? Bacon and Games, you can't be okay with this. Oh my gosh. Alright, you know what? No, it's fine. Y'all are gonna make the decision. Let me tell you something. There are people giving money to companies that do AI slop stuff. And look, if they're trying to make a living, maybe I don't blame them. If that's gonna get them seed money to put food on the table, bless their hearts. What is Unbound? You mean what was Unbound? You know who else is doing that? Insane? Hype. Hype is also doing that. So I feel like they're just all going that route. Yeah. Unbound started out as a... Okay, sorry, Small. We're gonna come back to the game. Okay. So, in Unity, there's this thing called... I can't remember what it was called. It was like an SDF plugin. Unity SDF plugin. I can't remember what it was called. What was it called? Claxels. And what it would do is it would let you make 3D models in engine with like blobs. Really cool, powerful tool for making 3D models that you don't have to use like polygons and crap for. So this is how Unbound started, as this plugin for Unity to make 3D models in a very kind of like intuitive way. And you can convert these blobby, sort of organic looking meshes into regular models. And so then they decided they were going to turn this into a full game engine. Yeah, it's awesome, right? They were going to turn it into a full game engine. Well, actually, I think their plan was to make it a sort of like standalone application for modeling. And that's what Unbound was supposed to be. And then they started turning it into like a whole game engine where you could add in code, Lua, I think, and then they started adding like visual scripting, and you could make little games in it. But you know, it had been in beta, right? And so I personally don't trust apps that are in beta that much. I did try it and I liked it kind of, but I found that it, you know, is lacking features that like Godot just easily has. And you know, I was like, you know, let them cook. Let's see what happens, you know. But it being in beta, and then they were saying things like, you know, certain features will be like paywalled, and I was like, okay, I don't like that. You know, it's not going to be like fully open source. So I just was kind of seeing those like, I don't want to call them red flags because like, get your money. You deserve to get paid for your work. You know, I'm not going to tell you not to get paid. But in terms of like, there's Godot, just open source, everything's free, and it has 30,000 times more features. And then there's Unbound, which has significantly less features, and it's in beta, and the good stuff is gonna get paywalled. I'm just like, you know, what am I gonna do? Why am I gonna do that? I'm gonna go to Godot and Blender, right? Because obviously Godot can't do modeling. So that's what Unbound evidently was. It's wild. They literally said, we aren't tech bros chasing a trend and shoving AI down your throats. And then said, AI will be part of the product. We will be posting AI augmented content on our socials. Okay. Look, hey, I'm not sure what that means, you know, but I mean, maybe just like your standards are that it's too AI for you. I mean, if it's still fundamentally the same tool, just with AI features, like, I don't know. I'm not saying I would use it, but you know. I wasn't sure if you were saying they're literally going to throw away the fact that it's an engine and instead have it be an AI generator. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it could be. I spoke with them in their Discord. It's all icky. Damn. I'm sorry. Insane was like really interested in sticking. Insane was kind of ride or dying with it. A little bit. SDF slot. Love that. All right, let's play some games. Let's not wallow in the mire here. Okay. Small boy ever clarify? It's okay if not. The audio situation was. Also, small black boy, if you're gone, you freaking raid and run. You go live your life. Little game break. Here we go. Okay, so I don't know if that's a bird or a bean or what. We have a barrel or a cat. Obviously, the cat weapon is what we're gonna do. This looks good. I liked it. Oh, we got a little like, ooh, I love this. I love how you're like walking around. You're not just playing a character to start a new level and just start killing enemies. You're picking a character to be your character. I love that. What's this? Gotcha shop. You got gotcha stuff? Okay, small block boy, you cooked. Hey, I didn't mean to get this big, but since I did, YouTube, remember to hit that thumbs up button. I like the stream. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, I meant to do this. I meant to become small. Bad shop. Can revive once per mission. Take half element, 2 times norm damage. Max HP equals... Okay, so like these are our power-ups, I guess. All right, we got one destination. Look at all these levels. Not available in demo. All right, that's fair. Green Gardens. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. We attack. Yeah. Oh, I bet the music is so good with this. All right, I'll put my music on. We deserve some music. Oh my god. I died. 7 KOs, 1 coin, question word, picked up 1. Alright, let's do it again. There we go. The cat just seemed to like go like a random direction, maybe? Seems like it either goes up to the right, up to the left, down to the left, down to the right, or something. Ooh, level up. Upgrade cat. More cats per fire. Straw sucks life. Oh, this is so charming. Get barrel. Slow but powerful. Give me more cats. Let's keep the cats coming. Let's upgrade the cats, baby. Cats everywhere. Voids! Attack! This is solid. I do feel like a Vampire Survivors like jam is probably in the future. I do. The biggest thing keeping me from it is I would love to find the original version of the game. Because for me, I don't want to do Game Like Jam Game Like Jam themes where people have to buy the game in order to understand it. And sure, we could just link games like this for people to try, but I don't know, it bothers me. It just goes against what I'm trying to do. It's not the vision. So, yeah, ideally I could find the free original version of Vampire Survivors, or, and this is something I also want to start doing, is reaching out to developers and asking them if they will donate their game, like Steam keys, for the participants. I've already got like a kind of a list of like 3 or 4 games I want to do that with, so it's probably time to start reaching out about it. I love the little enemies, they're so cute. I almost feel bad hurting them. But they're coming for me. Okay, give me a fireball. Let's mix it up. That's a oh, you even got floor meat. Nice. And you got the bar at the top. I mean, this is like get hat like a sharp yo-yo. This is like very classic. As classic as it gets, Vampire Survivors. Sometimes I can't tell if something is an enemy or an item, but I think I would just probably learn to recognize. Oh. Soap hard enough to throw. I love how like clever and silly the items are. Oh, it's got like a little red. It's got like an area of effect maybe. This is so fun. Okay, give me a barrel. Totally scratches the edge. You know, one thing that Vampire Survivors does very well that I don't know that I've seen in other Vampire Survivor likes is having like a map that you explore. I'm not criticizing this, I'm just saying, like, I'm just noticing. Should do some upgrades. Give me some more chance to spawn a puddle. Give me some more soap. Because the soap's got some AoE. And that seems like good. Because I still feel like with how much upgrade I'm doing, I would like to be able to not have to move around as much. The sword also has got kind of an area. It's like swinging around. So if we could upgrade the sword and the soap, I think that would be good. So I can just kind of do some more area clearing, some crowd control, if you will. Oh. So it's great, and I already feel like attached to it a bit. Like I attached to it. Like familiarized with, oh yeah, the soap does that. Oh yeah, the sword does that. The cats do that. Like I feel like the abilities have these like personalities that I recognize. Oh, is that a puddle? Is that a soap puddle? No! That was hard. That was hard. Very fun. Okay, small block boy, you got skills. You got skills. Well done. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Oh my goodness. That was good. That was good. That was completely solid. If you wanted to check that out and other games by small block boy, I'll put a link in the chat. And you can find small block boy's itch from there as well. Probably, maybe. Maybe not, actually. Actually, I probably should have linked... Here, let me not link that, actually. Yeah, of course, my pleasure. It was my pleasure. Wait. Let's link your itch page. That way y'all can go find their games on your own. Alright. Back to it then. You're totally not the kind of freak that prefers to eat the same thing every night. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, it's better than not eating anything. Victory Lab, I don't take joy in being right, but I don't even think I was right. I mean, I just don't know. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not like, gotcha, you, I knew it. It's sad. I mean, on one hand, again, I'm not gonna fault them. You know, it's like for us, maybe our ambition is to make art that we care about. And that satisfies us on a soul level. That may not be their ambition with Unbound. With Unbound, they might be like, we wanna put food on the table by doing tech stuff. And for that, yeah, maybe putting some AI stuff in there gets them a little more money. You know? But it's sad in the sense that obviously the community is going to be hurt by that. So, let bring me joy. Come on now. I brought you back. It's an older build. It is solid. Can people watch gameplays though? Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think that's the same. You know what? I don't think that's the same. I disagree. Let me tell you something. Because I actually watched a lot of Vampire Survivors videos. And I thought I was learning things. I thought I was learning things from watching Vampire Survivors. I was like, oh yeah, Vampire. Oh yeah, it's that game. It's that game where that happens. And it does this and it does that. Now I'm a better game dev. But really, I was just watching a bunch of content creators make content so that way they get views and ad rev. I wasn't actually learning much about how to make games better from those video essays. I picked up Vampire Survivors. I started playing it. It was totally different in terms of the feel than I thought it would have. All I learned from videos was number go up, satisfying, you know, things like that. But I didn't get the sense of what it's actually like to play it and what I like about it and what makes it valuable. I feel like playing a game is totally different from learning about it and watching it. So yeah, people can do that, but if I can avoid that being the only way that people find out about it, I would like to. Because I just think, because part of the game jam, you know, isn't just like, screw it, let them figure it out. You know, part of what I want the game jam to be is I want it to be an actual opportunity for people to learn and grow and get better. And if that means finding ways to make it easier for people to actually do the thing that helps them learn and grow, then I want to do that. And if that means providing them with a game to actually test versus watch it, then I'm gonna do that. But I hear you. We need to start making Gmod 2 in Godot. Why do we need to do that? Sandbox. Oh, yeah, Sandbox. You heard Sandbox isn't looking great? You want more modding and less anti-mod microtransactional cash grab slot. Oh, is that what Sandbox is turning out to be? Can't people just watch gameplays if you can't buy it? I mean, fool, I can't help that I'm right. It's just your fault for being wrong. Come on now. I know. I mean, I get where you're going. I know. Yeah, right. I know, right? Like, come on. Crony is going to try to work on the jam game after work because your sister is your only ride to and from work and she gets off about 3 hours later than I do. I like how you said you have a job interview and you're talking as if you already have the job. Alright, I mean, it's not really an interview at that point. It's just like a ceremony. Alright, so what was I working on? Where are we at? 4 hours? Okay. 5-6 hours. I'm not going to go over 5-6 hours today. Right. Okay, so I think I've decided that I am just going to reference the back, or update the back button on what's happened elsewhere. It's just going to be simpler. So we're not going to do any of this get mini games, updates. Wait. Hold on. Don't get rid of that. Wait. Slow down. The only thing you need to get rid of. Yeah, not there. Wrong place. Minigame. With Donald's, you think you're gonna not mess up that bad? I mean, it might not even be about you messing up, you know. Could be that someone is just better fit. Could be that something just out of your control, you know? But, you know, you got it. Yeah, you got this. Right? I know you're gonna bring your best. And if they don't hire you, it's their loss, probably. Okay, this prepare back button stuff. This is what I don't actually want here. Get my minigame name. I don't need this function anymore. That's what we're getting rid of. Get rid of all of that. Okay. Then we're going to go back to the selectable object script and put this back where we click on something and it tells the back button, here's what we're going back from. Then I'm gonna go to the shopping app and we're just gonna keep this simpler, and the shopping app is just gonna say, hey, I'm going to update. Actually, we could put this on show and activate. No, we can't because, yeah, we gotta put it here. Oh, this ready is a mess. Can we say ready phone companion? Ready companion phone. Show and activate the phone, but let's set the back button first, I guess. Instead of object name, we just pass in phone, I think? Maybe not. Is it more than that? The name will be, the closest I have to a list of those names will be on the camera, but the camera doesn't actually move. Oh, why don't we just find out? Let's just run it, see what happens. Okay, first I'm just gonna trust that everything's fine. I'm gonna open this up, press back, nice. Okay, so now the phone closes when it should. We got it. All right, and the food bowl should be working again. Okay, We're all good. Everything is good. Now, there is one problem there. When I went back, it closed it, but it didn't close the shopping app. So now if I come back to the shopping app, the phone isn't up. Ay, ay, ay. It is like always something. Okay. And what I'm trying to do today is I'm trying to make shopping in my game be a thing. This virtual pet game where you take care of a cat. And you can buy food, toys, decorations, cosmetics, things like that. And I want to use the phone, the in-game phone, as a way to check how much money you have and what your inventory currently is. So that's kind of like what I'm working on. And I've got it now so that when I open the shopping app, the phone appears. But if I leave and come back, it's gone. So I will say I love the idea of being able to just leave programs open on the computer. I think that's really fun. I think that feels really real and immersive. Like, you can just leave your computer a mess if you want. Like, it's literally like your own computer. You shut it down if you want to shut it down. But what that means is if that app is open and we go back to the computer, I need that phone minigame to pop up again. So we have to be keeping track of at least what app is open. I don't know if I have like a singular place that checks, because really all that happens is the app gets instantiated and it handles itself. You know, we open it and we close it on its own. Oh, closing the app doesn't make the phone go. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so let's think about this. When we come to the computer, what happens? Well, we know that the screen shows up, right? So there's a screen that's on screen. I can prove it to you by doing this. So you see how there's like an overlapping screen? It's an illusion that we're going to it in 3D space, because I can't click on these things. I can't do that. But I can click on this stuff. So that's why we make the illusion and we put this on top of it. So that only appears when we land at the computer screen. So if at that moment we run some check to see what app is open, that could be great. I still need a place to check what app is open. It gets complicated. It does. All right, let me make a commit though. It really does be getting complicated, doesn't it? Sister complains about them being understaffed often. You're confident you have good chances. I love that. Nice. Well, congrats. Early congrats. Okay, I'm gonna commit it. That is to say, back up a save of my progress. What have I done? I have ensured multiple mini-games can coexist, especially with regards to back buttoning. I feel like that's pretty much what I did. Okay. So now we need to check which app is open. How do we even know? So we have managed programs. We have a program manager that has a list of all the programs, but we don't know what program is currently open. So let's do that. That's not hard. We can do this. Say variable loaded programs. And this will be an array of what? It's a good question. So we do instantiate the program window, which is what we close. you know, if the program gets open, we close the program via the window. And then we also instantiate the program itself. And that program goes inside of that window. I mean, if I'm being honest, it would be great if it was a dictionary that contained both the window and the program. Like, that would be optimal. Or, I mean, I get the, well, that's kind of planning for something that doesn't like exist yet, which maybe don't do that. You know, do that when you need it. And if I don't actually need both of those things, the only thing I really need is the program. Does the window know what it has open? Program name. It does. The window knows what program it has open. No, it doesn't. Wrong. Incorrect. Kind of, actually. It knows what icon it has. Well, we could add in just like the name, because then I would only need, I could just only track the program window, and from that I could find out what the name of the program is that's open. All right, let's do that. So, program icon, let's make a variable. Wait, when it's on ready? I guess that's just like the slot. So like program icon is typically just this Godot head, but we replace it with something else somehow. How do we? How does the icon? I don't even know how this works. I did this, like, I set this up like one time and it's been fine. So I haven't really had to revisit it. Creating icon for program name. But that's not for the window. Icon texture. Set up window elements. Window to add. Set icon texture. Program window. Oh, it's got a base class. Desktop program launcher. Whoa. Oh, it has a program name. Right, of course. How else could it know what the name of it is? Right up here where it says shopping app. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, great. It already has that. Good. Great. Okay. Love that. Well, then let's do a get program name string equal, or sorry, returns a string. And we'll just say return program name. This was much easier than I thought it would be. Good. Good, good, good. It might even be nice to, at some point, check things like what icon it has, but let's not worry about that. Okay, so that means all I have to actually track is the window, because the window is going to contain all the information I need to know about the program that's open. Excellent. So in my loaded programs array, we're going to store in there program windows. So it's an array of program windows. You could even say like open programs or something. But I'm going to use loaded. Because I already have like a loadable program somewhere else. I kind of like that continuity. Okay. What is this? Program scene, pack scene, program name. I'm just gonna throw that away. Sometimes I leave commented code for like a little while, but if I don't use it, if I come back to it and I don't know what it is, I'm just like, it's time to go. So where do we log this? I would say when we instantiate the program window, it'd be a good time to log it. I'm gonna give that its own function. At some point, I might want the logging to be more comprehensive. Probably not, but maybe. So let's log it immediately. I mean, in theory, we'd want to wait till after it gets added. It kind of doesn't matter. Let's log it here. Log open, log loaded program. Log loaded program. We'd actually want to pass in probably that window node. Which will be a program window. And all it's gonna do is append the window node to loaded programs. So now we know all the programs that are currently loaded in managed programs. So when the computer is arrived at, which will be in the mini game for the desktop, wherever that is. There you go, computer station mini game. So when that minigame instance starts, we would want to do the check to see what's open. And if the shopping app is open, you know, something I'm just kind of like thinking about here. No, it's fine. It's fine. Well, okay. Something I'm thinking about here is I kind of need an enum because I don't want to keep it called shopping app, right? I want to name it something in particular. And if I keep using the string everywhere, I'm gonna have to update it in every location. So I think I should actually take this moment to refactor that a little bit because it's gonna make my life a lot easier in the future. Stat increment is 666 because there is no like sort of empty or null float. Like I can't do not a number or, you know, something like that. I guess I could do infinity. Is infinity a float? I always forget. It is a float, so I guess I could do infinity. That would probably work. But essentially, it's just a placeholder. It's basically my personal shortcut placeholder for if it's this, it's falsy, basically. Oh, that's what I wanted. I wanted something ideally that would return falsy, but I didn't have that for float. So we just check if, and I just use 666 because it's like very evocative, and if I see it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's something. So that's why. I could refactor it, but I don't really need to, so it'll stay. But I actually think infinity might be a better choice there. But then again, infinity I'm more likely to use, honestly. 666 is never going to be an increment. Probably infinity wouldn't need it. Anyway, start minigame instance. Okay, so now what do I want to do? And how are we going to make sure that the phone opens? Well, if we go to the shopping app script, we have ready companion phone. I need that to run again. Well, we're gonna make this not be a ready anymore. We're gonna say, let's say open companion phone. Make it a public function. And then we'll just run this again. But I need to set up my check. So manage programs. Right now, as you see, the name is just like that. This is gonna be a little, I'm actually a little worried about this, because I've set up this whole system in a very particular way. This is actually a pretty significant refactor, but what I want is an enum of programs, and I guess this is actually a pretty big refactor, unfortunately. Not thrilled about that, but I think it has to be done, and I should have done it the first time in the first place, but I hadn't really developed this methodology when I first set this up, so I just kind of have to like retroactively change it. Kind of sucks, but we're gonna replace programs with what I would normally now call programs data or something. Program data. So yes, replace that, not that, nor that, nor that. Yes, this. Yep. Replace that too. Good. Oh, dang it, I did all. That's okay. Replace that one. Yup, I think the rest of them are probably fine. Yep. Oh, no, not the last one. Okay. And then the programs is going to be an enum, which we do want to be public, because we're going to use this as my way of communicating with this whole data dictionary. So for that, we list out things like video editor. And this would never change in theory. We would always keep these the same. So that way I could rename the video editor to something else, and I would still be able to preserve all my references across the project to the video editor. That's why I'm doing this. But right now, you know, I could come in here, I could keep it as a string, and I could create like a name here and then just put in post planner again. But I just think this isn't the world I want to live in. I want my enum set up. It's much easier to work with when it's set up, because I'll get autocomplete so I can check to see what different programs there are from other scripts and easily fill it out. It just makes life amazing. So that's what it's gonna be. So we have video editor, post planner, shopping app, debug app. Let's make the debug app first. Debug app, video editor, post planner, shopping app. Okay, and then just to keep a little consistent here, I'm gonna put the debug app actually up here on the top. I do like my consistency where I can get it. Okay. So now instead, this is gonna break a lot of things. So I'm in for a bit of effort here. We'll see. But instead of having the key be the name indeed will be its own separate parameter or dictionary key and entry. And instead of that being the key is going to become program or programs dot, in this case, debug app. So we handle it like this, and then instead of a string, now programs is what that becomes. My streams are your cozy game. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's, you know what? That's what I want. That's what I want these streams to be. Thank you for letting me know that I'm on the right track. Appreciate you. Thanks for co-working along with me or whatever you're doing. Appreciate you being here. Okay, programs, debug app. Same thing here. Now, this one's commented out, but it won't always be. It does happen to be this time. Programs, video editor. But I'm going to set it up commented in just to make sure I'm setting it up correctly. Looks good. And we just got to come in here and keep replacing these. Don't forget name. Name. Video editor. All right. Programs dot post planner. Then we put a colon, add another key for name, and a comma. Okay, one more. Probably could have got a chat bot to do this a little faster, but I don't mind. You know, this helps solidify the memory that I did this. Shopping app. And it's not that much repetition. Programs. Shopping app. Colon. Okay. Alright, so now we got some type issues, which is good, because this lets me know that we're on the right track, and it tells me what I need to fix next to get us fully refactored. So we're passing in a string for program name, but this is wrong. It is no longer a string. Hey Kai Guy, welcome. It is you, K Guy, not AI. Not Kai Guy anymore. For program name string in program data keys. Well, that's not a string anymore. This is now a programs. Is what that is. So we have a label here that's looking for that. So we'll want to put in variable program name. And this isn't program name anymore. We'll just say that that's program. Okay, don't create program name because you're actually going to cause a lot of issues here. Oh man, we got a lot. See what I'm saying? It's a bit of a refactor. It's a bit of a refactor. It is. Ugh. And that's just on this script. Okay. Alright, we can do this. Print. So for that, I'm going to need to actually get my program name early. So let's put it up here. Program name string equals. Hope you're doing good, Kai Guy. It's good to see you. Program data. Now something that would really make this even better is if I made a helper function. Just do it. Just do it. Do it, Lise. You want to do it, do it. I know you want to do it, so do it. What are you waiting for? You're already refactoring. When is a better time to do it than now? Okay. Get program data content. Stream is in the background. Chill, cozy stream for a while too, while you do some late night kitchen cleanup and cooking. Thank you for hanging out with me while you do that. Good job cooking and cleaning. Nice work. Get program data content, and now in order to do that, we're gonna need a list of what the type of content is. So now this gets a little more complicated. Program data content. It gets a little more complicated. So what is this? Instead of saying name, container, node, position, icon. Look, I'm just telling you, this makes my life a lot easier. It's a bit of setup, but it's such an important system. I gotta do what I gotta do. Name, container, node, position, icon, subviewport. So we just put this list of things here. And now, instead of this being strings, I'm gonna change them all. Now, I am 100% going to ask a chatbot to do this. Hell no. I'm gonna do one, and then I'm gonna have the chatbot do the rest of these. Okay, because to me, what better thing is a chatbot for than repetitive text-based data entry? All right, where it can hardly possibly make a mistake. Program data content dot name. So that's what the new key becomes. Again, this makes it a lot easier to fetch this stuff from anywhere. It makes everything a lot easier. Again, the setup is a little annoying. I promise it is so freaking worth it. If any of y'all were here for my roguelike jam project, you've already witnessed how much easier it made things. I'm sure you remember I was always just being like, get level data content, you know, and then putting in the enum, putting in that. I was just able to just fetch things really quickly, really easily, constantly, all the time. Very, very, very nice workflow. Position. At least it's one that I like right now. Till I come up with something new. Sub viewport. Okay. So I'm just gonna do that one, and then I'm going to ask the chatbot to just finish the rest of them. No reason why I should suffer through this. Switch your movement to use enums, and it made you very happy. Nice! Enums are useful! Very useful. I wouldn't have even... Well, y'all taught me about enums in the early days of these Godot streams. And I'm glad. Welcome, Distran. How are you doing? Good to see you. Oh yeah, chatbot. Just to fill it out. Just data entry. We're just doing data entry. I'm not vibe coding. Okay? We are data entering. This is one unloaded chatbot. Ensure the other keys in the other entries match the program data content refactor of the debug app. Return full dictionary. Great. Easy. Done. Okay. Dictionary updated. Looks good. Now, we still got other things to fix. For programs in program data keys, variable program name string equals. Oh yeah, right. So this is where I was setting up the get program data content. So in here we say what or get what. And we type this to program data content And what this is going to return is who knows what. It's a variant. And I'm going to say variable what to get equals program data we have to do a little more than that though, because we need to know what program it is. What program, and that's going to be typed to programs. Get what program data content. Why is that breaking? Why are you not letting me do a... What programs, get what program data content, return to... What's its problem right now? You see this? You know what, we're just gonna ignore it. Oh, I see. It's because of this up here. That's why. Got it. Because all those other errors are making it not load this. Ugh, come on. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Oh, this sucks. It sucks to break something like this. Alright, well, we just have to let this go. It will resolve correctly eventually. Just not right now, but it will eventually. Okay. What to get? Program data. What program? And then from there, get what? So that's that. And now we simply say return what to get. And that's it. Okay, now all the way back here for the program name. The program name is going to be our first use of this. Ugh, I don't even get autocomplete. It's so broken, I can't even do anything with it. Oh, it makes me so mad. Oh, it makes me so very mad. I hate it. I can't stand it. Could not parse global class with desktop icon. Okay, what's wrong with desktop icon? Nothing. Come on, get it together. Get it together. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. This gets really frustrating. Sometimes refactoring just really stresses me out. It's fine. You know, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna pour some water. I'm gonna pour some water. I'm gonna drink. Oh yeah. A little water ASMR. I taught you about enums? Let's go. You're realizing you're hungry? Get some food, you deserve it. Oh. Kai says, who knew making a game would pivot to making a whole new hyper OS? I know, right? I know. I love it. I love it. It's fun. And all the apps to use on them. Okay, the App Store architecture too. Yeah, I think that could be interesting. An App Store. That would be dope. Yeah, you know. It won't be fully featured. But it's something I could use someday for other projects too. I mean, virtual pet games, they're kind of sim games. Like you're simulating something from the real world. So I think it fits quite well. Thanks for the follow, Chihuahua. I think it fits well. That we're also simulating what it's like to use a phone and a computer. So it's not just a pet sim. It's a tech sim. Thanks, Chihuahua. Appreciate it. It's just something I started making for a jam. And I was like, this game makes me happy. So I keep working on it. This round's pretty good. I'm going good. Yeah, the story's good. Can't seem to get one of your tile layers in your game to show up when you test your game. Oh, that sucks. Tile layer. Is that like a Click Team Fusion thing? Well, I can't really show you how it's going because I just broke everything. But it's going well. That made me want to take another bite of a snack, thinking about that everything's broken. But it's okay, we'll fix it. So, where I'm at is when we're shopping in the in-game store, I want you to be able to check how much money you have. And I want you to be able to check your inventory. So the way that I thought about handling that was having apps on the phone. A money app and a inventory app, basically. Well, in order to make that work, I need the phone to be functioning at the same time as the computer app. Well, my system was not built up to handle having a phone app and a computer app running simultaneously. So I had to expand things so that was possible. Now that that's possible, I need to adjust my program system in general, because when I leave the computer and come back, it needs to remember that since the shopping app is open, please keep the phone open. So I don't have any way of checking what the current open program is on the computer. So I'm setting up that infrastructure. And in order to set up that infrastructure in a way that is not spaghetti and is scalable, I need to sort of upgrade the core system of how that works, which has entailed breaking until I fix it again. So yeah, I'm kind of just refactoring, basically, with some new techniques that I've learned since the last game jam, and hopefully soon it'll be good. Use ask a normal question, why? That's a useless question. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. Why what? I mean, that becomes very philosophical, doesn't it? Now it's not useless. If it's philosophical, it's not useless. I mean, well, that's, you know, to me, we have to answer that for ourselves. You know, why do I make a game? Because it fulfills me, gives me a sense of purpose. And to me, that's the meaning of life, is to find purpose. So why? Because it gives me purpose. If we're gonna be philosophical about it. But maybe you meant something more specific. Fusion doesn't have tile layers, a bunch of background objects, which can be anything. Okay, so tile layers on Godot. I don't think I've ever used tile layers. It does sound frustrating. I hope you figure it out. You will. Chihuahua says, as I'm new here, I'd love to hear more about what kind of game this is and where you're currently going. Yeah. Well, as you just heard, kind of what I'm working on in general, I won't repeat that. But this is an older build of the game. Godot or Unity to make 2D games? Again, very vague question. I mean, it depends, you know? It depends. Have you never used any engine before in your life? Do you already have a lot of experience in Unity or Godot or both? And it's very subjective, right? So like, I mean, my opinion is Godot because I like Godot. But if you're already very, very familiar and comfortable with Unity, you should just use Unity because you already know Unity. So keep working with it. So yeah, both, either. It depends. So this update doesn't have some of the features that I'm adding now, but so it's a game about taking care of a cat. That's it. Virtual pet game, like Tamagotchi. That's pretty much it. You can scoop its poop. You can pet it. You will be able to feed it. You can look at the bowl and think about how it would be great if you could feed it. You can pet it. That currently is implemented, although I think this mini game needs some work. I'm kind of not worrying too much about... oh, this actually works worse on web, I just realized. Oh, I didn't even notice that. This is a lot more effective on in the editor. It's interesting. Anyway, so I'm just kind of like trying to get like the base components down and then polish it. It's like that petting mini game I'd like to change someday. You make money in this game by posting on social media about your cat. So this is going to be like a Pokemon Snap mini game where you record your cat. It's cute, right? And that's why I keep working on it, Chihuahua, because I'm just like, it makes me feel happy to work on it and to make it. This is so cute. So you'll like film your cat and then post those videos. Post the videos. It'll just be mini games, right? So like one of the mini games will be this little game that's kind of like Rogue. So you'll actually come on here and you will pick your platform. So either you can post to MewSky or Catstagram or MewTube or Cubstack. Really, it's just like they're gonna be longer or shorter posts. And you know, then this has its own gameplay where you collect ideas into a post and stuff like that. Then you'll just, it really is just getting a high score, you'll make money, and then you'll use that money to buy stuff, which is kind of what I'm setting up right now, is the way to buy cosmetics, cat food, toys, decorations, and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of like the general concept of the game. Thank you for the follow, 6. It's the general concept of the game. We'll be able to film them in the backyard? Maybe. Maybe. It's not really planned, but like I've been, you know, making mini games and stuff for the Game Like Jam, which is a game jam I run every other month. The next one is starting in 2 days, by the way. Sometimes I make mini games for this during that jam, so maybe I'll make a mini game that does that. But that's not a plan. I'm trying to keep the scope small. You know, this isn't, I'm not trying to make some grand Steam success. I'm just learning how to make games by trying to finish games and get them done and have them have systems that are usable and scalable and reusable. So that's why I'm spending a little extra time on this to wrap it up. So for me, the most important thing is getting it done, and so that is a bit out of scope. Don't think we need to go in the backyard for that. However, I do have an idea where you could use the handheld phone to move around and like film the cat, but again, it kind of just doesn't really matter. So you know, that's extra stuff. The only way I'd bother adding like more scope would be if for some bizarre reason this game is popular. I don't think it will be. I have no expectation of such. I don't really care if it isn't. But that would be the scenario where I would build on it. Yeah. Is cancer popular? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that this game is gonna be popular. Yeah, I'm not one to subscribe to that. Because here's the thing, like, I'm not trying to have a popular game. It's just not interesting to me. What's interesting to me is learning how to make games and get better at it. So that at some point, I can think about a game that I do want to be popular, right? So I can make a marketable game. I don't want to make this be a marketable game and it's a mess and I'm still learning and I don't like it that much or it's whatever. You know, I want to spend years getting good. I want to spend years becoming very skilled at making a scalable, functional, finished game. And then start thinking about doing marketability. 7 to 10 years before they get noticed. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyway, the cat does look mad, yes. This cat is a bit of a grumpy cat. There's actually voice lines that have been recorded for the cat. The cat has a voice. It's a very demanding cat. I will be implementing that at some point, but now is not that point. I think you have the right kind of mindset to be a programmer. I try to be a solo dev, but coding drives me insane compared to music, sound design, pixel art, etc. Do you think you have to have the right kind of mindset to be a programmer? I don't understand. Are you saying... I don't understand this question at all. Do you think you have to have the right kind of mindset to be a pro? I have no idea. Like an open-minded mindset where you don't get frustrated by debug errors. I mean, I don't see why someone can't learn that. I mean, I think expecting that you're not going to be frustrated by errors is unrealistic. I think you, but I think that's kind of your point. So yeah, I mean, I think you have to. I mean, I don't know. I don't even understand. Like, yeah, things are hard, and yeah, things are hard. I don't know. I mean, yes, you have to. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Autistically, I just can't understand your question. I'm sorry. And yeah, things that are like. I mean, is that true for anything? Like any skill at all? There's always something. You know, I think you just have to be willing to learn things. Your bipolar made it confusing? What does a mood disorder have to do? Alright. What's your background, if I can ask? Did you have any experience in tech before starting to make games? I did not. No background. I started learning playwriting and screenwriting. That was like my ambition when I was younger, growing up, just like watching movies and TV and just being disappointed with the representation. I loved good movies, I loved good TV, and I felt that like there were a lot of stories that weren't being written about that deserved to be written about. And so I studied that in university, and I ended up finding out why those stories aren't written about as much, because they aren't funded, because studios don't like taking risk, and so they prefer stories that are more conventional because they know they'll make money. And I kind of just wasn't interested in playing this game of like, you know, writing stuff like that to try and appease, you know, studios. It was just kind of like a little boring to me. And then I was also bored with like writing in general. So I started like I found it difficult because in order to like see because what I was writing were like television shows and plays and movies. So that would mean that the final result is something with actors and sets and all that kind of stuff, you know? And if I wrote something, I never actually got to see and feel what it was like. So I was playing a lot of like Fallout New Vegas later on after I graduated and stuff. And I was like, you know, or Fallout 3 and these kind of games. I was like, you know, we can mod these games. So, yeah, writing in general. So I took my character's dialogue and I just modded it into the game, right? So I could see the characters actually talking to each other, just to give me a little feedback. And then I realized, wait, I could like create a location. I could make unique weapons that do damage in these other ways. I could make another enemy. Ooh, I could skin that enemy, and I could make that part of the lore. I could make this quest, so that way you get this rare item and this rare thing. Ooh, I wonder what that's like to balance it so it's fair in the gameplay. And it just like kept snowballing and snowballing, and I was like, wait a minute, this is awesome. This is so much more fun, and I get to see immediate feedback. I don't have to wait until some obscure table read. I don't have to wait until the movie is produced to find out what it was like. When I'm working on a game, I edit the code, I hit test, and I see it happening. And that was just like we're done here. This is what I want to do. And so yeah, I've just been kind of moving my focus into that. But I mean, like, I grew up around computers. I liked using computers, and I was always drawn to like technology, so I'm comfortable with it. But yeah, no background. I don't have professional ambitions. To me, it's a hobby. But I do consider learning how to make money making games as part of the hobby. But it's just not my priority at the moment. My priority at the moment is getting skilled, so that way I can focus on marketability and know that I have all my other skills already developed. So that's my story. Welcome back, Kimmy. Here with the Snorlax. I also stay up much later than my spouse. My spouse knocks out a lot sooner than me. It'd be like that. Make games that make people feel less alone in the world. I love that. That's beautiful. Keep getting shamed for not vibe coding. Yeah, people do be like that. I mean, look, if you've been coding for decades, if you've been a senior programmer, yeah, of course, Kimmy. If you've been managing teams for years, you can probably get a lot out of Claude Anthropic and setting up like a, giving it exact instructions and reviewing the code effectively and making something okay come out of it. But if you're like me, and probably you, it's probably just going to be a waste of your damn time to be vibe coding. Like, not necessarily. Sometimes it can just be like, if you just need to solve a quick problem, like maybe, I don't know. I'm just gonna try to come up with something. Well, there's an example that I give. I like to sometimes restore old tablets, like Android 3.0 tablets. I just get them on eBay for like $3 and try to refurbish them for fun. And on one, I wanted some apps to start when the tablet was turned on. And, try finding apps made for Android 3.0. They're out there, but there's not that many, right? So I kind of have to like make my own apps if I want something very specific done. And so, yeah, I had a chatbot help me make an app that when the tablet starts, it runs other apps, right? I could learn that, and now I've robbed myself the opportunity of learning how to do that, but it was a quick little problem. It was easy. It didn't take long. It made that easier to just do, but that was just for fun. No, it wasn't like, I'm not trying to improve my skills at being a restorer of tablets. To me, this is like a reasonable use of a vibe code. It's just like a little tiny little thing that's easy just to slap together and move on with your life. But if you're trying to learn how to be a game developer, if you're trying to learn how to make software, I think vibe coding is going to hold you back. in a couple ways. One, it's going to waste a lot of time because you're just going to end up fighting with a chatbot all the time. And it's not going to understand broader contexts potentially. And it's going to cost you money that you didn't have to spend, and etc., etc. And assuming it goes well, you're robbing yourself of the learning opportunity to get better, which is going to make you worse at using a chatbot because you're not going to be able to instruct it effectively. And you're not going to be able to review its code effectively because you don't know the language. So, yeah, if you're learning, if you're growing, if you're not a senior programmer, yeah, you're probably going to be harming yourself by using the chatbots. Unless, again, it's just for fun, just a little thing, who cares? Whatever. But for things you take seriously, definitely not something I would super recommend. Yeah. But yeah, there's learning. Yeah, I mean, there's also learning, right? So if I am using chatbots for current coding, it's not what I would call vibe coding. It's like saying literally, do not give me code, right? Help me understand this concept. Like sometimes there's a method, right? I look at the documentation. I read the documentation like 3-4 times. I look up forum posts. I still don't freaking understand what the hell this method does. You know? So I asked the chatbot, explain use cases for this method. What is this parameter? How does this work? Right? Just like expanded context-specific documentation. And I'll ask it that. And I'll argue with it. Be like, yeah, but I don't understand. Like, what? How does that make sense? And it'll see like where my misunderstanding is. So I think for learning, it can be useful. You know, it's just when you get stuck in that loop of asking it to code for you where things get messy. Just earlier, I used it to do data entry for me. So like I was filling out this dictionary where the dictionary didn't have these enums. I had this giant dictionary, right? It's not giant, but it's pretty big. It's pretty big. And I wanted to switch these keys to be these enums instead of what they were before, which is strings. Well, I didn't want to do that for all like 4 or 5 of these. It was just going to be time consuming. So the chatbot, I'm just like, hey, I already did this one. Make the other ones like that. You know, it took 2 seconds. It wasn't something I didn't know how to do. It was just data entry. So again, for that, fine. But, you know, and I think what you're talking about, Kimmy, when people say I keep getting shamed for not vibe coding, you know, that's people who are just like, you're going to get left behind. It's the future, you know, and those people are just like coping, you know, they're coping. They don't like that you're not as convinced that it's the right way to waste their time. Or something. And it's like there's no guarantee that what's accessible to you and me is going to actually get like so good that you are falling behind. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's super ridiculous. Like oh, it's so, oh, the techniques. These people fancy themselves as, oh, the techniques of using a chatbot. Like I'm very good at using chatbots. I use them well. Yo, it's not hard. It's literally designed to be incredibly easy to use. Like this isn't rocket science. It's like you literally ask it to do things. It's not complicated, right? So you're not gonna fall behind by not using a chatbot, okay? Anyone can pick it up and frickin' use it. The difference, like I said, are people who are already incredibly experienced with programming versus people who are not. If somebody is incredibly experienced with programming, they're gonna get a hell of a lot more out of using that chatbot. You know who's really falling behind? The people who are insisting on using chatbots to code when they don't know how to freaking code. Those people are falling behind. What would be much better use of their time, in my opinion, would be if they learned how to friggin' code and then revisited the chatbot. Sure. That's just my opinion. Get the pitchforks. They were all the success without any of the work. Yeah. My brother hired 3 coders and realized they all rely purely on AI and fired them all. Damn. Computer science professors say nobody comes to their office hours or ask questions in class. They just go home and make AI do it. I mean, asking the chatbot questions, I don't think is too bad. But then again, you know, if you're in, I don't even know what that's like to like go to university in this day and age. I have no idea what that's like. When I was going to university, I mean, the classes were designed to help me, to help expose my shortcomings. And I wouldn't have to ask questions because I would be asked to write things and I would write them and the teacher would tell me that it was dookie and then I would have to make it better. So I would hope that the professors are already running a decent class, that the students don't need to self-teach. And if they do, maybe the professor needs to reevaluate their approach. Because I'm fighting for my life with the cryptography assignment. I don't even know what that means. If any of y'all in chat have any help to offer, I don't even know what cryptography is. Like codes? Like I don't know what that means. Don't make me consider the possibility. It sounds hard. It sounds stressful. Don't make me consider the possibility that there's such a thing as old tablets. You're too old for tablets to be old. Yeah, it's weird, right? It is weird. I know, it's weird. Well, it started because I had an old tablet, which I vividly remember getting for the first time and thinking it was the coolest thing. And I was still using it until I tried to install modern applications on it. And I realized, holy crap, this thing is a dinosaur. This thing has completely fell behind in modern terms. And so that's kind of what got me into it, was wanting to still not have to replace these old tablets. I wanted to stubbornly hang on to them as long as possible, and I have. Making Gemini teach you. Guide to learning on Gemini. Oh, I still haven't done that. In tools. Yeah, I've been meaning to look at that. I keep forgetting. When the internet goes down, they will freak out. I know, when they don't have access to AI. I know, right? Exactly. There's no guarantees. 100%. It's marketing. They want to title themselves EAS experts. When I went to college, they taught us to self-teach. Oh, I love that. Wow. I know a professor who uses AI for everything, prepping lectures, writing lectures, summarizing, and making questions for the students. Whoa. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about teaching. So maybe there's a valid use case there. I don't know. The mindset is one of being okay with problem solving. It's not me, it's you, Fisho says, and being very frustrated most of the time. yeah, being okay with, you have to, that's a good way to put it for Bamboozled. Yeah, I think Bamboozled asked about it, right? Yeah. You have to enjoy problem solving. That's so true. I feel like I've noticed there are like a couple different, experiences there. Like there's problems that you get to solve really fast and you immediately get like a reward because it got solved, and then there's ones that take days. There's ones that you're not going to fix it, you're not going to figure it out immediately, and you just have to like be okay with that delayed gratification. You have to be okay with that. So if there's anything that it requires, it's enjoying problem solving, and what I see is these two different versions of it. The version where you can solve it quickly and where it's going to take a little longer. Compared to art and music, which you find more relaxing. Yeah. Welcome back, Code Guy. Good to see you. One of your slots has a working equip function you forgot about setting up. Oh no. Sounds like it's good that you figure that out, though. In real life, there's a thing called deadline. Companies push everyone to do it faster. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's true. Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, I don't even have anything. I got nothing there. Yeah, I don't know nothing about any of that. You know. Professional world AI expectations. Definitely seems like corporate tech industry is having a bit of an affair with chatbots right now. Whether it will continue or prove to be worth it, only time will tell. But you're right to point out that people who are working in those companies just have to, like, what are you gonna do? Like, the bosses expect it. Yeah. I heard someone say that if your boss of your company is making you use chatbots like that, like vibe code, they're trying to replace you with that chatbot. Which is, like, upsetting. Right, it's the fastest way to escape termination, but then, you know, if it goes super well, again, ultimately, you're actually, like, demonstrating why you're gonna get fired eventually. Or something. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, though. When I put in that script, Merv says, I've been using ChatGPT a lot to help guide my work on this flame game. I rewrite all the code yourself in a way that you would do it because it's always leaving out details. Nice. You just got the hallway layouts working finally. Nice. Yeah, you know, find, I think that's the most important thing is, like, you be the judge. Are you learning? You know? Or do you need, if the chatbot was gone, if the internet went out, would you still be able to code stuff, or would you be just screwed? And if the answer is you'd still be able to code stuff, then you're probably doing it right. Bench says, one thing that you really benefited from when learning was you took an Excel class in high school, and while the lady was a total snob, learning how to actually organize your projects has been super helpful. Whoa, that's cool. Love that. Kaiga says, I have ultimate insider info, not, but I keep hearing how the AI bubble will/could soon burst, how OpenAI is nearing bankruptcy and likely ends up snapped up by Microsoft. Yeah, that is what they say. That is what they say. Why do I have the Soviet Machine Advances song stuck in my head? I don't know what that is. All right, here we go. So what I was doing was refactoring, which is what it is. Welcome, Radiant. You appreciate the Resident Evil Requiem graphics? They also have different POVs for the two characters. This is a game dev stream, Radiant. I don't know. When the internet went out, Rosa was able to keep coding. It was amazing going through that phase you did it. Art when it finally started to click. Yes, the clicking is such a good feeling. Oh, it's such a good feeling. Love that. I see you growing. All right, so I'm refactoring. I'm gonna keep going. This is so I can have my shop work good. So here we go. Good night, Mervkins. Good night. I appreciate you. Thank you for being you. Goodbye. I'll let you know about the GPU thing. I'm still kind of watching this finances settle in, but I think I'll be able to take you up on it if it's not too late. Yes, hit the like button. That's true. If you're watching on YouTube, hyper smash the like button if you meant to and you forgot. I'm just doing what I have to do by telling you. Hit the like button. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So, ready programs. Icon texture. Oh, yeah. Right. So, setting up. Right. And it's like forgetting everything. Okay. No, yes, I was trying. Did this. Alright, I have to fix these. It's very frustrating because I'm losing the opportunity to use autocomplete, because I'm in the middle of the refactor, which is very frustrating. So variable program name string, yes, we want the program name, but we don't want to use the program name here anymore. Instead, what we'd pass in is the program. Great. Now, icon is also not the thing we want to pass in, but it's going to get rid of the errors for now. So we're just going to do that so we can move on. Keep passing the program down, which comes from programs, just to resolve these errors so I can get everything I need. Let's still go, baby. Okay, program, and then this is going to be typed to that enum that I made, programs. Almost got the errors gone. It's still gonna be wrong, but at least, you know, Godot won't be just like, huh? Okay, not program name. Well, we will need program name. So we would want to create variable program name again. String something or another. Okay, continuing. See, there's a lot of refactoring. But it's gonna make everything so much better. It's very much worth it. Okay, change that. I'll need to create the program name. All these I'm gonna have to finish. Like, these are just like placeholder things right now until I fix it. This becomes programs. This will be program. Same thing here. Oh my goodness. Programs. Oi, oi, oi. Alright. Errors are resolved, but it's broken. Now we gotta fix it. So I made my get program data content function, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to be public. It's just a hunch. I just have a feeling. I don't like to make my functions public on feelings. I prefer to be like, oh look, I need this to be public. Now it's public. But you know, I'm really pretty sure. Really pretty sure. So we're gonna keep it. Very, very pretty sure. Okay. So we have the Git programs. Where I first need to start implementing this is going to be up here. So for the program name, we are going to say get program data content. What program? Program. What do we want to get? We want to get, see, now you'll get to see kind of what makes this so useful. Program data content name. Okay, so now that's going to return that string. Super convenient. Okay, so now we have a string. That is going to get passed into here, which is just fine. Fine. Update label, program name. Yep, totally fine. Now, this is where it's not fine, because that's not supposed to be that. What we want this to be, instead of using this string as a key, instead of that, we're going to say, we'll use that helper function. Get program data content, what program, the program we're currently iterating through, and what content, program data content dot icon. A much cleaner approach if you ask me. Function argument 1 should be managed programs, but a string. Okay, so this is where we have to start circling back. So this is where we need it as a public function. Now this has program name. We have the program name here. So if I want to find the program data from the program name, a couple different ways we could handle this. we could either make sure that open program I think I'd rather do that. Let's make sure open program, let's allow open program to accept a string. We're just gonna have to parse it correctly. So I'm gonna make a helper function. This is gonna be get program from program name, or get program from name. And this function is gonna take in a program name, which will be a string, and it's going to return a program. So what we'll do is type in program data I guess we want to actually say for programs in program data. This program data is a, we'll see, you might need to say dictionary. I think you need to say dictionary. So this is program dictionary in program data. If program dictionary because the dictionary is going to be this part I always, okay, I'm just gonna look it up in my other project. I could use my brain, but I'd rather just look at when I did this before, because my brain is a little tired. So this is gonna be easier, and I've already done it. Use your own code to help you. So I did this on the manage levels script on my roguelike game. HIJKL, there we go. Get cell contents from coordinates, that could work. Let's find that function, wherever it is. So it's like a very similar concept. Here we go. What is this? This doesn't have a for loop at all. Oh, get so. Oh, here we go. So we say for the thing, the dictionary in there. I see. We get the thing we're looking for. Got it. Okay. That makes sense. So we're iterating through this dictionary. And what am I looking for? The names. Let's make a variable. Program name. And that's going to be a string. And we're just going to make it equal. Get program data content. What program? I guess the one we're iterating through. You can do that. That'll just be fun. Yeah, it's the dictionary, I guess. But that's looking for a dictionary. This is looking for a program. That's different. That's different. You see? That's not the same thing. This takes... Oh, this is confusing me. Okay, I gotta use my brain a little bit here. I did do this before, but it's a slightly different situation. Because what I'm trying to get to is the program name. So I'm iterating through every dictionary in program data. Program data is a dictionary of programs. It's not a dictionary of dictionaries. It's a dictionary of programs that whose values are dictionaries. Does that make sense? So this is wrong, I think. But no, because you're gonna be accessing. Okay, I forget. All right, I gotta use a tool here, gdscript.live. It's a nice website that lets me just kind of have this little isolated experiment so I can get my head right. I'm going to set up a similar dictionary. So we're just gonna call this data variable data, which will be a dictionary. And let's also do an enum just for good measure. The enum will be enums, and we'll put one thing in there called something. So this is going to be a dictionary of enums that contain more dictionaries. This is just kind of what I do when I need to test out something that I'm not sure how it's going to work. So that way it's separate from my project, especially when my project is completely broken. Or I don't want to break it. Or even sift through all the console logs that I already have. So in here, if we wanted something, so it was technically like another enum. Let's call them sub enums. Sub something. So if we say that enums dot something is a dictionary itself of sub enums dot sub something, and what do we want to return? The word something. Okay. Now if I have a function called get, in this case, so if it's like the program name, we would want to get the something. So whatever, get something. What do we pass in there? I would pass in the word something. So actually we'd want to get the enum. You'd want to get the... Yeah, that's the thing. You're trying to return the enum. So that's kind of where it gets... I don't know if I've done something like this. Have I? Maybe. This is actually a bit of a unique situation. Get enum is what I'm trying to return. And we're giving it the word something. So in this get enum function, we pass in some string, which in this case is the word something, and what we're going to try to return is one of these enums, which is basically going to be something. Let's make it a little more clear. We're going to say this is something underscore enum, just so that way it's a little more findable. Or we can tell clearly when it outputs it that we've done it right. Okay, so if we're getting this enum, we're going to iterate through for dictionary in data. Okay, now we're right at that point. Can you just print what the dictionary is? I just kind of want to see this much, assuming I don't have errors, which is possible. We do. Not all code paths return a value. Oh yeah, sorry. Return. Okay, we'll add one more thing in here. We'll add a null in there. And we'll just say return enums null. Okay, here we go. Non-local best return value. Oh yeah. Wait, what? What? It is right there. Every code path returns a value. Every code path returns a value. I mean, you want me to do one here too? Like that? I'm confused. What do you mean? Oh, okay, it's something else. Wait, what? At reload? Oh, is it underscore main? Is that why? Did I mess up that? Is that the problem? I think that's my problem. Nope. What is my problem? What did I do? What did I do? No, what did I do? Stop. No, not switch. GDScript.live. Main void. Main void. Wait, what did I do wrong here? Oh, no. Please don't help me, ideas guy. No ideas. No backseating, please. No suggestions. No explanations, no advice, no tips. It's okay. But also, no, this starts out with that. Doesn't use ready. Wait, it's also giving an error. Is GDScript.live broken? 4.7 dev 1? Don't do that. Maybe it's not me. It's GDScript.live. It's not me. It's GDScript.live. Okay. All right. So GDScript.live is defaulting to the absolute most recent version. Yes, right. That's funny. Wow. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to remember in the future using GDScript.live. Don't forget to change the version. Yeah, stable, and I'm not even using 4.6 right now, so I might as well even avoid that. But yeah, right. I'm surprised that it defaults automatically to the latest. It seems weird. Can I find member something in base enums? Oh, I spelled something wrong. Oh yeah, I renamed it to something enum. Remember to put it in wombo mode. Don't know what that means. Power of programming, power of Python. You will learn the basics of programming. Hell yeah, that's a great language to learn. Love that. Sub enus. Oh, sub enums. Just some typos. Okay, we back on track. Unable to iterate. Oh, it's interesting. Unable to iterate on value of type dictionary with value of type dictionary. Oh. What if I don't type it? Is it not dictionary? Is it? Okay, so this actually maybe answers my question though. Is the type supposed to be enums? Nice. Well, what is this? User script has no entry point. Oh, forgot about the main. You don't want the underscore. Okay, great. Now we're back. Okay. So, this really answers my question. We're not iterating through dictionaries. We're iterating through enums. That's what we're iterating through. Okay, let me actually go back to the code for a second. This is wrong. Again, I've never really tried to return an enum like this in this way, so. Okay, because that's what program. Yes, Goblin, I go. That's what program data contains, are programs. It is the dictionary, it contains programs. I might want to change that. You might want to change it to dictionaries of programs. I feel like this might be a mistake. But I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Because usually I make it a dictionary. I usually flip those around. But what if I didn't? What would that be like? Like, that's what I've got. So, like, over here in this other example where I've done this similar kind of a thing. Room data, maybe? An array of dictionaries. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, look. A dictionary of enums. Oh, no. No, dictionary of enums. But the difference here is we're not trying to get this. That's the difference. I'm trying to get the enum. Normally, I'm trying to get this. Instead, we're actually using this to find that. Whereas typically, I'm using this to find this. I think that's where it's a little different. Okay, so for programs of program data, we are going to fetch us a program name here. Get program data content. Now, if we're going to pass that in, we need to know the program, which we have. Perfect. And what are we getting? We are getting program data content name, because that's what we're trying to fetch. Well, that's what we're using to fetch. Oh, yeah. Okay, found program name. Now, if found program name matches program name, and let's do something up here. We're going to say program to return. That's going to be typed to programs, and it's just not going to equal anything yet. If found program name is set to that, now program to return. It's just a little confusing. Now program to return becomes the program, and we return program to return. All right, we got there. So, all the way back to open program, we are going to pass in the program name here, and we're going to set what the program is based on get program from name, pass in program name, and then we'll get it. We already have the program name. We don't need to set that up, and that should be solid, probably. Cool. Wow. That was hard, but fun. Okay, close program. So what about this? Now, I probably would do the same thing. I mean, these were already all set up to be bringing in the string. Like, I could change it. Can't stop you from backseating if you go on strike. If you won't let us backseat, we'll stop coming to the stream. I mean, I literally don't care. Like, I would rather come here and learn than have a successful live stream. Number one, I'm trying to get better as a game dev. Number two, running a YouTube and Twitch channel. Okay, close program. Programs. Program data, program node. Yeah, let's not suffer through everything being different. And if I need to change it later, I can. But for now, I might as well just keep it a little simpler. And we'll just convert that name into the program. Love that. Okay, so I'm a little unsure now what's still broken and what isn't. This was another one that was bringing in a name. So basically this stuff, I just need to like put this stuff a little bit back, basically, to allow them to take in the string. They finished Cat Lady Sim. That's what I'm working on. No. I probably won't finish it for a few months because I am working on other games every other month. So this is we're nearing the end of one of those other months. And yeah, still have some time to go. So I'm gonna take a month off after this and then come back to it for April. Yeah. Okay. Also, welcome, Abby. Abby? The month away. It did flew by! It flew by! It literally did flew by. That's exactly what it did. I know! It always does. I feel like doing this game like Jam has made me realize how short months actually are. But it's okay. It's nice to have some kind of concept of time as an ADHD person. Okay, so this one, we're just gonna keep these at name. I'm not gonna try to refactor all of this. It makes it all so much easier. Welcome, Raiders! Good to see you, Raiders. The Raiders are here and they're making a crater because they are like a meteor going boom, 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 boom. Because they came from the moon, 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 moon. Because of Moonwood. Games, 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 games. Hope you're doing real good. Don't shame me for singing. Welcome, Moonwood. How was your stream? Sorry about that. Everybody just immediately leaves, like, oh gosh, what is this stream? How did it go? How did it go? I'm working on a game of Godot. I'm working on a game of Godot. Let's see, I just had what it's like. It's a virtual pet game. Oh, there it is. It's a work in progress. And you take care of a cat. You have a computer. Let me zoom it out so it's not cutting everything off. You can pet the cat, because that's what you do if you have a cat. You want to pet it. Okay, pet, 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 pet. Come on, cat. There you go. Yeah, petting the cat. I started working on this for a game jam that I host. This was from the November one. And I was just really enjoying this game. It's just like super cute. It makes me happy, so I'm continuing to work on it. We can scoop some poop here. Clean that up. There we go. There we go. It should not be so low. Well, you can't actually make that 8% go away. It's a work in progress. You'll be able to film the cat here. Hello, Mimir. And it's gonna be like a Pokemon Snap minigame, and then use that footage to post on social media to make money, so you can buy stuff for your cat, like toys and food and whatnot. So there's like these little mini games that are embedded in here. It's just a mini game. Think like Neopets or something. The poos are endless, like Neopets, where you just play games to make money and buy stuff for your pets and whatnot. So today what I've been working on is a shopping app. So a way to actually purchase that stuff for your cat. And I kind of found like about 3 different refactors to do along the way to get that working the way I want. So I feel like I'm just at the tail end of that. Like I think I might actually think I might actually be almost done with that refactor. Although then, you know, once it's refactored, I have to, you know, then do the things that I refactored it for, but that's okay. It'd be like that. So yeah, I'm just kind of enjoying myself working on this project. I don't know what's wrong right now, so I'm just gonna run it and see what's wrong. I'm gonna let it tell me what I did wrong. Couldn't resolve program container. Invalid argument. It should be programs, but is string. Set program sub viewport. Yeah, no, make this program name. We're trying to keep all this the same. Don't refactor, that's so hard. But yeah, what were you getting up to, Moonwood? Hey, if you got a raid and run, don't worry about it. All good. Y'all should definitely give Moonwood a follow. I hope y'all remember from Tuesday why you should give Moonwood a follow. Because Moonwood is an incredibly watchable game developer streamer. Incredibly watchable. He has an amazing voice. He is working on an extremely attractive project. And it's a lot of fun to hang out in his streams. So I definitely recommend you go and visit him. Twitch.tv/MoonwoodGames. Oh, and also you've got a YouTube, so we'll make sure to link you up to everybody there as well. Of course. I very much enjoy Moonwood's streams. If I wasn't here, I would probably be watching Moonwood, honestly. Steam. Maybe we get there from here. Oh, we go to itch. That gets us somewhere. Oh, am I following you on itch? Fixed. Wait. Oh, wait. Tomb of Versilis. I remembered. We got there. I remember things. All right, there's the game that they're working on, and they be streaming it. It's a game made in RPG Maker. It looks amazing. It's got mini games built into it. The idea is that you're playing blackjack. You're playing blackjack. Yeah, it's a little old school, and you're using that to dungeon crawl. Right? Isn't the art style great? It's actually like mind-boggling that this is made in RPG Maker. It's like Moonwood is literally making RPG Maker do what RPG Maker never knew it could do. So definitely someone, if you're interested in like co-working and hanging out and getting to know all the game devs out there, Moonwood is one to watch. Yeah. They're making a stretch, for real. Yes, I know. Well, from watching Moonwood streams, what I've gathered is that there are some like really nice community-made plugins that allow for getting super creative and pushing the boundaries of what the engine can do. But you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So yeah, usually I'm just here working on this project. Game Jam is starting soon. 2 days I'll be taking a break from this project until April and working on a new project. The new Game Like Jam theme will be announced in a couple days. There are prizes. There's even a free asset. If you want a free do you want a free asset pack? I got you all. I'm gonna freaking self-promote a little right now, because it's kind of for your benefit. If you go to this jam page and you press join now, you will get a free asset pack. I can't tell you which one because it'll spoil what the game is, because the asset pack is actually very connected to the game that we're going to be making games like. We got some sponsors. Hopefully we can get another sponsor or two, but we've got a couple and some assets that come along with that if you win. But you just gotta hit join. Just get in there, hit join, and you'll get a free asset pack, which is kind of cool. It's otherwise not free, by the way. It's otherwise money. No, there was not Distheron. You know, here's the thing. I feel like with sponsors, what I'm doing, and this is I'm new to having sponsors. Okay, so I'm trying to like develop a strategy, right? So my strategy for now is take whatever the sponsors will give you. Okay, just now when I say, let me be clear, sponsors. I'm not saying if anyone cold emails you to be a sponsor, don't accept it. Absolutely not. But if you have decided that there's a good sponsor to work with, accept what they're going to give you. Okay, work with them. Make it be a good relationship. And then in the future be like, "Hey, so what you have been giving is great. But what if we throw a little something special in there for everybody? How about a free asset pack for all the participants?" And they said yes. So, I'm trying to experiment with different ways to like do the ask, like not go up front. So no, last time there wasn't, but this time, yes. Why choose RPG Maker? I mean, if I were to guess, Mimir, Moonwood probably just like was already using it, was familiar with it. I think Moonwood has said that they've been using it for like 10 years or something, like a long time. 25 years. As a 30 something year old person. How old am I? 36? I think I'm 36 years old, I'm pretty sure. 25 years. I mean, look, to be fair, yeah, that makes sense. Look, being 11 years old, what was I using when I was 11 years old? I was definitely using programs when I was 11 years old. That's fair. That's literally fair. Like, why move? You know what I've been using since I was 11 years old is GIMP. You know, it's like free open source Photoshop. I've been using that since I was a tiny kid because I couldn't afford Photoshop and I didn't want to get cracked programs because I got an email from the government for downloading music off of Napster. So I freaking stopped doing that. So I was using GIMP, and since then there's a lot of like better things out there. There's like Affinity. There's other stuff, but I've been using GIMP for a long time. And I know how to use it. When I need to do photo editing, it works. Why use something else? So I can understand, like, if you're already familiar with a tool and you know how to get what you need to get out of it, why stop using it, right? So I would guess it's something like that. Not too far off, not too far off. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter. Yeah, whatever. I mean, right. Like if it's a tool, the only caveat I'll put there is if it's a tool that's like user generated content, right? Like maybe Roblox or something. I'm not saying, there isn't a way to like make a living doing Roblox, but you're limited. You're limited to that platform. But, something like RPG Maker, you can export your game and sell it and do your own thing with it. So yeah. It doesn't matter as long as it's fun and you actually, have ownership of it. Is nice. You can make what you want with it. Yeah, why switch? Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Yes, I don't know. I'm just like at this point where I stop. Like what is there? Is there another age, I don't know, freaking, what do you call it? Not a milestone. Is there another age milestone left at this point? Not really. Kinda doesn't matter. You love to learn other engines someday. Nice. Just a hobby. Don't have time to learn an engine. Yeah, fair. So fair. It's probably not even much of a struggle for Moonwood, I'm sure like for them it'd be more of a struggle to branch out at the moment. Rose is 38, because you got the calculator out. Relatable. Okay, I put a 5 plus 6 plus 7. Yeah, okay, yeah. Can't tell much about the gameplay, but it looked very nice. Yeah, it seems super fun. Almost 40 now, still playing games, trying to build them. Let's go. Let's go. Let's live our best millennial lives. Our best millennial and Gen Z lives, y'all. We got some Gen X. We got some Gen X out there too. Still playing games and learning to make them. Yep. Need to get an actual gameplay video out there so people can see the gameplay without having to watch entire streams. Yeah, right. Yeah, do it. I mean, look, your game looks so good, and it's so marketable, if you ask me. Like, I think it's worth it. You know, even if you have to make it unlisted for now. You know, if you're afraid to like make it too high quality and be like, oh, it's gonna take time. You know, it's a little something for us to just put out there for you. Currently middle-aged. There is now old-aged. Right? It's like general milestones. You played with RPG Maker since PS1 and PS2, but you never made a full game with it. Nice. RPG Maker was on the... Wait, it was on the Super Nintendo? That's cool. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Wow. Plugin community for RPG Maker is legit. They do all sorts of stuff you wouldn't expect. Wow. Looks cool. ADHD goes crazy. You can play a game in a game in a game in a game. I'm not sure what that meant, but yes. You can play a game in a game in a game. Absolutely. A lot of streamers out there that play games for keys. That's true. Very true. Very true. Rose is like... Exciting stuff. That stuff is around since the dawn of the RPG Maker is from the Stone Age. It's prehistoric. I mean, gotta respect something with that much legacy. Especially if it's got like vibrant modding and stuff. Like, you can keep something alive forever with a good like plugin modding community, you know? We're good with the... You're good now, right? I fixed you? No. Invalid property or key position on a base object of type dictionary. Oh, yep. So we have to refactor this because I've changed it to not be that anymore. And in fact, we don't even need this because now we do the helper function. That was part of the refactor. It was making this super convenient thing. And then that is position is what we want to put in there. So I just kind of need to go find all of those bracketed these, and we just replace those quite simply. Now this is different. This is a set. So actually I'm going to need a different helper function for that. So let's not do that right away. Let's just keep using the gets. It was today turned out to be a bit of a refactor day. Because I learned a lot. So every other month I do the game jam, right? And I set aside this project and I do the game jam. And I actually really love it because I'm picking up like new skills that I then come back and bring to this project. Whereas if I were just working on this one project, I would have like kind of some like old systems that I don't really use anymore mixed in with each other. Whereas now I learn a new system, I come back here and I revamp this to have those new systems. Hopefully those new systems don't take too much to put in, but so far it hasn't been too bad. So yeah, I'm actually really liking the like take a month off, come back sort of experience. But that's what I'm finding myself doing right now is upgrading what before was just sort of putting this raw dictionary update code. And now I use enums and helper functions to set up the data and fetch the data, which really, it just makes it all so much easier. But, you know, it's a little bit of effort to get it updated, but definitely worth it. Variable icon texture, which is looking for a compressed texture 2D. Yeah, my data structures. Exactly. Yeah, and it was just, you know, it was something that no one was really gonna teach me that I need to do that. I just struggled and found out, you know what? This isn't cutting it, you know? Is like having to type out all the dictionary syntax every time. How about my own syntax? that also has more built-in features like autocomplete and you know, something that I can access from all around the project easily and scale effectively. So yes, that is actually icon, and then we'll pass in icon texture. Okay, any others? So many, just all over the place. It's amazing. Like, there's so many places here that need the refactor. That is wild. Container. I'm just like, I mean, I did this, so I should know. But I don't know. It does surprise me how many of these I left behind with, yeah, an inferior data structure, for sure. Okay, instantiate that program container. I think that's right. Okay, this is a set, so I do have to fix that, but that needs a different helper function. This is a get. So close program. Oh, we already have the program. Oh wait, that's node. Okay, variable program node. I feel like I should have called that variable program icon, not icon texture. Yeah, it just bothers me. Is the node a certain type? I feel like we're using certain types here for the nodes. Right? Like, I think they have types. So if we have the shopping app that extends program container, I don't know what that extends. I don't know what that, we're just gonna make it node. I do like my types to be precise, but I'm not really sure what. So I often leave like little hints for myself. So like here, normally I would do that here. So I put all these on their own line, but I'm just not sure what this would be. So then here I would say this is a string, right? This is a program container, which I think is correct. Yeah. I don't remember what that's supposed to be. This is a vector2. This is a compressed texture 2D. And then this is a sub-viewport container, I think. But I don't actually remember. I think it can vary. I think sometimes it's a node 2D, sometimes it's a 3D. Yeah, I'm gonna say this actually does vary. I'm pretty sure. So we're just gonna say node. I think I do know what that is. Okay. So we're gonna say, and let me just rename this while I'm thinking about it, to program icon. For the sake of consistency alone, which is just too important to me. Okay, program node, type it to a node, paste our helper function in, change that to node, and then right here we say program node queue free, and we update. Now that's a little weird. So this is a little different. This is a set. So this is a set. Okay, yeah, that's a set. Okay. That's a set. That's a set. Looks like we have all sets left. So now I would make that other helper function instead of get program from name. Well, not get program from name. Instead of get program data content, I would want to make set program data content would be the next one. So set program data content. I might want this one to be public, but I'm thinking probably not. My guess is no. All right, let me check up. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get that thought finished. I had to do what I had to do. Community is everything. Oh, I know that's right. Stuff is still around, developed and sold, and for such a limited engine, that's quite amazing. Oh, for RPG, yeah. Rosa has gotten 2 different RPG makers for free. You haven't opened them, but maybe you'll tinker with them someday. There are different ones. Right, they came out with a new one recently. Is that one like partially made in Godot even? If you don't do it, it won't scale. Exactly. I want to learn how to make scalable projects. That's like priority #1 for me. How did I implement the cat? How did I implement the cat? I'm not sure how to answer that question. What do you mean? Implement the cat. Like, do you mean specifically like its behavior? Like the way that it acts or moves around? I guess, yeah, I guess that's probably what you mean, would be my guess. How do I handle the cats? Yeah. So, the cat's behavior is currently very, very simple. I want to make it very, very complex, because I think it's going to be really fun. But for now, it's quite simple. Well, kind of. So, Godot has a built-in tool called navigation nodes. And basically what it does is it lets you create a nav mesh. So there's, you know, on the floor here, cutouts around the base of the lamp, cutouts around the base of the couch. I guess I could show you that. That's not hard to show you. That's easy. Okay, so we should see that nav mesh. So see that blue stuff with all of the sort of lines, edges on them? See how it's kind of cut out around there? There's like a gap around that bowl. So that light blue stuff with lines on it, that's the nav mesh. And essentially, the navigation server, yeah, exactly, just has a bunch of points right within that nav mesh, and then I ask it, hey, give me a random point somewhere within that area, and then the cat just goes to that place pretty much, and it avoids all the other spots. You can see under the desk, it'll walk. It has a very narrow but possible walk space through there. That's pretty much it right now. It just picks random points and goes there. Now getting that to function right, I'm underselling it a bit. Like it does have some complexity to it. So much so that I had to like make all of these regions with these like divider lines because I was getting really confused with how it's all set up. But oh, and so there's different, oh, okay, and so it also will sometimes choose to sit. So I think the way that it works is so it picks a point, it goes there. When it goes there, it switches to the walk animation. When it arrives at that point, it will switch to the sit, and then a timer picks a random, like, seconds, like, amount of seconds between, like, a range, like, say, a minimum and a maximum, and it sits for that long. And then it gets up, and it picks another point, and it walks there. I also added in, like, acceleration and deceleration, well, mostly deceleration. So when it arrives at the point, it slows down, and then it starts moving again. So that way it's not like, otherwise it was like, you know, really abrupt, but now it kind of just like slows down. So other things I want to add on here, I have everything like broken apart on the cat. Yeah, yeah, state machines on state machines. I got like 3 state machines on the cat. Um, so I've got like the cat head can turn left and right and up and down. The eyes can look left and right and up and down. They blink. I want the cat to like, just like it chooses when to get up after it's been sitting, I want it to choose like an object to look at. Like maybe it like looks at this for a little bit or something and it looks away. I want it to, you know, not just randomly go places, but maybe it chooses to like go to the food bowl and like sniff it or something and then walk away. Maybe it goes up on the couch and sits and sleeps for a while. I want it to start making like smarter choices eventually. But for now, it's just kind of sandboxes in a really simple way. But that's kind of how it works. But yeah, so I have behavior states. I have a few different state machines. Behavior states, navigation states, and are those all the states? I thought there was a third one. Navigation states, behavior states. Oh, and then animation states. So animation states, navigation states, and behavior states. So a few different state machines that are all just kind of like working together. So right now it's just doing sandbox default, but and sometimes it does assign target. Thanks for the follow, Andy. But eventually I'd like to have it go to sandbox dynamic and it'll do that like more interesting decision making. But that's a task for another day. I originally had it like jump up on the couch when you click on the couch, but it was actually not good. I watched a couple streamers play the game where the cat would actually walk to the couch and then jump up on top of it. But the people who played it kept like not realizing the cat was gonna walk there. So they would click on the couch, the camera would zoom on the couch, and they'd be like, okay, guess that doesn't do anything, and they just leave. So now the cat just teleports to it. You know, I guess I could have the cat teleport to the base and jump up, but the jumping was really hard, so it just teleports. It's simpler. Oh, I'd love it to go to the litter box, take a poop, do things like that. One day. So hopefully that answers your question. You're doing that, something similar in your prototype, but it's a 2D scene and a polygon 2D. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Love that. Love that you're making that from scratch. Honestly, I would prefer, let me tell you something. One day, I want to make my own navigation system because Godot has very convenient and powerful navigation stuff, but I feel I would have a lot more control over how it works if I made it from scratch. It kind of depends. I feel like on this project, I don't really need it from scratch, but on another project I was doing, it was going to be a lot more flexible if I had not used Godot's system. So that's cool. I love you're doing that. Welcome, Flip. Flip says, can't wait for it to exorcist as it walks away and looks at the camera. Wait, there is a kind of an exorcist. It's funny. There kind of is an exorcist effect. Wait, I don't know why the debug button stopped working. Or the toggle debug. Oh, maybe I exported this without debug. That might have been what happened. Did I, though? Did I really? I guess I did. Maybe I was testing that. Sometimes I export it with and without debug just to see. But did I really do that? Are we quite sure? Oh my goodness. There we go. Huh. Okay. Alright, yeah, no debug. Alright, whatever. Well, I think this is still broken, right? Is this broken still? Oh, because I need to make the set. Yeah, it's still gonna be broken. Okay, well, let me fix it and maybe I can show you the exorcism. Where was I working? Oh, manage programs. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Wait, let me check up those messages too. How do you set up your state machines? Do you think there are times where I'd prefer using behavior tree over state machines? I'm not sure what a behavior tree means. What does that mean? Sometimes tell people to get a Humble Bundle account and use some of the monthly keys as giveaways. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. That's a really interesting idea. Assuming we survive another 1,000 years, we would probably be considered the digital Stone Age. Whoa, as trippy. Zargon. I don't know what that is. Yeah, yeah, it's not that limited. Procrastinating, lose your mind over something you forgot resolved. Oh. Love it. Love the pain. You weren't able to figure out the new game jam from the clues. Maybe you're just not up on politics games. Yeah, maybe. There'll be more clues. I'm gonna put on a clue. I'll put out a clue tonight. I'll put out a clue on the Discord after the stream. And I'll put up one tomorrow and Saturday. So if you're on the Discord and you have the Game Like Jam role, then you'll get some more clues. That might help you. I like, as we get closer to the jam day, giving like more and more clues to the point where it's like, come on, you can guess it now. Might as well, you know. 1,000 objects, user pass finding it, go bare bones investigation, everybody handle that. We're gonna go lowest level, go to nav servers for control, but you have a code navigation agent. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. A platform around the same time, Jilla Jungle and Halloween Hair. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really making games back then. It like never even occurred to me to make games. So as far as how I set up my state machines, at the moment, I have like a way that I like to do that, which is enums, basically. I set up an enum with all of the states in it, and then I create some helper functions. So I create these change state functions. So it's probably the behavior state is a little more robust. There's not really much going on there. See if I have a better example. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty, I mean, they're pretty simple. Here, change behavior. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's better. All right, anyway, we got there. I was like, that was too simple. Okay, so we have change behavior state. In this case, this takes in a new state. This has got some extra things. I don't usually have this many extra things, but this is why I like having a function for changing states, because often each state machine will have certain stuff. No, please, no advice, no tips, no explanations, no backs. To me, that's all backseating. None of that. So yeah, so this is how I set them up. And then I first have like a variable. Actually, let me point that out as well. Behavior state. Uppy, 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 uppy. Top, 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 top. 42 matches. That's too many. So I'll have an enum, and then I'll have an associated variable with it that's typed to that enum. So state, 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 and then this is the current state, basically. So that's important to understanding the pattern. And then I update the new state. Sometimes I intervene ahead of time, after time. Again, this is why it's nice to have this function. Then I'll match whatever it became and do stuff based on that. And that's pretty much it. But it's different, you know, it just kind of depends. Like this one is actually very simple. All it does is it updates it and then does something. But sometimes I break it out into something more. We have hover states over here. Let's see what that one looks like. So again, very simple. We've got the enums. We got a bunch of states. We have event states, select states, hover states. They're almost pretty much Booleans. but a little fancier. So not much complexity there. Let's see about the event state. Does that have some extra? I feel like that might have some extra. Change event state. It's got a little extra. Not much, just some matches. So it's really just a pattern that I use, and sometimes I make it more complicated. It just sort of depends. We got, okay, this is on the litter box. So for scooping poop, it's got a state machine. Scoop states. In a scoop state, default holding and flinging poop. Change scoop state, very simple, nothing fancy there. Let's see. Stat states, yeah, just are all over the place. This one's got some more to it. For this one, we're actually converting strings to enums, and yeah, this is actually taking a string and turning it into an enum, and then it's finding a variable based on that. This one is pretty interesting. This is doing a lot of stuff to update. This is what makes like the cat get hungrier or more lonely or whatever. And so I wanted a really dynamic system that I wouldn't have to write like a match statement out. For this, it actually finds the values based on what we change it to, and then it does stuff. So this one's a lot more complicated. And then it's because every stat has its own state. So hunger could be good or dire. Poop could be good or dire. And so they each have their own state machine for each stat. So there's more complex ways to use it, but that's the basic pattern that I use over and over and over again. All right. So let's finish this so I can actually have my refactor done. So I was making sure that we make a set program data content. We just set up a get program data content, and now I want to set it. So in order to do that, we need to know what program, and we want to know what we're setting. And then we need to know what the value is that we're setting to. And that could be anything. I often have this return a Boolean just in case. So I can, if I ever want to make sure that the set was successful, I can check that optionally. So we'll just say set OK Boolean equals false, and it will return set OK. What program, what to get, what to set, let me see, what program. So what this will ultimately need to do is program data, what program, set what, equals set to. Pretty simple. This one's not complicated at all. What can be, no, I don't think I need anything. No, I was gonna say, no, nothing. What I will do though, is I'm gonna do this kind of silly thing, but it just helps me confirm that everything worked out. If, I could also do, maybe I could do, let's get fancy. I'm gonna say set OK equals true if program data what? Program set what? If that is indeed set to otherwise make it false. So what this will do is, if indeed what we updated here got set to this, it'll return true. If it didn't, it'll return false. It seems a little ridiculous, and it kind of is, It's more like a placeholder concept for how I might evolve that someday. But I like it, so I'm doing it. Alright, so there's that. Now, in all of these places, I need to update this. Set program data content. What program? Program. And what? Set what? Program data content dot node. And what are we setting it to? Window node. Okay, then that replaces this. Alright, let's go find the others. And I might actually be able to pull my head out of the code. We'll see, we'll see. It depends if it works. I mean, I'll have to put my head back into a different code, but that's okay. Okay, then here we're setting also the node, except we're just making it null. Alright. Check the next one. This one is sub viewport. So we switch this to sub viewport, much cleaner, easier way. And then what I love about this is we have a single like inflection point, right? So if I wanted that without doing this, like if I just wanted to keep it updating this way, I would have to do like some kind of set get, which feels very chaotic to do on a dictionary, and I don't want to do that. So what this lets me do is make sure that every time I'm ever setting or getting or making, let's just say if I'm making any change to this dictionary, whether it's getting information or setting information, I can do stuff at that point. Whether it's logging it or manipulating the data depending on certain conditions. If I need to refactor my dictionary, I now only have to update how the data is fetched and changed in one place instead of having to go through and do something different. So like, for example, if I were to make this, I don't know, more nests, right? So instead of like that, maybe I turn this into more dictionaries. I don't know. And then in there is the name. I don't know, you know. I wouldn't have to now, if I didn't use this new system, I would have to go to every place that I set up the set or the get this way, and I'd have to update it in every single place. Whereas now, I only have to update how that behaves here in one place. So this is what I find to be just way easier. Take a short lap. All right, let me run it, and then we'll think about what I need to think about while I take the lap. Shout out a game from some devs, and you met in a local meetup. Yeah, of course. All right, the game runs. That is good. We love to see the game running. That is my preference. That's what I like. No more errors. The refactor is, if not a success, at least not a failure. I might still have to do a couple things. You know, probably, most likely. See, why did I do this? I did this because I wanted to be able to, what? I wanted to, I wanted to make sure that I could check whether the shopping app was already open. So if we come over here, ooh, we got stuff to fix. Okay, we got stuff to fix. Trying to assign pack scene to a variable type program container. Oh yeah, you know, I kind of thought that was weird. Okay, so variable program, I feel silly, that makes sense. Program scene is going to be a pack scene. That makes sense. And that's what this is going to equal. Then we say that the program container equals the program scene instantiated. That makes more sense. No problem. Well, yeah, I want that, Distron. I want the player to get to choose to close programs. I think that's a more fun simulation. Nice. Okay, great. Let's just check some other things. Let's open a different program. To me, that's just like a little bit more fun that you, the player, think about that. Okay, so this is my progress on the shopping app. Now, it's not supposed to have this big phone screen on top of it. It is and it isn't. The reason why that's there is it's actually supposed to be off to the corner, but this is the nature of the work in progress. So basically what I wanted was to take the screen that loads up on the phone, which we already have set up right here. Yeah, it's more fun. The screen's set up right here. And I want, when you're on the shopping app, I want your phone to be open off to the side so you can check your inventory and how much money you have. Ooh, it'd be cool if it was like horizontal. Oh, that would be nice. Anyway, so that's what I plan to do. So for now, I'm making sure that that phone screen is opened when the shopping app is opened, is the idea. And then I'll, move the phone screen so it's out of the way and set up all that crap. But first, getting the system working in the way I want. Oh, we have a new warning. What's up? Oh no, these are fine. Nope, not a new warning. Okay. So, here's the problem. The problem is, when I open the shopping app and I exit the computer, the shopping or the phone closes, which is wrong. Ideas never used. I leave that there as a reminder to fix it. It is kind of you never used ideas. That's my way of being like, hey, Lise, add that feature. So this is a problem because when I come back, it's not open, which is wrong. So I want that. I want that where the player can leave their programs open. And you know why I want that, Distron? Not only because it's a more fun simulation, but so you could have like a screensaver, or you could have, let's say there's a game that's like incremental style, and you could leave it up on the screen while you go do other things, and it can just be running in the background, and you can kind of monitor it from far away. I want that like living machine feel over there. Not just feel, but like literally it's there. So the problem is when I exit, it closes the phone, which is fine. It actually makes perfect sense because the phone is over here now. So it would be closed. So that is correct. What is not correct is that when I come back, now the phone isn't there. So that's why I just did all that refactoring, so that way we can know what program is open. Because before, I wasn't logging what program was open. I was just instantiating the program, and then it handles its own closure, It handles its own self. But now I want to do a little more, and I need to keep track of which one's open. So that way, when we return to the computer, we can say, oh, is the shopping app open? And if the shopping app is open, make sure that we show the phone. So that was why I did all that refactoring, so that when we leave and then come back, it opens the phone. Now there's another thing too. When I open the shopping app and close it, it doesn't close the phone. So we also need that to happen. I'm going to just do the first thing which is make it so when I leave and come back, it reappears. That's what I'm going to do. And if that's really, really, really fast, then I will worry about the closing it. Otherwise, I'll do that tomorrow. So let's see how fast I can make this setup. It might be pretty good. So now I am keeping track of what program is open, because now we have this loaded programs. Is that getting used though? I don't actually know if I'm... Oh yeah, we're appending. Well, we need to close it. So we need to say that when the program closes... I mean, it's queue free. Oh, that's not good. Because if you queue free it, there'll just be like a weird leftover crumb in there, which isn't good. So let's actually say loaded programs erase. And it's stored in there. Now it's stored in there as a program window. So how are you going to get the program window? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I don't think I'm... Can I see something? Can I just see what that data looks like in there? Let me decide from there. So I'm going to go to the remote part here of the scene tree, which lets me see what's happening while the project is live during the runtime. And I'm going to find the program manager, which is down here, managers, and manage programs. Okay. Now over here, we've got loaded programs. Why is there 12 things in there? Oh, because I've closed it and opened it 12 times. And it's leaving all of those crumbs. See, this is what we don't want. We have to make sure that that is not the case. That there aren't just all these empty things in there. That's not desirable. Okay, so now there's one thing in there, which is good. And that is a VBox container. It's a VBox container? Oh, it's the program window. Right, well, yes, we know that. Well, I know that that's the program window. Of course, it's a program window. And the program window contains the program name. Nice. Okay, that's how we do it. All right. Hydrate. Cheers. Ka-chink. Got it. I forgot I set that up for myself earlier. So what we'll do is when we close the program is we need to get the program name, which guess what? We already have it. Wonderful. So let's do this. Let's make another helper function. And this is going to be get loaded program. And what we're going to pass in there is, do you want to do it by name? Yeah, we'll say by name. Get loaded program by name. So we pass in the program name, which will be a string. And this is going to return a program window. Okay. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to say for program window in loaded programs if program, well, let's make a variable found program name equals program window get program name if found program name is set to program name return, and let's set this up, variable found program window type it to a program window, but we'll make it like, you know, nothing to start off with. We'll return that either way. Return found program window. If we find it, update found program window to be program window. All right, so that should give it to us, and we'll say loaded programs erase. Well, here, let's make it this variable program window to close. Type it to a program window and make it equivalent to oh, because the errors, you're not going to give me autocomplete. Okay. We're going to set it to get loaded program by name, pass in the program name. Now we say loaded programs erase program window to close. Then queue free it. So what this should do is make sure that we don't build up a bunch of empty crap in that array. So let's see if that is actually working. Okay, so up in the left here, I've got my loaded programs array, which currently is empty, size of 0. I'm going to open that. Now it's array size 1, because there's one program in there. Now I'm going to close the program, and it empties. Perfect. So now I can open and close it all the time, and it's not going to fill up a whole bunch of empty crap in there. Excellent. Now the reason I was doing that was so when I when I come back to the computer, we need to check if the shopping app is currently open by looking through all of the currently loaded programs. So that's gonna be on the computer station minigame, I believe. So I think whenever this happens, let me double check. Begin computer desktop minigame. So I'm just gonna make sure that that is running when I think it is. I think it is, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Oh, it is not. Okay, that's interesting. All right, no problem. That's fine. This is totally fine. You know, it's like whatever. But certainly, I think I just don't have it ever running start minigame. I think that's what's happening here. Start minigame. Let's check where those all exist. Yeah, search. Go ahead. Take your time. Okay. Start minigame, litter scoop, phone in hand. Yeah, we don't have that for the desktop. So that's supposed to be, that's okay. No problem. Let's go to the selectable object, computer station. And we said I never needed it. So why set it up? I don't know. Event animation timer end. I believe right here. But we need to make sure that it's when we're arriving. Let me see if something else uses that. Arrived. Oh, it has a Boolean. It has an arrived Boolean. Okay, great. I did not see that. Cool. So this is checking if we've already arrived. Okay, so if arrived, Then we say minigame, computer station, start minigame. Now we should have this running and see begin computer desktop minigame, hopefully. Nice. Yep. Okay, it's right there. Let's go. Okay, good. Are we ending the minigame? Yeah, we should be. I would think so. I guess we can double check. Let's double check. I think that's already handled by the back button. It was just ending a minigame that wasn't running. Okay, it began. Let me come back here. Yep. Okay, perfect. So now in here, I'm gonna add in checking to see if the shopping app is up. So, and if we do that, we want to open the phone, and that is handled on the shopping app. I guess we do that on the shopping app itself. See, that kind of raises some questions. Does it? Does it though? Open companion phone. Okay, no, yeah, this is what we want to run, is open companion phone. So back to the computer station. Whenever this happens, now how do we check if that's open? I don't think I have a function for that yet. Do I? I should. I should make one. If I don't have one, we need to make one. Log loaded program, get loaded program by name. Oh yeah, if it exists. So we just say if loaded program is in there. Oh, great. Perfect. You just burn your tongue? You're too hungry. I want to eat now. No. I'm so sorry. I hate when that happens because I'm just like, oh, I am going to be thinking about this burn for like the next week or two. Because like my ADHD means that like sometimes like the sensory stuff, so I don't know about you, but like for me, like that sensation, I'd just be like, no, go away. Yeah, until it heals. I hope that it is not too annoying for the coming week or two. It's distracting. Exactly. I'm sorry to hear that. Relatable though. Okay, so I think we can just say if this returns nothing, because as you can see, this can be falsy, because we set up the variable found program window as being nothing, null. So if it iterates through here and it never finds it, this is going to be falsy. So it should be fine. It should be okay. If I decided on the hint yet? If I decided on the hint? Well, I've already given the hint. The hint is that it's a game that criticizes a political ideology. If you joined the last jam, which you did, then you got an email with the second hint, which is secret, only if you got that email. And then tonight, oh, you saying what I'm gonna say tonight? Oh, yeah, so tonight I'm gonna post on Discord another hint. Tomorrow I'll post another hint. Saturday I'll post another hint. I have not decided what that hint's gonna be. No, I don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know. I'll kind of just come up with it in the moment. Yeah, I'll just come up with it in a moment. Goblin says, sister, I brushed my teeth, ate my food, and went around and got tea with my antioxidants, and you are still programming? Godspeed. Thank you. I am going to stop really soon. I'm stopping like really soon. I'm determined to not stream too long. I was planning on 5-6 hours. We're approaching 7 hours. But here's the thing. I don't count chat as part of that time. You know? I'd be decelerating. I do be decelerating. Okay, so found program window. This will be fine, yes. So I'm gonna, well, but this is not public. So you need to make this a public function, which means I have to update it where it isn't public. I think that's the only place. So we're gonna come back to here and say manage programs. Manage programs.ref.get loaded program by name. And that is going to be whatever its program name is. Do you know your program name? Well, this is kind of different. Here, make a function. Make this function be open companion phone or choose to evaluate, check if phone should also open. That is my verbose function name that I stand by because it's clear. I don't know. I've heard people say functions and variables should not be verbose, but I don't know why. Does anybody know why? Like, I don't know why. To me, like, I will say I prefer them to be shorter, right? I couldn't even tell you why. I just think it's nicer if they're shorter. It's less to type, stuff like that. But, like, sometimes I just need to be specific. Check your phone should also open. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say a variable loaded program window. Now this might fail. We'll see. Program window equals get loaded program by name. And what name is that going to be? Well, it depends. So I guess I'd almost want a list of companion app. Do I want to handle that on the... Oh, I don't know. Manage programs. I'm not sure where to put that. I would think that should be on the... I'm going to put that here. It feels like it belongs here. So I'm going to do a function or a variable that is an array. It's left over. When you had to save bytes, it's left over. Come on. It's too long computer runs out of breath. Just reading them. Exactly. Like, come on. Come on. I guess I can make this a constant. Also, welcome, Shifu. Let's say constant. It's crunchy. It is crunchy. Constant. What is it again? Of course. Oh. Companion phone apps. Apps with phone companion. With a phone companion. Okay, and that is going to be an array of strings. I kind of would like it to be like program names. What if it's an array of kind of wild manage programs dot programs? You know, we got them. We might as well use it. So first thing in the array is going to be, oh, it might not like me using managed programs. No, this enum is a constant, so it should also be fine. The only one right now is the shopping app. So we'll actually need to do one more step here, which is we need to get the program name from that. So variable program names that need a phone. I'm going all in now with the verboseness. This will be an array of strings. And we'll make it empty for program typed to programs in apps with a phone companion if, well, one more thing, variable program name string equals manage program. Again, this is why these helper functions are great. Manage programs.ref.get program data content. What program? Program. What content? Manage programs. Program data content. Name. Now we have the name. And then we say program names that need a phone. Append program name. You know, it seems like a lot I'm coding here, but this is what the helper functions make so easy, and what the enums make so easy is I can just like kind of human readable, logic thinkable, just like put this together, and it makes it so much easier to do semi-complex things without having to like hurt my brain while I do it, at least for me. Okay, now that I have this array, we're going to say for program name string in program names that need a phone. Then we do the loaded program based on the name. Hopefully that's not an error, but we'll find out. Based on the name. Gonna find type programs in current scope. Oh, my bad. Manage programs. Okay. And so now we'll say if there is a loaded program in the first place, finally, now we do actually, this is gonna be kind of weird. Ooh. You know what I just realized? Okay, wait a minute. Shopping app. I've made a bit of a mistake, but it's very fixable. So I have the open companion phone here. Wrong. This doesn't belong here. This belongs on the base class, because I don't just want this on the shopping app, right? This would be any open program we'd want to do this for. Which is kind of friggin' wild. Wow. So that's going to be on the base class. It's complicated. So open companion phone goes there. So I think I'm going to need a signal. I think that's the only way this is going to work. I think it's signal time. Time is nigh. Funk ready connections. And, well, I need to make the signal first. So back to the minigame computer station. We're going to create a signal, which is companion phone companion app with companion phone loaded on screen is open. No, let's do loaded. And then this is going to tell us which app, because if I go all the way back to the program container, open companion phone actually doesn't want anything. Ooh, okay, this is gonna need something. This needs more information. This needs more information. So we're gonna put in program name as a string, which will already be here. And we say if program name is set to program name, then we do this. Otherwise, we don't. Oh my goodness. Okay, back here, we're gonna pass the program name through, which is gonna be a string. So if there is a loaded program, I am now going to say app with companion phone loaded, emit program name. Okay. Now, wait a minute. How do you know? But Lise, how do you know which one? You haven't clarified shop. Yes, you have. I have. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, okay. Sorry. It's all right. Back to the program container, ready connections. We say minigame computer station dot ref dot app companion phone loaded connect on app with companion phone loaded. Then I need to create that function. Func on app with companion phone loaded. It kind of blows my mind to think about how many layers of years and months and time of skills that I've learned since I first started using Godot are just adding up to me being able to like do this quickly. Like I was connecting functions or connecting signals like this maybe within the first month or two of me actually learning Godot, like 2.5 years ago. It's wild. It's wild to think about. And then just recently, you know, those helper functions with the data structures, with the enums and all that I just learned last month. And then in between, there's all kinds of stuff that I've learned that's also going into it. And it's kind of wild to just realize how something I learned so long ago and something I just learned, and I'm now connecting all of that together to be able to slap this into existence. It's just like, it's kind of mind-boggling. Remember the first times when you first started programming, where if you saw something like this, your eyes would glaze over. Yeah, right? I mean, it's nice to check in and just be like appreciating how far I've come, how far we have come. Do that once in a while. You deserve it. Because sometimes it's easy to be like, oh, there's all the things I don't know how to do yet. But what about what you do know how to do? That's pretty cool. All right, on app with companion phone loaded, this is going to bring in a program name, which is a string. And we are going to run open companion phone, pass in that program name. Error, you deserve it. Pass in that program name. Oh my gosh. All right, look, I don't know what's going to happen. This is kind of cool because this is nice and scalable if there's multiple programs. What's going to happen if there's 2 programs open that both have a companion phone app? That's for future Lees to deal with. But in theory, this system is set up for that to be possible. It'll probably don't just open it twice, but it's already open, so it actually won't matter. Too few arguments for open companion phone. Ah, yes, that's right. We do need that now. It actually wouldn't break anything at all. It's not even a future release problem. It would be a future release problem in that I might want the positioning to be different, but nah, it'll be fine. Actually, it'll be fine. Okay, so for this, yeah. So that's itself. Well, we already know what its program name is, so we're just literally saying itself. So that should be fine. Okay. Game runs. We open this up. Phone appears. Good. I'm gonna exit the computer. I'm gonna come back. Come on! Alright? I did that damn thing! Hey! Come on now! I did that that damn thing. Look at that. Let's go. All right. I knew what I wanted. I had the data structures in place. When I first started Godot, I learned about connecting the signals. I put it together and I made it happen. You told me. You did tell me. You're right. Cut to Rosa telling me. You see? She told me. Let's freaking go. We can leave, we can come back. It brings the phone with us. Celebrate good times. Come on. Hey, what's up? Welcome back, Delmar. Delmar? I said Delma, but I feel like Delmar makes more sense. Okay, cool. Now, there was still the other thing where when I close it, I wanted to close that too. Should I do it? Let's see, how hard would it be? Close. Well, we would need to know if the companion app was open. Boop, 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 boop. It's Delmar. It is nice when things come together. I mean, that's not that hard. Like, you just have to go to the minigame phone, right? And then just make a state for whether or not it is up. You know, whether it's active. And then we can just reference this. We could probably also check like which minigame is currently active. There's a lot of ways we could do it, honestly. I kind of feel like it's better to do it this way. This will be easy. This will be easy. This is super easy. Variable. Phone overlay is active. Boolean false. And then we'll add a helper function. I'm gonna put this down here because these are all abstract. Func get overlay status or overlay status. Overlay visibility get overlay status. I'm trying to see how it like kind of makes sense from a readable perspective. I guess true or false is fine. Overlay visibility status. Boolean returns a Boolean. No, we don't need to call anything. We talk about. And then we just say return phone overlay is active. And that becomes true literally whenever we start the minigame instance. That's it. So we say phone overlay is active, true. And then when the tween screen out is finished, wherever that happens, tween screen out here. Oh, so we do have to wait for that to finish? Well, that's okay. I mean, when it's tweening out, it's done. Like, we're done. You don't have to, yeah, that's fine. False. You don't have to wait for that to finish. Okay, then, this will be so easy. Then we go back to manage programs. Well, we need to know if the program that's open is one, because we wouldn't want to just close it. We need to know if one, well, yeah, if it's active and you close. Well, if you close any program, what if there's two programs open that both want the companion app? So you kind of need to handle that on a per program basis. Whoa, what is that like? Do I have that? Do the programs know that they're being destroyed? I don't think so. I don't think the programs have knowledge of their... Oh, well, that's an interesting thought. Should a program know? Well, you could check on the window. What about a program window? Does a program window know that it's being closed? On program close up. What does that mean? Close up? What does this mean? Closing. Why does it say close up? As opposed to close down? Why did I name it that? Button program close button up. Oh, come on. You gotta put the word button in there. Okay, put button in there. On program close button. So whenever the close button is released, then this runs. Perfection. Thanks for the follow, Christian. Okay. I got this. I got this. I got this. We're gonna say, before we close the program, well, we need to know if it has a companion. See, that's the other thing. How do we know if it has a companion, phone companion? Well, you could make that be a state on each program window. Okay. Well, if there's two programs open, so you would want to close its own instance. Well, again, Lise, here's the thing. Deal with that when you get there. I don't know that I will have two programs open at the same time that can have a phone companion. Maybe. I guess if I was going to deal with it, we would just have to make sure at least one is still open. So that's handled on the computer station, right? Where we list out these. So if at least one of these is still open, don't close the phone companion app. Basically, don't end that minigame. Only end that minigame if none of these are open anymore, basically. So we could, so actually, I don't need to put this on the program window. We can put this on if any program is closed. If any program is closed and there are no more programs open that have a phone companion app, close the phone companion app. This is what we do. This is what we do. Okay, so in loaded programs, that's a bunch of windows. So that does mean I have to figure out, well, but wait a minute. You have the program here. So literally, check right here. Check right here. Program window to close. Yeah. Program close companion phone if check if should close companion phone. And that will pass in the program. Yo, cats are demanding. Literally what that's kind of what this whole game, that's like the thesis of this game. Check if should close companion phone. Kind of a wild name, but that's okay. Check if should close companion phone program, which will be a program if. Now you have to know if it's, if the one that's being closed, but how do you know? You don't really need to know what the one that's being closed. Actually, we don't have to pass in anything. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. No need for that. Well, in loaded programs, but here's why it's in loaded programs, that has program windows. So you're still gonna have to parse. You're still gonna have to get the program from the program window, one way or another, right? So that's actually something that we would do, sort of like get loaded program by name. This would be get loaded program by window, right? Which I don't think we have that yet. It gets a little complicated, I know, but it's gonna work. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be totally fine. A program from name. Oh, so not by, we'll say from. Yeah, let's keep it, let's stay a little consistent here. Get loaded program from window. Program window, a program window, and this will return a program naturally. So it's actually going to be identical to this. The only singular difference is that instead of saying program content name, we say program content ooh. Oh, Oh, we don't store the window in there. Okay, it is a little different. Actually, it's not identical. It's different. It's different. It's different. It's different. It's different. It's different. We do need the program name still, so that's correct. This is actually still correct. This is exactly the same. Actually, we do exactly this. We just have to go further. We have to go one step further. We need the name. This is not the if, however. The if is something else. We now say for loaded program in loaded programs for loaded program in loaded programs if loaded program dot, oh, by the way, this is going to be a program window. If loaded program dot get program name. So let's do that. Variable loaded program name string equals loaded program get loaded program name. We're so close. I'm so close. If loaded program name is set to okay, but wait, well, wait, yes. Get loaded program. So we have the program window. We iterate through. We get that program's name. We then check through all the loaded programs. We then say, yes, no, wrong. You don't need to do the name. The name was a mistake. I see that now. The name was completely unnecessary. If loaded program is the same as the program window, then we know to return that program. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Iterate through all the programs and program data. We get its name. We don't even have to say found. We can just say program name. The word program has lost its meaning to me at this point. We don't even need program name. You don't need program name. Unnecessary. It's actually simpler than I thought. Really? For program and program data. Then we iterate through the loaded programs. If loaded program... Is this correct? This doesn't make sense. This is not right. This is not right. This cannot be right. This cannot be right. I refuse to think this is right. Because this needs to be returning an actual program. So I think Lise, you need to back up. Back up. Iterate through the loaded programs. Then do the match. Okay? Then do the match. Now we say variable program name. Okay, I got this. It was kind of like the order of everything was messed up. Here, let me actually cut this so I don't have to type it again. I got this. Hold on, I got this. It's a little confusing, but it's okay. If loaded program is set to program window. Now we just need to fetch that name. So we get the, we'll say loaded program name, get the loaded program name, and from the loaded program name, we say loaded program. Oh, it already is. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's call this loaded program window. Let's make this a little more clear for me here. I think that'll be easier. If loaded program window is set to program window, then do this. Okay, now we say loaded program set to programs equals get loaded program by name this time, because now we have the name, so we pass in loaded program name, and then finally we say that this equals loaded program and we return it. Okay. Check if should close companion phone. Now that I have that, we're going to get loaded program from window. Now we say for loaded program window, which is a program window, in loaded programs. Why am I learning game dev if it doesn't pay well? Oh, good night, Rosa. Good night, Rosa. Why am I learning game dev if it doesn't pay well? Good night, Rosa. That was only, you only missed 4 minutes. That wasn't bad. Because I'm not interested in trying to get paid. That's not like my primary motivation. My primary motivation is to have purpose in my life, because I enjoy making games and I love learning it, and it fulfills me, you know? It gives me a reason to wake up, and when I go to bed, I'm proud of myself because I made headway. Oh, good night, Flip, to you as well. I made headway in getting better at making games. That's why. And for me, making any money making games is just like a you know, a bonus potentially, you know, but it's not something I depend on. Yeah. I'm very lucky because I'm married to somebody who has a good job that pays enough. It's not, you know, we don't live large by any means, but we don't have kids, and we're not gonna have kids, and we live finally somewhere that has a low cost of living. We used to live in New York City, and that was a mistake. I definitely wasn't doing no game dev living there. I had to actually make money then. But we live somewhere now that their income is able to support both of us comfortably. So I'm able to pursue this, and I don't have to worry about money. Plus y'all help me by being here, supporting the channel. That allows me to keep doing the live streams and continues to add more motivation to keep making games. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of why I'm doing it. Game dev can pay well. Yeah. Sometimes you want to do it because it's a fun thing to do. Yeah. Game dev, I mean, look, corporate game dev and potentially general entrepreneurship can pay fine, can pay enough to survive. But, you know, for the same skill set, right? If you're only, and I think this is kind of what cyber is getting at, if your only ambition is to, you know, earn enough money to live and survive, then taking those same skills that go into making a game and applying it to, you know, software development, or, you know, working for a tech company of some kind, or even a company that needs IT work, data analysis, whatever, these different jobs. You can take similar skills that game dev has and apply it there and get paid a whole lot more, right? So like, why not just do that? But I'm not approaching this cynically, where it's just like I'm just here to get a paycheck. Like, that's not why I'm doing this. So it doesn't really matter. But yes, of course, there are some people there. Like, there's, you know, just like anything, there's a 0.01% chance that someone makes Stardew Valley or Minecraft, but it's very, very unrealistic, in my opinion, personally, to expect that that's going to happen. So I don't. And again, yes, there are people, and there's people who are here who live stream, people in this chat who have games on Steam that make thousands and tens of thousands, sometimes even more money. But I mean, that doesn't mean that's enough to live off of, and it's not guaranteed, right? So like, maybe you made $24,000 a year, not the best salary, and you don't know if in the next year, at least in the United States, it's not a great salary, and if in the next year you don't know that you're gonna be able to make another game that makes the same amount. So, and even then, it's not like a salary. It's not even a salary, because it's not like you get paid that regularly every 2 weeks, you know? So it's, you know, in that sense, I think it's fair to suggest that it doesn't pay well. But, you know, again, if you work for a game dev company or a studio, you can make kind of some money. But yeah, definitely those skills can be applied elsewhere, but that's not really why I'm here. So you get the feeling when you squash a bug that has been bugging you, the feeling people talk about, how euphoric people feel when they beat a level or boss that is particularly hard. You don't get that feeling playing games, but you do get that feeling when you squash a bug. Hell yes, literally. Like once I do like playing games, I do enjoy playing games, and I do get that feeling, but ever since I started making games, like my percent, like before, it was like my interfacing with gaming was 100% playing games and 0% making games, you know, and then it became 90% playing games, 10% making games, and like gradually now it's like, you know, 25% of the time I play games, 75% of the time I make games, and they feel like they exist together, like what you're saying. Like, I get that excitement from doing this instead of needing to play games, which, not saying like I need, like, you don't need to play games. It just kind of took that over for me. Yeah, I relate to that very much. Okay, for loaded program window in loaded programs. So we're iterating through all of the loaded programs, and what I want to know is, first of all, variable loaded program, which is going to be typed to the program, and it is going to equal what we just created, the get loaded program from window. We pass in the loaded program window, and now we say another for loop. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, no, for companion app programs, okay, which will also be, or we'll say companion app programs in, this is going to be a very long line of code. Let's do this. Programs in minigame computer station .ref oh, this is kind of hard to shorten this one. There's a lot going on here. For companion app programs in minigame computer station .ref dot. Now, I don't think I made this into a function, so we're going to do that. Function get apps with a phone companion. Get apps with a phone companion. This is going to return an array of programs. Sorry. Manage programs. It's going to return that. And all we say is return apps with a phone companion. Alright. Can I parse close? Yeah, we'll get there. Okay. So then back here, minigame computer station dot ref. Oh, I need to save that though. Save it. Now come back here. Now that function exists, so we say get apps with a phone companion. You should put this in a variable. Variable apps with a phone companion. Let's just call it phone companion apps. Phone companion apps, which would be an array of programs. And that is going to be this right here. So that'll make this line a little more decent. For companion app programs in phone companion apps, much better. If, finally, if loaded program is, now wait, now we want to make sure that the last one, we actually want to say if none of them. So let's actually start up here with a variable close companion phone. We're going to say by default true. By default, do close it. Okay? By default, close it. However, if there's any loaded programs that are the same as the companion app program, because we know that they're currently loaded, or whatever, yeah. If there's any that match that, close companion phone becomes false. Too many arguments for check if should close companion phone expected 0. Oh, yeah. That was old. Yeah, we don't need that. Correct. Identify program not declared in the current scope. Get loaded program from window. Oh, yeah. No problem. Oh, yeah. Okay, right. So if we have the window, so this was wrong. Get loaded program name, we actually will say loaded program window dot get program name. That's how we get that. Loaded program, get loaded program by name. Cannot assign value a program window to variable loaded program specified type of managed program programs. Get loaded program by name. Oh, that returns the window. Sorry, my bad. Get program from name. Oh my goodness, that's so confusing. Can we rename this? This loaded program thing is really... This is not... I don't like this wording at all. This needs to be... I mean, it's okay. It's just confusing me. So I'm going to actually refactor this. I'm going to refactor this to get loaded program window by name. I know, it's so long. It's so long. But it's going to prevent me from being confused in the future. So it's the right choice. Okay, we got the parse error because it didn't save it. Minigame, computer station. Okay, minigame, computer station. Yeah, can I parse this? No problem. Okay, come down here. Okay. Get program data content. Get loaded program window by name. Okay. Now this doesn't have a program, so if we're getting loaded program name, this is nothing. So we need to fix this. That's wrong. We say, I thought I just did this. Loaded program window. Get program name. Then we do loaded program. Yeah, exactly, Disron. That's what I say. Agree. Thank you. Loaded program, get loaded program window by name. Well, no. See, this is where this is wrong. That's why I needed to rename it, I guess. Get program from name. Oh, what's the other thing? I meant to do from, not by. Yeah, I don't care. And this is going to be loaded program name. Okay. Whew. Confusing. Minigame computer station. Finally, get. Okay, wait. But we refactored this. Loaded program window. In loaded programs. Okay, Vinge. Get loaded program from window. We have the loaded program for companion app program. Wait, I refactored it. Oh, did you see what happened? I saw what happened. It was because I did that replace with no undos. Did you see? That's what happened. Since I did that, that's what makes replace with no undos so scary. Is if you haven't pressed Control S on a script before you hit that, it will obliterate all the changes that you've done up until that point, which can really suck. Hopefully everything's fine. I think this wasn't too bad, but that can really suck. For loaded programs window, program window, loaded programs. Okay, we're checking if we should close it. We're iterating through all of the loaded programs. We are getting the loaded program from that. This is basing it on the program windows, of course. Then we're iterating through the companion app program, which is going to be a program in damn, wow, yeah, I lost a lot here. So this was supposed to be variable close companion phone. It kind of sucks. Close companion phone boolean equals false. It's fine. And then what we are checking this for is if that exists in I think we set up a variable here because we got the loaded program. Oh god, I'm confused now. So what are you trying to get? This messed me up. That really messed me up. That messed me up bad. I'm about to rewind the stream. I'm not gonna use my brain too much here. I'm too tired. We're gonna rewind it. Look at what it was before I accidentally obliterated everything. It's just gonna be easier. Actually, let's pull it up on here so we all can see. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I think I'm gonna spare myself that pain here. I think that is deserved to have less pain. Just kind of my opinion. Okay. We're gonna go back. Back. A bit. So before I did that replace. So I should be able to see that pretty clearly when I start replacing it. There, right there. There it was. That's the replacing. Okay, bam. Wait, not bam. Almost bam. Damn close to bam. Browser window, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that was after the fact? Yeah, that was the replace. Just kind of want to see, check if should close. Close companion phone, true. Oh, we set it to true, not false by default. We already updated this part. I'm pretty sure. Okay, here. This is what I need. Pause it. See? Y'all should be recording yourselves because you never know, you might need it. Okay. So, close companion phone. This is supposed to be true because we're going to make it false if any exist. For loaded program window in loaded programs. Yep, this is right. Good. Correct. Then we create phone. Oh yeah, the phone companion apps. That's gonna be an array of programs. Got it. It really threw me off. It was just like enough. It was like once I typed it, I just like yeeted it from my brain. I was like, I don't need to remember that anymore. Little did I know. Replace with no undos. Hate that one. I should have known. Okay, then what this equals is going to the minigame computer station, and we get apps with a phone companion. Now we're iterating through that phone companion apps list. From there, we check if the currently loaded program is indeed set to the companion app program that we're iterating through, and if so, closing the companion phone becomes false. Okay, then this is where we hit too many arguments for check. Oh yeah, this. Yep. Okay, get rid of that. It's the deja vu is wild. Okay. Couldn't resolve external class. Okay, save that. Now we can come back here. Good. Can unfind programs. All right, error's gone. Finally, if close companion phone. Now we close it. I just have to remember how to close it. I believe that is minigame, phone in hand, and minigame. I believe that's what we do. Holy crap. Where are we at? Did I do it? Is it okay? That was wild. That was a trip. Okay, let's make sure like normal things work. No, take your time. You know, Godot, you've been through a lot. You've been through a lot. We did a lot just now. You know, if you need a little loading, I respect it. You need to, okay. All right, sure. Just, you know, shut yourself down. I'm okay with that. I accept you. All right, click this. Oops. Open the shopping app. Back out of here. Come back. It appears. Close this. Oh, it didn't close it. All right, no problem. Let's see what's going on here. I'm going to put a breakpoint. So let's make sure that's even running when I close a program. Click on this, click on that, close it. It is. Okay, so we're here at the breakpoint. Close companion phone is true. So we're iterating through. I don't particularly want to, it's not going to be that long. There's only one program open, so it's fine. Okay, so we're iterating through this, going through the loaded programs. We're going to step over that. Phone companion apps, I'm going to step over that as well. Let's see what everything is set up as right now. Loaded program window is there. which is good. Loaded program, it's program number 3, which I'm sure is correct. Phone companion apps, 3. So it knows the match. It sees the match. Loaded program and phone companion apps. There's a match right there. Okay. Okay. Great. So we're iterating through all of the phone companion apps. If it matches, which it should. So let's make sure it does without closing everything on accident. It's a lot of buttons. Loaded program is 3. Companion app program is 3. Okay, they're both 3. So they should be set, which means close companion phone is going to be... Oh. Oh, okay. Wow, I made a mistake there. So I guess we're saying this is false, and I guess we make it true. My bad. Sorry. I mixed those up. Oh, a simple Boolean mix-up. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I have dysboolia. Sort of like dyslexia, except with Booleans. Okay, here we go, here we go. Open it. Close it. Oh, it's a breakpoint. It's a breakpoint. Wait, it's not an error. Okay. Try again. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, click on this. How dare you keep me on the edge of my seat. Open the app. Close it, baby. We're closing apps. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'm done. That is it. Tomorrow, I am going to do more of this. Don't leave yet. We're going to do a raid on both YouTube and Twitch, so we'll keep the party going. Oh my goodness. Let's freaking go. So, my goal today was to get a little bit closer to being able to shop for the cat. The shopping app looks kind of weird and dumb. I get that, okay? but it's progress because I want this phone screen to appear when I open the shopping app, and then obviously I'd like it to be further down. I feel like if we just rotate it, like so it's like a horizontal phone and then it's like down here or something, it'll be out of the way. Probably for testing purposes, I'll just like shrink it down and put it off to the side. So no, I can't click on these and buy stuff today, but that makes sense because I need to be able to see how that money goes down. I want that to happen when I click on these. The only way that was going to be happening is if we had this phone screen up here. Not only that, but I want to be able to see what I bought, and we're going to be checking the inventory on the phone itself. So my whole task today became, how do I ensure that we can check the phone while I'm shopping in this one app? So now whenever that shopping app is open, the phone appears, which is perfect. And when I close that app, that closes as well. Let's say I open a different app and I close that. Doesn't have to do anything, right? We don't see the phone pop up on a different app. We don't get some weird error because I closed it and it didn't understand why checking this app on close didn't need to close a phone. We've got all that figured out. Open up this app, close that app, no companion phone. Although we could, you know what would be interesting? You know what would be really interesting? If I go to the computer station minigame scripts, and if I add in here, let's just test it. What if I add in another program? So instead of the shopping app, or just the shopping app, I'll put the debug app. Isn't that what a debug app is for? It's for debug. I mean, what else is a debug app for? So I'm gonna add that in there, which should mean now, well, actually, I just thought of something. Currently, when we click on the shopping app, guess what it does? Oh God, so much for leaving. When I click on the shopping app, it opens the companion phone. No, wrong. What if every time we open any app, it checks to see if it matches one of the companion apps? And if it does, it opens it. Then I don't have to now go to the debug app and tell it, okay, you were supposed to do this. I wouldn't have to do that at all. That is good. See? Oh, wow. Setting up that framework made that possible. Oh, the scalability, the modularity. I love it. Okay. But wait, how long? Is this going to be hard? I think it's going to be really easy. Because then we just come to manage programs and we say when a program is opened, just like here, when we have close, check if should close companion phone. Now we just say on open program, check if we should open companion phone. You know what I mean? Check if should open companion phone. So then I would just take that function, duplicate it, could probably create a single helper function here that merges these, but we're not going to worry about that right now. That's for another time. But what we can say is instead of close here, make that the word open, and it's literally the same thing. it's wow, that's ridiculous. It's actually the exact, okay, we can use the same function. Let's say check if should open companion phone, and then we're gonna put in a boolean. It's a little it's definitely a little confusing. Open companion phone. Wait, we can do this. Open this is gonna be so much better. Open companion phone. And then where the boolean comes into play. If we're opening it, well, you could just do if it's a close or an open. Well, it just kind of depends. It's a little confusing to me, I'm not gonna lie. I know there's a way to do this right now. If open companion phone, we would want to start the minigame. Well, technically, you'd want to run... Oh, I don't even remember. It would be on... It's a little... So it does need a little refactor. Okay, you know, I'm going to make it just be... Because it's hurting my brain right now. I'm just going to make it be two separate functions. Just for now. Even though I know we can merge these, I think it'll be easier for me to even conceive of how they would merge if I just go ahead and keep them separate. So the reason why I had to pause is because that function that actually opens the companion phone, that's actually contained on the program container. But no, it doesn't need to be there, because look, it's literally all just stuff that can happen anywhere. So then where else do we call this? Hold on, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. We call this on the shopping app, but where else? Nowhere else? Really? Program container, open companion phone, program name. Oh, here. Oh, just on itself. On app with companion phone loaded. Where does that come from? Ready connections. Oh, the signal. See, then I don't even need that signal. Yeah, you don't need the signal. The signal is not needed. You can get rid of that whole thing. It's gone. Get rid of it. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I thought I was leaving, y'all. I thought I was done. I lied. I lied. Because look at the things that I can do. I can do these things. And so I must. I do them because I must. This whole emission, not necessary. Don't need it. Check if phone should also open. We definitely need that. Now this is when we return back to the computer. So it's a bit of a different situation. I would say we should put the open companion app here. It's kind of tough. Like, does that go on manage programs? I'm gonna say that goes on computer, but that's actually a very confusing thing. I mean, that kind of sounds like it should be on the phone. Am I being honest? Shouldn't that be on the phone? I think that should be on the phone. Okay, so program container. I'm sorry, I got excited. I got excited by the possibility. I had to do what I do. Mini phone in hand. That's where it should go. It should go right there. Okay, so we're gonna grab this. Get rid of open companion phone. On app, nope, don't need none of that. Get rid of that. Come back to the computer station. And, well, actually, before we do that, go to the phone in hand minigame. And here, we will set up our Funk open phone as companion. And then that is going to do this stuff. Okay. So we actually don't need all of this. That's just contained right there. Overlay visibility status. Do we need this? Is this being used? It's not. Look at me. I'm just like, let's be efficient. We need efficiency everywhere. Phone overlay is active. I think I ended up not needing that. I was like, wait a minute. That's not doing anything. Okay. Wow. That's blowing my mind. Okay, so we have the open phone as companion. Now if I come back to my computer station, instead of doing this emission crap, all we do is say minigame, phone in hand, and open phone as companion. Now back on manage programs, check if you should open companion phone. If we should open the companion phone, this is going to open phone as companion. This isn't gonna work, right? I'm missing something. Right, we don't need that anymore. That's gone. Get it out of there. Click. Okay. We missed that. Open, this is on the manage programs. Check if should open companion phone. So this is running, it's false. We're checking all of the loaded program windows. Well, it won't be loaded yet. That might be your problem. At that moment, I don't know that they're actually loaded. So that could be the complicating factor. Okay, let's check. Loaded program 0. So there are no loaded programs yet. So we actually do have to pass in something in order for that to work, which is fine. Check if should open companion phone. So that, what we won't have, well, what will we have? Well, we'll have the program. This will actually be even simpler. This is even simpler. So we pass in the program itself, We pass in the program itself, and that will check the program. And so we don't need to do like any of this crap. All we have to do is back up all of this. All we have to do is get the phone companion apps list, iterate through that list, and check to make sure that the program that is currently opening matches a companion app program. And if it does, open the program. Or open the, oops, oh, I just mixed them up, didn't I? Okay, hold on. Back. They're gonna be so different now, the mistake won't even be possible. Okay, come here, paste this down. Okay. Pass in the program, which is programs. And then we don't need any if. We don't even need an if. We have that. Like, just do it. Just open it. Open it if you gotta open it. And then we can pass in the program. Right? Okay. Open this. We got it. Close it. Open it. Go back. Come back. Bam! Open the debug app. The debug app behaves just like it should have a companion app. Look at that. Come on. That was worth it. That was worth it. Because it cements in my brain. Okay? That like in my brain, it cements that the things that I've set up, the systems that I've set up work. They make sense. They are correct. They are useful. They are scalable. They are modular. And I can come and I can just set that now. I can just say, hey, forget that. Forget that. I live for this stuff. Oh, we don't need the signal? The signal is trash. I can say, you know what? Actually, the shopping app? Nah. The shopping app doesn't have a companion phone anymore. It's one place. There's one place that I have to define whether something has the phone open with it. Now, the shopping app doesn't have a phone with it anymore. Doesn't need a phone because I said it doesn't. But if I open the debug app, it does get the phone. It's just like easy, set it, forget it. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's so good. Oh, it feels so good. Okay. Now that's more than I could have possibly hoped for today. Now, for real, I'm done. I have done what I want to do. So I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll keep working on it. Let's go find somewhere to hang out. I'm going to commit. Okay, I must do that. I'm going to say... I feel so good about it, just done. I'm going to say... companion phone app system. Modular. Thank you, I hope you do too. Modular companion phone app system set up so good. Okay, I gotta let that euphoria sink in. Or day, I know, right? It is 4 a.m. But that's better. For me, that's actually pretty early. We're still doing better, and I'll take that. Baby steps, baby steps. Okay. Let's see who's around on the YouTubes. And then hopefully we can find someone on both Twitch and YouTube to raid simultaneously. If we are lucky. Hypnotic! Love that! I haven't gotten to raid Hypnotic in a while. Let's go! Okay. We're gonna go hang out with Hypnotic. He's making a bobblehead shopping game in Godot. Oh, and he's rainbow. It's a party over there. Okay, so let's set up the raid. If you don't know how to do raids on YouTube, I'm about to show you. You're gonna come to your live console here, which you can access on YouTube, anywhere from YouTube by going to Create, and then come down to Go Live, and that will open up this. Then you're gonna go to your live. Once you pick your live stream, you're gonna edit your live stream, go to customization, scroll down. You'll find an option called redirect. Click add. Find a channel you want to raid. We're doing hypnotic, and then hit save. And now when the stream ends, it is just going to directly take everybody to that stream, which is pretty cool. Now you already know how to do it on Twitch. I don't have to tell you that, but it's pretty nice. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, raid. Okay, I don't actually know how to spell his name right now. Hypnotic Games. Alright. Raid has begun. Well, hold on. First, let me see if I missed anything. I feel like I missed something. I missed a lot of messages. Yo, I'm so sorry. I was just like in it. And I know like most of these people are gone now. I'm so sorry. I got sucked all the way in. Flip added a video of an animation they made. Okay, well, Flip is gone. I remember times when I first started programming Eyes Will Glaze Over. I remember getting a coupon from Taco Bell because they made me wait a little too long. I was vibing. And on it, the coupon said, "You deserve it." That's so nice. It's actually really nice. There's a thread. You deserve this. Like, you deserve to wait. It's like saying world from the sea or by the sea in Spanish. Del Mar Mundo. Thank you for teaching me that. World from the sea or by the sea. That's beautiful. I hope I get to talk to you again and find out more about why that's your name. That's beautiful. We had someone come through here. Their name was Breathless Gust, and now we have World from the Sea. Like y'all be profound. I love that. Should change the name of the game to meet my demands. I actually don't have a name for the game yet. I don't have a name. So you know what? Maybe. Setting schedules and not even asking me what I think. Your cat has resorted to violence, trying to get you to go to bed. That's true. You know, your cats are in charge. The cats are in charge. You don't control the cats. Usually. I saw a video that raccoons are trying to be domesticated. They want the cat life. Wait, is that real? Raccoons are scary, but then again, dogs are scary if you think about it. Like wolves are scary. So, like, why not? I mean, it makes sense. Raccoons love, like, the food that we already eat. They're already around our houses. I remember, like, I never see raccoons around here. I never see them. Not even a working tile, Distron. I don't see them. Okay? And then there was, like, a stray cat that I saw outside the house. So I started leaving out some food. One day, I left out the food. And that night, I turned on the porch light, and there was a freaking giant raccoon chowing down on the food. I was like, where did you come from? Where are you from? So I know they're around. They're around here somewhere. 100% they're trying to be domesticated. Oh, animals with rabies. Well, I guess, like, anything can have, any kind of animal can have, any mammal can have rabies, right? Well, maybe not. I don't know, can a frog have rabies? Where is this conversation gone? You don't think you could trust somebody with their tiny hands? You couldn't trust something with their tiny hands. I don't know what that means. Tiny people hands. That's concerning. You like the videos of people... Oh, raccoons. Oh! True. I mean, I think about that with like monkeys and stuff. Yeah, humans can get rabies. And been just like, well, humans are also scary. That's a good point. Yeah, because like monkeys, I think about they can like unlock doors and do stuff. Raccoons, right? That's true. Actually, that'd be really cute though. Imagine you could like hand your pet something and they hold it. That would be so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you're right. An angry raccoon would be rough. Okay, so I probably would not mess with a raccoon pet. That is pretty freaky. Do they like cotton candy? They probably like, if we like it, they probably like it. All right, I've caught up. I've caught up on the Twitch. Appreciate games on a new level. Yes, I agree. You can appreciate games on a new level when you've made them. 100%. Why do you do game dev? Why do you do game dev? Creative induced psychosis. Name things, whatever helps you keep things straight. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know why we... Oh, category A. That's how you name things. Oh, see, I can't handle that. That stresses me out. Function called player is standing on ground is not likely to get confused. Exactly. That is evil. It is evil to name things that way. But sometimes it's easier just to slap something together, so I get that. Alright, I'm gonna start the raid. I watched some videos on Git, and I think you have a much better handle on it. Oh, that's awesome, Distron! I knew you could do it! I know you could do it. Let me make sure they didn't stop streaming while I was chatting. Okay, they're still there. They're still there. Proud of you, Distron. Let's go. I don't have a working title. Cat Care Game, which is not really... It's a project title. It's not a real title. No, I don't even have anything. Nothing at all. I'm kind of waiting to like have more of the game made and then like realize what the game should be called, I think. Is the way I'm gonna approach it. Cats and dogs weren't domesticated on purpose. True. Very true. Yup, it just happens. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this all came together. Humans are the scariest animal, to be honest. Alright, y'all. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Join the Game Like Jam. Join the Game Like Jam. You'll get a free asset pack. Every person who joins the jam, come to the jam page, press that join press that join button. You're gonna get a free 3D asset pack from Pizza Doggy. It's a good asset pack. It's good stuff. Come join the jam, if for nothing else, to get that asset pack. I'll put out a clue on Discord tonight. Goodbye, you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm so happy I made something work in a way I'm proud of. It feels good. It feels good. All right, everybody's gone now. Oh, I forgot about the raid message. Oops. Oops. I guess I'll have to just paste that in by myself. And then, if you want, YouTube, paste that. You don't have to. I don't expect you to. But if you want, paste that in when we get there. And have fun with Hypnotic. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Goodbye.